we haven't even utilized space under here, under the trunk here, but even with the trunk, with the fridge in there, it has plenty of space. Anyway, well, now today is 1,000-kilometer route, and then the car claims that we can drive all the way to Kongalv, 310 kilometers. Yes, spoiler alert, this Model Y is extremely efficient. It consumes less than as like sedans or station wagon or sportback over there, non-SUVs. It's crazy how efficient it is. Okay, anyway, we're gonna do all the preparation and start right before 9. And this time I didn't install too many sexy stuff here. I didn't even bother installing the button, but I did install the commander. So you can see here 100% battery. It has lots of features within the commander. I turn off some nags and stuff. Battery is sitting at 30 degrees Celsius. We have 61.9 kilowatt hour. We lost 0.1 kilowatt hour. That's just idling. It's supposed to be 62 when it's all the way full. But then it's 62 or 61.9 minus this. That is zero buffer. Okay, anyway, all good. Okay, 2053 then. Start. Not 54, okay. Yeah, I thought it was about to tick up to 54. Okay, 2054 is the starting time. Tesla in black. Okay, cool. Dude, I tested this car today. I did a range test. Unfortunately, I didn't get too much afternoon naps. I hope I can survive. Well, I have to do it in the weekday because Tesla has some, in general, some weird policies where they don't allow you to borrow a car for a whole week. So I usually get it for around 5 days. So I have it from Monday to Friday only. But it should be enough to do the most important tests like range test, acceleration noise test, and then 1,000 kilometer challenge. Well, it seems like charging has improved slightly. When I did the charging test from 0% today, I managed to get 175 kilowatt flat until 27%. That's a 10% improvement over before. So yeah, I wonder, yeah, I need to do a charging test today then. I mean, actually tomorrow, after the challenge. So yeah, just document that they have improved the charging curve slightly. It might do 10 to 80% in around 25 minutes now. I'm not sure what the time was before. So yeah, we'll see. And also, look, dude, it's crazy. In the range test today, it was only 16 degrees Celsius outside. In the 90 test, I consume 116 watt hour per kilometer. What the heck, man? In the 90 test, I consume less than some of the Model 3s, earlier Model 3s at least. And in the 120 test, it was 164 watt hour per kilometer. How the heck is it possible? This is not even 800 volt hyped architecture. How can Tesla be so efficient? I have no idea, man. This is Tesla alien technology. It's quite quick also, 299 horsepower. Okay, I have a slight problem with that. There. Also fairly quiet. Right, the lane change doesn't work for some reason. Oh, donation 6.66 pounds. Björn, good luck. I'm so excited. Kona BMW solid. Thanks to your videos. It's power. Thank you very much. But dude, I haven't tested Tesla in a while. I've been testing all those legacy automakers and yeah, the Germans and so on, some of the Chinese, and then I come back here and it's like, okay, it lacks some features like buttons for adjusting seats and stuff, but the system just runs so smooth. The animation, like the other cars, is just super butter smooth, and just operating the car. You could say, well, I'm used to Tesla. Well, I don't drive a Tesla on a daily basis, but it's just like common sense, right? Gestures, like you click on a button to bring up something like energy graph, and then you can just click on the same button to remove it, to dismiss it. You can have the hotkeys at the bottom. And it's the throttle response is just so smooth. It's not laggy, you know. When you press the close trunk, it actually goes instant. There is no artificial throttle lag. You can drive smooth if you want, you know. If you floor it, it goes schnell. It's like they have tuned the car over a decade now to make it good. Just realize still how far behind many automakers are. When the car, I mean, Tesla is not perfect, of course. There were a few places it was phantom braking, but guess what? In some of actually the Mercedes also had lots of phantom braking, actually way more than the Tesla had. So I'm like, what the heck, man? But I would personally pay extra to get the premium. I feel too much strip down here, but still quite nice. Oh, the preheat one is kind of thirsty during winter, but you can get them cheap. But it's not only the heat pump. There's also other things like the soundproofing wasn't the greatest, and also it was kind of harsh. Onboard consumption is not what? But consumption? No, but again, I've checked it over and over again that the consumption in the Tesla is in fact correct. Yeah, that's pretty much it with the MEB cars, right? Yeah. guy in the back here? Are you gonna camp in the left lane all the way to Oslo or what? Well, but the supercharger network, I don't feel like it's an advantage anymore today, because I mean, all the other cars, they can also charge on it, right? It was an advantage 10 years ago or something before they opened it up, but now it's more like, well, whatever. They don't have 800 volt support yet, except for one location. The 1000 volt. Tesla stands out features that every car other could have 5 years ago. Also free super. Yeah, true. $10. 10 pounds. Thank you very much. I mean, it is crazy. I mean, I wouldn't think about this. I thought, okay, I'll just borrow the Model Y standard. But it's like, after driving it for one day, and I was like, wow. Me wants this. I can totally understand why many people buy Tesla. I mean, they have been getting better and better. You test. I test those Mercedes and Audis and the Seeker or the X-Bangs, and okay, they are nice, some of them, but by the end of the day, you just need an efficient car with good space, and a car manufacturer, they use some common sense when they made the car and the software. The little things that count, like, did you notice that the steering column thing, or under the steering wheel in the Tesla, there's plenty of leg room here. It was a car I tested recently where I bumped the knee into the, under the steering wheel. And why does that thing need to be so thick? And I'm only 173 centimeters. So it's just nice space, good space utilization, very efficient car, butter smooth software that has been tuned to be better and better, very easy to operate it. This has only the 15.4 inch screen, but I played some games today, and I noticed that this screen is a lot bigger than the Mercedes. And when I Googled this, the Mercedes has only 11.8 inch that I was playing, and I felt like it was kind of small, especially when we play two-player and we had to split the screen. But 11.8 inch versus 15.4, the Tesla screen is twice as big, plus that it has been moved closer to me. Mercedes is more like they have built it into the dashboard, so you kind of need orangutan hands to start it. But when I played the game, the beach buggy in the Tesla, I was like, dude, wow! It's like it feels way more immersive. You feel like you're in the game, versus the Mercedes. It was like, okay, you just played it on a small screen on the wall there. You know what I'm saying? So. Yeah, I mean, even though this car doesn't charge the fastest, it still has flat 175 kilowatt until 27% and a gentle drop. But it is so efficient. It's crazy, Needless to say, this Model Y, this SUV, consumes less energy than the Seeker 7 GT rear-wheel drive core. And I like. Yeah, this Model Y consumes around 10-15% less energy than a freaking shooting brake. How is it possible? Ich weiß nicht, man. This is Tesla alien technology. I did not expect it to be that efficient. I was like, oh, okay, maybe it's even less efficient because of the wheel caps, or the steel rims or some shit. Well, no. Maybe that's why it's 18 inch and some efficient tires. That could be it.
So the car claims 13% at Kongar now. Yeah, and I measured 58.1 kilowatt hour net capacity. Last time I measured 57.7, so it's roughly there. Yeah, but we don't get the 64 kilowatt hour, or the. It would be great to get at least 60 kilowatt hour. But it seems like Tesla, they have put in some massive buffers here. Yeah, around 6 kilowatt hour with some braking protection and some 0 mile. Well, 0 mile buffer is supposed to be 2.8, so that means another 3.2 kilowatt hour brake protection. And if there is such a thing as brake protection, I mean, I think there is, right? Should be. Otherwise, if you discharge it down to 0 until the car stops, then it will brick itself. But yeah, right now we are at 143 watt per kilometer. We have some tailwind, a wind from the north, I believe, for now. So yeah, we have to drive on a weekday, so not ideal. I have to start ASAP as early as possible because tomorrow morning we will hit the Stau around Mortensrud, the Mortensrud Stau. So I think it starts already at around 6:30. So I'll probably be 15 minutes, half an hour delayed because of that Stau. But there's not much I can do. I could only go to Kongar like I've done in the past, and then go do the rest in the North Loop Norway. But I was like, okay, whatever. We can endure a bit of Stau tomorrow morning. It's just for today, this time anyway. This weekend or Friday, I'll pick up the P7 Plus, and yeah, and then I will borrow the P7 Plus for 1 week. So supercharger. Well, it's either supercharger or Ionity, I think. Yeah. So supercharger is of course included already. So I will try to go for superchargers. There should be plenty of superchargers, and actually many of the supercharger sites, they also have Ionity anyway, so then I'll go for supercharger. Or how do you donate? Oh, I think there is some donation link. Oh no, I think that doesn't work anymore. You have to do the super chat or whatever via YouTube now. Yeah. But dude, seriously, okay. I mean, I consider. I really like Xpeng, right? But there are also some semi-major things with Xpeng that should be fixed. But then, like, as soon as I start driving this car, I almost forgot about Xpeng, how fast it was charging. It's like the experience driving a Tesla is just so much better. It's not annoying at all, and it's just everything just goes so smooth. And of course, with Sexy button, you can just customize it to make it even better. You turn off the nags and whatever, you know, like dry wiping, auto wipe. Like you can customize so much with Commander. I only have Commander installed. This time I didn't install the Sexy strip or any of that stuff, since I'm having this car kind of short. But yeah, I mean, I'll eventually. Yeah, we have booked it in Friday now to get Millennium Falcon back, but I don't know when I have money. I'll try to get a Tesla as a daily driver. Millennium Falcon might be just some press car shuttle, or I might actually degrade him to just like I can rent him out. Yeah, I consider just renting him out when I don't need him, and when so of course I can use him maybe while he's just around. But then if people wanna rent him, they can rent him, right? Try to make him pay for himself for now. And at least, okay, I mean, do I need a car? Technically no, because last year it was like I used the Neo, consumption 150.9 watt hour per kilometer. Last year I used the Neo, yes, but I've been trying this year now to not have a press car shuttle. It works okay. I can use public transportation, or I can use a taxi. Some places a taxi is kind of expensive, but public transportation has been working okay. I might need around half an hour to 1 hour to go from one place to another. and then it's not that expensive. Because the press car shuttle will cost money, and also sometimes I will have to park. I can't park, so I have to. Yeah, wait. There's a donation, 119 NOK. Someone, I can't read it properly. I bought the BMW i3S. Oh, it's a good car. Well, yeah. Well, I guess it's okay if you want BMW. Yes, then good for you. I would personally consider other cars for the price. You could have probably have bought an Ioniq, but maybe you don't want a classic Ioniq, you know. But yeah, I mean, i3S 100, you still have a good battery and all that. It just doesn't charge that fast. I feel like it's only max at 50 kilowatt, kind of, yeah. But again, of course, if you want the BMW feel and you want the whole BMW look and all that, you know, then yeah, that makes sense. But I mean, I wouldn't mind getting a Tesla. But, you know, the problem with Millennium Falcon is he's so old. When I speak to Jova about stuff like, they'd be like, sorry, no, that item doesn't work on the Model S. It's too old. Like, nothing fits in the old. They don't care about making equipment for the old Teslas anymore. Enhance, you know, sexy buttons doesn't work. I just want to try to put some sexy strip in there, see what happens. It'll probably just be blue, constantly blue, right? Doesn't do anything. But I guess I have to maybe get a Highland eventually. I don't need a big car. We just go like regular stuff, right? Or most of the time wife will be using it. So okay, Model 3 Highland would be nice to have it at my disposal for when I need to do stuff. But wait, what the heck is this car? GLC 4. Oh, this is GLC. I haven't seen the butt of it. No, the Tesla is definitely not outdated. You have no idea what you're talking about. Have you listened to what I've been saying for the last 15 minutes? Just like the whole, like, also when people come over, you know, and park, just sharing the driver access and just looking at the app, see the status, what's going on. Everything is just so damn smooth, you know? The Tesla app, still, even today, it's unbeatable. The other car manufacturers, they can't even make proper mobile app, you know? And even the other cars I tried, like when I was Neobjorn, I discovered lots of stuff that was like, this should be fixed, this should be fixed, this should be fixed. I would have guessed that if I would become Bjorn, I will also find lots of stuff that should be fixed. So yeah, okay, I have to focus a bit. But yeah, the news about becoming Schaubjorn, Bjorn, is that they already have ambassador in Norway. So unfortunately, I cannot become Bjorn. Yeah. So that was a bummer. It's like bummer that I totally understand, because they have Mikkelsen, which is he's a well-known Norwegian racing driver. So he has probably lots of followers. Plus there was also Volkswagen. Yeah. Plus there's also this woman that was related to Spetalen, which is some rich guys, who is also some kind of influencer. So they already have ambassadors for Xpeng in Norway. So okay, well, yeah, at least I tried. But i4. I tried the BMW app many years ago. I don't know if they have improved it or not, but just the fact that you want to see the live view, live camera status, you can't do that. You can get a snapshot and it takes freaking forever. I don't know, is it on 2G or some shit? Like, it needs to take just pictures of those from those cameras around the car, and then you get this just image you can look around, right? Like, have you tried the Tesla app before? You get live view, live video. You can even talk through the car speakers. You know, it's just like the list just goes on. Like the BMW app just looks like dinosaur to Tesla, you know, in comparison. And of course, Tesla, I checked it. I haven't checked it in a while. You have this, yeah, keep accessory on. It will keep the 12 volt and the USB powered when the car is locked and off until you set a threshold when it goes into the low power mode. You can set it to 20% or 10%. I set it to 10%, I think. I mean, why not? You have a big battery. Why not utilize the possibilities of an EV? You know, I feel like many legacy automakers, those dinosaurs have been testing in the past. Like the Mercedes, like you have 100 kilowatt stone battery. As soon as I just lift, as soon as I just put the car in park, it just dung dung dung, stops everything. You know, why is it being so stingy on the battery, right? And the same with the Audi Q6 e-tron. Like, didn't it register that wifey was sitting in the driver's seat, buckle up, right? Like, it should at least detect that. Well, I mean, it detects it because when it nags you about, you've been using the screen too much, you have to focus on the road. Then, when wife is buckle up or sitting there, you have suddenly the option to click, I'm the passenger. So they are already built in mechanic to detect that, but they never bother making the car more user friendly. It was common sense, basically. 28 degrees Celsius outside, sunny, kids are in the back, wife is in the driver's seat. I just unbuckle to go out to plug it in or some shit, and then the car shuts down. Or it can't keep 12 volt active while I'm gone, Why not? It's not like you're gonna burn 50 kilowatt hour while I'm gone. It's probably just, I don't know, I mean, even my power bank could keep it active, right? So we are only drawing like 10, 20 watts, or 100 watt hour in one day or some shit, So, whatever, man. Okay, yeah, you can have the keep climb, but it's very easy. You just click, keep climbing on. But what the trick I've been using since Millennium Falcon's time is that I just keep the door open. I can close it, click, almost close. You know what that trick, like Millennium Falcon? Then the stuff stays open. Then it can stay, I think it will keep on for at least 15 minutes to half an hour before it goes into some power saving mode. But in those dinosaurs, those German autos with bigger battery than this car, then it's just like super stingy. Like as soon as you put the car in park, like what if you're a taxi driver, right? You put the car in park because you're a taxi driver. Taxi drivers, they idle all the time. Put the car in park, doom, stop everything. Like what? Man, there's so many left lane huggers here today. I mean, still today, I mean, yes, I have an easy app. I can change the current there, but these kind of clubs, you have to go to the settings and then I have to click and then I have to change the current and then, but in a Tesla, you can change the current of how many amps you're charging on AC. They implemented that almost a decade ago, right? I don't remember. I think I could do that already when I had Millennium Falcon. And it's very convenient. You can do that. So, it's just, I don't know, man. Like, if you start thinking about this, all the features that Tesla has built in, changed over the years, it just makes perfect sense. It makes the whole driving experience, user experience with Tesla just so smooth compared to today's cars. Like, I don't know what they're thinking when they implemented the software in those dinosaurs. Wait, is there some kind of stau going on? A Baustelle ahead? But I mean, okay, as long as you just drive the car, if you have no family, you just get to work and stuff like that, then the Audi Q6 e-tron gets the work done. And it doesn't nag you, it's not annoying. But it's just that when you want to use the car for other stuff, or when you just want to like change the current while you're charging, or just see about the battery status, or if you need to share the car with someone, or I don't know, just look at the position where the car is, right? Like, it's like super smooth in Tesla. Like, you know, when those guys they're gonna park at my house, right? The airport parking, they share the car with me, and then I can see the live position. I can see how far they are. I can even see if they navigate to my address and when the car estimates they will arrive. You know, can you get that in other cars? Huh? No. I also see that many of those Teslas, they take the wrong turn because the road, they build a new road near my home, and Tesla navigation still routes you kind of weird. So people take the wrong turn and then they just need to go around and then come back again. So, oh, Grok, yeah, yeah. I tested Grok also. It was quite nice. But I think I will refrain from recording about Grok in this video, because then it will be too long. I should make a dedicated Grok video instead. Now, is this guy gonna move or what? Yes, finally. I've been camping in the left lane since Rienkrysset or somewhere. And that seems to be illegal tint in the side glass. Yep, the side windows. It has just gentle tint, but I can see that it's tinted. And then of course, I have the commander, so to open the front, I just pull the driver's door for 3 seconds, and then the front opens. To open the charge port, I just push, or I can either use the button, or I can just pull the rear handle, and I have of course disabled the nagging of the speed limit permanently. There was also some lane departure nagging that was disabled. So lots of stuff. I haven't used sexy stuff for a while now. Man, I feel like I'm outdated. I need to get in the loop and buy a Tesla, but it has to be a more modern Tesla. Well, I can kind of get a little bit revisit those Teslas that park in front of my house. I can use them to review some stuff at least, and from time to time. But I don't really have time to drive around with them, right? Well, I mean, also I need to ask for permission to test them. Stock, yeah, but it's just blinker stock. The gear stock is not there, so that's a bit bummer. Okay, enhanced, they have this. I can use the right scroll wheel, because the right scroll wheel is not much in use. So as long as the steering wheel is in okay position, I can use the right scroll wheel to change gear or put it in park. So it works okay. I rarely use the swipe on the screen, but I prefer to have real stocks. Well, okay, you can get the sexy stock, which actually is more flexible than the regular stocks anyway, so that works. But you know, the Xpeng L03 is only 400 volt, but it's LFP, and they charge it from 10 to 80% in 20 minutes, which is even, I mean, it's actually faster than some of the 800 volt cars. I think the Q6 e-tron needed 21 minutes. Also, many of those Korean cars like EV5, no, I think they need only 18 minutes. But you see, this is what I've been talking about for a long time. As long as you have good cells, then you can go Schnell to 80%. or you can just have a flatter curve, right? The whole thing about, okay, you can get 400 kilowatt, then you need 800 volt. Yes, makes sense. But actually, if you can get around 600, then you can get 700 amp, like in a Tesla, I mean Tesla supercharger, or well, Pawel will support 700 amps soon. If you have 420 volt, you can actually go as high as 300 kilowatt. So, yeah, okay, you're not gonna camp at 300 kilowatt for 20 minutes anyway. Maybe just a couple of minutes, up no more than 5 minutes. So then, no big deal if the current is a bit high for a limited time. But yeah, I mean, the reason why I was against the whole 800 volt hype in the beginning was that people just blindly believe that 800 volt cars would just magically make the car more efficient. Well, we haven't seen that yet. And then also, well, fortunately, we don't have that many 400 volt chargers anymore. So the whole 400 volt charging speed is not really a big issue, anything like a disadvantage. But for now, yes, it's mostly just whenever you have 800 volt car and you charge a Tesla supercharger. But that is just a very limited problem, because you heard that, I think it was Lithuania, they also got their first V4, true V4 supercharger now. So eventually Tesla will upgrade all but most of them to 1000 volt. So then 400 volt charger will be even more rare. And those countries that has the 50 kilowatt 400 volt charger, then no big deal, because most of these 800 volt cars, they can go at least 80 kilowatt or more. Right, a consumption. Can you guys guess what the consumption is? It's usually quite low over here, right? Well, let's guess. Let's spam and guess what the consumption is right now, since Heim. What the heck is going on? It smells bad behind this mother trucker. So something is burned. Uh-oh, I don't want to be behind it in case like a tire blows in my face. Lower. And also, I measured 1.5%, 1.2% underreporting. Lower. Okay, that one guy was kind of close. Okay, no, it is 124 watt hour per kilometer. What the heck, man? 124 watt hour per kilometer. Like when other cars, they get below 200 or 170, I'll be like, wow, this is good. Yeah, lol, this is really good. This is efficient. Yes. And then this car is like, slam in the face, hold my beer. 124 watt hour per kilometer. Yes. So, in case you guys don't believe me, look at that shit. Huh? It's game over now. It's Tesla alien technology. How is it possible? Okay, we have wind from the north, but it's not blowing that hard, is it? I don't know what's going on, man. This car weighs 1,980 kilograms. Well, now it might be almost 2 tons because I have the fridge with me. And also suddenly it makes total sense, because the fridge is suddenly not taking up a shit ton of space. I still have the whole trunk available, even that space in the front, you know, underneath the trunk, the front well thingy. Yeah. And also now the fridge is not that noisy, because when I had it like in the trunk in the other cars, I could hear the fan. But now I don't even have the lid, you know, the trunk lid there, and it's almost not audible when the fan is running. So yeah, I mean they designed this for Tesla, you know. So of course it works best in the Model Y. That fridge. So I have it with me, of course, because I noticed that many people, they buy the Jova products. I was like, huh? I look at it, like, huh? They buy gaming pants, they buy the screen protector, they buy lots of stuff. I'm like, okay, great. I still need to test some stuff. I tried to make a video of the screen protector, but I used a Juniper, but it didn't have the big 16-inch screen. So I was like, oh shit. That was kind of a waste of time and a screen protector, but I still have some more I can use. Well, they go for the masses. They already made some kind of luxury-ish, right? The upper premium Model S and X, but they didn't sell. But they probably realized that there's more money in selling economy, or I mean premium. You know, like look at airlines. There are not that many business class seats. They make decent money on the business class seats, but there are more people willing to travel on economy. So they found out, okay, we go for the masses. That's what they did with Model Y, you know, and that's why Tesla is dominating. But when you talk about luxury and all that, just try a Juniper or Highland. You will be blown away by the comfort level there compared to the old Teslas. It's just, I mean, soundproofing in Juniper is better than the BMW iX3, you know, and the comfort, the ride, the FSD, the frequency, selected damping, and all that stuff is just very nice, super comfy. It's, you know, I have 18-inch Hankook Ion something 235 40 no, 235 55 18, I think it was, and the wheel hubs and whatever, steel rims and stuff. But yeah, I mean, maybe I can grab a not so well used Highland, but I think I want an all-wheel drive, just because, you know, Norway. Yeah, but I mean, even a rear-wheel drive would work okay, because I don't go on any crazy stuff, and if it's snowing a lot, then just avoid driving that day. Like, I don't go on we don't have a cabin or shit like that, right? So a rear-wheel drive would even work for us, no problem. They'd be cheaper than like a Highland rear-wheel drive and shit like that. But we want the premium. I tried the standard. I mean, yeah, it's stripped down and all that, but I feel like for me, I want those premium features. The car claims 19% in Kungal. What the heck, man? Okay, well, we'll see. Maybe changes slightly once I start hammering in Sweden, because there's been some left lane huggers until now. There might be some more before we hit the Swedish border. We have to kind of hurry before, yeah. The problem is tomorrow morning on the way back at Mortensrud. The section we passed now just 10 minutes ago, it's going to be crowded over there tomorrow morning. Yeah, and I have to because I have to return this car on Friday. But if I have time on Thursday, I want to do a Sunday drive. Do you guys feel like that? You guys up for that? Sunday drive on a Thursday. Because I wonder if I can go over 500 kilometers. No, I should be. Can I hit 600 kilometers even? Maybe that's even possible. Like, this car should be able to average around 95 watt-hour per kilometer. Yeah, speaking of the campers I talked about earlier. Yeah. So the range estimate is kind of optimistic now because of these campers, these BMW campers, for example. Okay, at one point I should maybe flash at him, but for now I might just ninja past him. And I don't know if you guys can hear it, but the sound levels are actually quite good. Okay, we are not on the smoothest asphalt even, so I'm surprised. Okay, it doesn't have the double glazed windows, but I knew this for a long time that the acoustic glass doesn't make that big of a difference. It's mostly the rumbling from the road. So like the BMWs, like the BMW iX doesn't even have acoustic glass, and it's still fairly quiet there. So yeah, great. So compared to the pre-Uniper, this doesn't have harsh suspension, unlike the pre-Uniper. It's actually nice and comfy here. Maybe okay, not as comfy as the premium Uniper. And also soundproofing seems like also the same with the Model 3 standard. Is that also nice and quiet? So they didn't skimp on that part. At least they tried to strip down on other things. But yeah, it seems like safety and comfort has been maintained here in the standard. Yeah, well, I mean, Highland, it is kind of both. If you think it's both, then you should get the Model 3 Highland Performance instead and put it in sport mode. But I like it. I didn't like the harshness of the Model 3 from 2019, especially the MC Hammer was way too harsh, man. Went over some bumps. Maybe some people like that kind of ride, but for me it was like, no, I value my spine. So we're supposed to have nice weather tonight, so not much rain at all, maybe a little bit only. So nice weather, but not so cold either, so that's good. And then, okay, how fast do you guys think it's gonna be? I did a Model Y rear-wheel drive. That was a 60 kilowatt hour only, and it was the pre-Uniper. So Uniper is more aerodynamic. I don't know if they've improved anything else. Well, it could be, because it seems to be a leap here in consumption. Like, I'm getting Model 3 consumption in this Model Y. I didn't expect it at all. I was expecting maybe around 140 watt-hour per kilometer in the 90 test, and then maybe 190, 200 watt-hour per kilometer. Well, okay, it's not going to be that fast because it doesn't charge that fast, but I estimated it should be around 945, 940, 945. No, okay, well, it was kind of cold during the Model 3 tests. But okay, EX60, I don't know, man. Like, they emailed me almost 2 weeks ago, said that EX60 is ready, and then I said, yeah, me, I'm ready now by the end of September, okay? And they'd be like, oh, well, we have to check, and then like they had to check for freaking ages, man. Same Ioniq 6N, I have booked it, but they replied so slow. So then I booked the CLA shooting brake instead, because I didn't know when the fuck he's gonna reply, or she. So then I double booked, and then so then, okay, I think also the CLA shooting brake should be popular, especially in Norway. Some of them, they still like, or they prefer the station wagon. ID7 station wagon is quite popular over here. So I don't know, man. Like, still trying to book Leaf. They finally responded, and then there was one Leaf available, but it was it was not available when I was available. Some other stuff, like, so many of the press cars I'm trying to book now, it's either they are slow, to respond, or I don't know, I don't feel like nagging them every week or two. And I guess I just have to nag them. I have to follow up. But also, like, when they say, you know, when they reply, yes, I'm gonna check it and come back to you, then I shouldn't need to nag them. But then some of them go silent for 1 week or 1 month, and I have to just kind of nudge them, like, hey, yo, did you check it or did you forget it? And they usually forgot it. Yeah, also trying to book some Lexus ES, or whatever it's called again, and some other cars. I still have the Subaru always ready, but like I want to reserve the time for maybe more important cars first before I start eating some soup, probably by the end of the year. But the good news, I did book Kia EV2 by the end of September until beginning of October. So there was a slot there, so I was like, okay, fuck it. I booked some Ioniq 9 Performance, but what do you guys think? Is it important, Ioniq 9 Performance? Whatever, it's not too important. EV2 is probably more important. Seems like nowadays people just want smaller and cheaper cars. Oh, you must be new. It's 1,000 kilometers. We're just trying to drive 1,000 kilometer with charging, and try to do it within 10 hours or faster. Same there. I still want to test some of the Volkswagen. Yes, the Polo, for example, ID Polo. Bring it on. I think many of those cars like ID Polo will probably be high views for me. So I guess I need to ask them. Volkswagen, Möller, they know me well. So I would expect that once stuff is ready, they will ask me, right? The headlights, they seem to be okay. I need to spend more time with them. $105 kilowatt. Okay. Even Tesla offers 175 kilowatt on the smallest battery, the cheapest Teslas, and fairly flat curve. Yeah, but this is on-off only. Yeah, no matrix, unfortunately. So yeah. So that's why I feel like, okay, well, you have to pay 100K more to get the premium Model Y, but you get so much more stuff, right? You get like the glass roof, the late matrix lights, the buttons for adjusting seats, the center console, the charging. You know, the charge thing here is kind of clumsy. It has a steeper angle, so some accessories might not be able to charge here properly, like my game controller. And also, yeah, you get the 16-inch screen now in the premium. So yeah, for me, it's worth it to get premium. But of course, if you just want, if you don't care too much about premium, I mean about the features, you just want the car from A to B, then standard will work for you. Just get the Commander. That's it. Just get and forget, and then you don't need to nag. I think, you know, I've been using these press cars I've been borrowing on daily basis. I go to the kindergarten with the kids. I go to Riemann, right? I go to the shopping mall and stuff, and I just noticed that with a Tesla, it's just way smoother. With other cars, I have to, before I start driving, I have to do some pull down or some hotkeys or some whatever to disable some nagging, because it's just excessive nagging of speed and attention assist. Yeah, with uppercase, right? Or other things in the Chinese cars and stuff. But with Tesla, I get inside, I press the brake, I use the scroll wheel, put the car in gear, and I go. And then when I get to the kindergarten, I stop, I click twice to enable keep climate on, and then I exit the auto. And then it keeps the climate on, so it doesn't become too hot in here while I'm gone for 10 minutes or so. It's just so smooth experience. And when I just approach a roundabout, I can have smooth throttle, and then once it's clear in the roundabout, I press the throttle, it goes, right? And also when I disengage autopilot, dung dung, it's smooth. It doesn't just have this harsh stop and then kick in the regen really harsh and fast. It has this gentle. Tesla's been tuning that over the years. I remember that they changed that when I had Millennium Falcon, but now everything is just smooth and nice. You don't know what I'm talking about until you try a bunch of cars like I do, and then you go back to Tesla and they'll be like, this is good. This is actually very good. Yeah. I remember. Yeah, the Kia. I remember it. Like when I remember when I borrowed the EV5. The way I had to do it was I had to, because wifey would give me the looks if things go too harsh, right? But I had to gently push the throttle and then disengage the cruise control to try to catch the jolt, right? So yeah, same with the iX3, the classic iX3. It was also like that. The region was just way too harsh, and then the Chinese car, oh man, don't even get me started, man. They just have this artificial throttle lag, and you can't balance it between zero, and then there's this power jolt. If you just push it slightly further, instead of getting 5 kilowatt power, you suddenly get 20-30 kilowatt power. Okay. Consumption right now is 140 watt hour per kilometer. Like, what the heck, man? 140. We're on the autobahn here, hammering it. We're not doing a freaking Sunday drive. We are going schnell. 110 kilometers per hour limit, 16 degrees Celsius outside, and the consumption is 140. Wow. Okay, I think we have some tailwind. I have to check some flags here. Yeah, there should be some flags at Storebø. Passat, is that Polisen? Nope. But yeah, I mean, I tried it today in the range test. There wasn't a massive difference in the tailwind, headwind, simply because these cars, they slice through the air like Swiss cheese through butter. But what is the drag coefficient on this anyway? 0.22 or something, right? And also, I guess these kind of boring looking wheel hubs, they help on aerodynamics. And the car is also light, 1,980 kilograms only. Well, if I would buy a Model Y or Model 3 standard, I would probably stick some, use some 3M tape and stick some sexy buttons on the seat to make it mimic the seat adjustment. I mostly just do the forward, back, and then maybe tilt, but mostly forward and back. Those are the two important ones. But I rarely do the pump it up or pump it down or some other shit like they can do in the full adjustments. Yeah, okay, the car says 19% at Kungal now. I think well, if we arrive at 19% at Kungal, that's way too early, man. Oh, yeah, you know what? This car can use the amphenol. It needs only 500 amp for, well, actually less than 500 amps. It doesn't stay on 500 amp for too long, so we could use the amphenol, and it shouldn't throttle. But I want to avoid. Well, no, actually, I think there's also no problem using Circle K. Well, except for that, I want to avoid the one with slow ramp up. But if we get only 280 kilowatt, that's plenty for this car. 0.23. Okay, that's pretty good. So, okay, you know, when I think about this, people who buy EV or they probably what do they use them for? What do you guys use your EV for mainly? Like 95% of the time. You drive locally, right? And then do you fast charge a lot? I would guess that you don't fast charge. Wait, dude, the thing is doing the high beam shite. So even though it's nice to have 400 kilowatt charging and all that, I mean, it only matters when you go on a road trip, or maybe some weekend trip. But usually a weekend trip, you don't drive that far. You don't go from Oslo to North Cape on a weekend trip. You only drive. The thing is doing the high beam shot. For helvete. Let me see. How do I disable that shit? Auto off. Okay. High beam. Force manual high beam. Yes. Okay. Man, sexy buttons. This is so good, man. The sexy. I just disabled that auto high beam shite. Okay, maybe I can have that sexy up here for now. There, okay. Eventually to charge my phone since I don't have a cable for there. Yeah, okay, you see AC charging, to and from work, 5-minute drive, and then to my hometown. Okay, 80 kilometers per hour, maybe, okay. And then you use supercharger, okay. Mainly commuting between home and work. Yeah, you see, as long as you're using it for commuting, then the efficiency matters. And then you don't care about the supercharging or the fast charging speed, right? But of course, it matters when you go on long trip, like freaking Europe trip. Yes, then it matters. Well, I mean, in a way, more range or fast charging. Like the X-Banks I tried, like they have a smaller LFP battery, but it charges so fast to I don't know. 80%, 90% the Seeker also, that you can actually utilize it and go that far within just 10-15 minutes. You can already get plenty of juice. But if you have a big slow battery like an EQS, then like I don't know, you have to charge for half an hour, right, before you get 90%. Even though it has lots of range, it just charges slow. Or the Kia EV9, twice a year. Wow. Yeah, but this is what I realize is that at least for us now, this could apply to many people. If you have a dog or a wife / dog or family and kids, there is no way you can do the 10-minute stop like I do in the 1,000 kilometer challenge. Like the guys, they demand to pee or eat or run around or shit like that. So then the charging speed becomes almost irrelevant, except for what I've experienced during summer now is that then to avoid, okay, then range matters. I can skip some chargers, right? And also charging speed at high state of charge matters. Well, unless I can go deep. Yeah, that another option is I can go deep and then just charge, top up to like 60% and then keep going to the next one. That could also work. But it's mainly because there are plenty of superchargers, but I had the free Ionity, so I was trying to use Ionity. Of course, if I had a Tesla and I have plenty of free supercharging in my account, then I would just use Tesla supercharger, end of story. And there are plenty of those, and eventually they'll be upgraded to 800 volts or 1000 volts. Consumption 145, 400 kilowatt. Wow. Walmart. Right, so US is also getting 400 kilowatt now eventually. Yeah, finally. From western to eastern Turkey. 5 days. Wow, okay. Legacy. Wow, really? Tiny, like 22 kilowatt, you mean? Talking about onboard charger, right? Oh yeah, do you guys hear in the news? You know Jan Haugen Ile, the rock star? He used to be head of Fortum back in the days. And then he was Nordic head of Nordic countries in Ionity. Well, he is now employed by some Swedish company to help build BYD's flash charging. Yes, he knows a thing or two about building a charging network. I wonder if he will try to place a few of those flash chargers on my 1,000 kilometer route also. But he knows that that route is popular anyway. So it would make sense to put some in Varberg or something like that. Yeah. So that'll be interesting. You know, the flash charging. Yeah, the acceleration is plenty enough. 299 horsepower for 2 ton. That is plenty. Of course, if you have 2.5 ton, like this is only 2 tons. You know, there is no reason for a spacious SUV to be 2.5 tons or 2.4 tons, right? When you have 2.4 tons, that's 20% heavier. So in a way, you kind of need 20% more horsepower, right? To maintain the same acceleration. So then you need not 300, but 360 horsepower suddenly. Well, there's a left lane hugger, and then it just happened to be a Tesla. Is that a coincidence? Let me see if it slows down in the curves here. It holds it. It holds. Oh yeah, hold on. Then it did some weird shit. It was outside of the EU regulations. Like, oh no, we can't turn that much. FSD would probably be able to handle that shit. No. Okay, it has a little bit of weird movements here and there, but for the most part, is the autopilot is not misbehaving. Okay, we're down to 72%. Battery is at 34.8 to... Wait, why is the battery so hot? 34.8 degrees. 34.5 to 35 degrees now the battery is at. We are now 193 kilometers away. The car estimates 17% on arrival. Consumption is 146.7 watt hour per kilometer. Well, and then 1.2% underreportings mostly. We have to check at Schweinsund. Relatively low traffic. Yeah, this is more normal, at least in weekdays. But of course, we get some traffic tomorrow morning. So I just have to try to make Strömstad the last charging stop and then jump all the way. It's only 180 kilometers. This car is so efficient, I should be able to make it, right? Because then I can time it at Schweinsund. I can check when we arrive there, and then we have to count 1 hour and 20 minutes to the end point. and then whatever delay we just deduct for that. But I want to avoid too many deductions. And hopefully there's no Baustelle or anything going on in Sweden now. I have marked in the calendar when E6 is going to be closed around Kungsbacka. I will avoid that, of course. Yeah, it was the 3rd to 5th September or something. So I had to avoid, there was one Friday also, but supposedly on that Saturday, on that weekend, it's going to be open again. So just to time it so I do the 1,000 kilometer challenge on a Saturday night instead. But yeah, I don't know if you noticed, but we can start the 1,000 kilometer challenge slightly earlier now. So as long as the kids, they don't nap in the afternoon, they are kind of tired from kindergarten. So that means that usually around 8 they should pass out. Isabel passed out around 8:30. So then I just snuck out and start driving. Yeah, but the whole idea maybe next year is that Isabel should be able to go to bed by herself. So then I can assist with some evening routine, and then maybe around 7 already I can leave and get ready for the challenge on a Friday night. So hopefully things will be better next year. No, that is not true. Tesla does not keep the battery at 40 degrees Celsius. When I did the range test today, the battery stayed at only around 30 degrees Celsius in the daytime. It was 16 degrees outside, and I was also hammering it. Tesla tends to scavenge the heat from the battery, so on. So I think the reason why the battery temp goes up now is because I navigated to the supercharger. So it knows that we will arrive at the supercharger in 1.5 hours-ish, but it already starts preparing, slowly heating up the battery without spending too much energy. It probably guesses that this is the best efficiency rather than rushing it. Yeah, it could be that it just uses some leftover heat versus no, don't shout. If it needs to run the motor, it has poor COP. If it can run the heat pump, it has better COP, but then maybe it takes longer. So, yeah, that's what I'm guessing. And I also noticed that if I navigate to like a waypoint, then the battery won't. After I fast charge or supercharge, if I navigate to the next place and it's a supercharger, then the car tends to keep the battery temp kind of high. But if I just navigate to a waypoint, then it tries to drop it down to 30 degrees Celsius. But it depends. If you live in a hot country or if it's hot and sunny outside, then whatever leftover heat it gets from scavenging from the cabin, it will put that in the battery. That's what I've seen in Thailand. It tends to heat up the battery to 40 degrees, but it's over there. At least in Norway today, I didn't see any heat up like that. Yeah, exactly. You experience what I experienced in Thailand when you're in Spain. That's the thing I want enhanced to try to change. I requested it because in Thailand, unless you're going to fast charge, and then there's no need to keep it at 40 degrees. So hopefully they can tweak it somehow so that it forces the car to maybe not scavenge, dump it out instead. Or I don't know if they can switch the mode or whatever. To try to keep it at like 30, 35 degrees instead of 40, 45. Because I suspect that the batteries in Thailand, they degrade faster than other places that is not so cold. Well, I forgot to check the flags. Let's check E, you know, and we have a little bit of Baustelle here. Oh, there's actually headwind. Well, what is headwind now? Okay, well, it's supposed to be some headwind, some mixed headwind, tailwind on the way now, some crosswinds. So that's pretty good then, 148 watt-hour per kilometer with headwind. Here we have some slowdown. This is why we need to deduct for this, because it's totally random. Now let's do the moose test, right? No problemo. It's a pass. Okay, I mean it's not neck snapping fast, but still fast enough. 300 horsepower, 299. Yeah, I have to stay awake because I didn't get any afternoon nap. So I had to bring battery with me, try to stay awake. As long as I can just survive until tomorrow morning and then ship the kids to kindergarten, then I can pass out at least a couple of hours so I can survive, right? Oh, I expect around 9:45. But I haven't, well, I tried to adjust for the slightly faster curve, but I haven't done a charging test yet because I went deep to 0% to measure the net capacity. And then it's kind of not in good condition to test the charging. But okay, whatever. I'll test charging tomorrow morning after the challenge, after the kindergarten run actually. Just have to keep it kind of low-ish, but keep it around 10%. So I can start with 10%. Yeah, because I can play some games while I'm doing the charging test. It's so much fun. They have implemented. The beach buggy. They updated it. A beach buggy rally game. So in the Tesla, you get the Model 3, Model Y, Model S and X, but also Cybertruck, and also Model 3 and Model Y Performance, and this unplugged performance, dark helmet. They put it there like, damn! Put dark helmet there, which is a plaid. I'm not sure how it is. I guess I need to play it so I can unlock that car. I told wifey we can play tomorrow midday while the kids are in kindergarten, after I got some sleep. Okay, getting close to the border now. Nowadays, it is a bit calm on the airport parking. It was mostly the rush after summer holidays. Now I have two cars in front. It's the Model 3 and the Leaf. And then actually on Friday, Saturday and Sunday this weekend, those two cars will disappear, and then one, I think it was a Model 3, will arrive. Yeah. And then I have to figure out on Friday, I have to drive over there, and I don't know if Millennium Falcon will be ready. But if he's ready, then I'll plan to go retrieve him somehow. Well, I could, wait, I could go and, wait, how do I do this? I have to, I don't think I want to keep him there in the city. I'll probably bring him back to Yes Home. So I can, whenever I have free time, I can make some videos with him. So then I have to take the train to Oslo and then get him there back again. So it will take couple of hours. Train takes forever, man. Unfortunately, it's not that schnell. It should be, because I was blown away by the Ski train from Oslo to Ski. Is it direct with a tunnel, and it's a 10-12 minutes or something crazy just to go to Ski and back again. Yeah, I wish I had that kind of speed over to Yes Home. Because there are lots of people commuting from Yes Home to Oslo by train. But the train in Norway is a dinosaur, man. Norway is so high tech and forward thinking in many things, but when it comes to train, taking the bus from one major city to another is usually faster than the train. Okay, anyway, let me check here. We're getting close to Schweinsund. Distance is 142. Yeah, see? So this car underreports. Under 142.6 kilometers. So under the bridge is supposed to be 146.5 roughly. Well, in the day, I mean, in the weekday, it is almost as calm as a weekend here. But I guess in the morning it gets freaking crowded on the roads. So, well, I told wifey I might be home at 8. I don't know yet. At least I started before 9. So, if we do this in, I don't know, before 10 hours, then I should be home by 7. That means passing by Oslo around 6:30-ish. Okay, under the bridge, distance 144 point. Oh, it skips a bit. Wait, 144.8. Okay. Yeah, same as I measured today. What? Yeah, this time, yeah, same. 1.2% underreporting. So which means that the consumption I've been telling you guys is 1.2% lower than that. So right now it's 152. So that means, let me see. It's actually 150 only. Dude, that is unheard of. 150 watt-hour per kilometer. What the heck, man? You can see that I'm not driving slow. I'm definitely not driving slow on this challenge. It's 13 degrees Celsius now. Okay, at Schweinsund, I need to count the delay. 23, so it's going to be at least 4-minute delay, possibly 5. Yeah, 5 minutes. We are now at Svinesund, and as always, we're going to check here. There were a bit of roadworks and some left lane huggers. So normally it will be 1 hour 19 minutes on a clean run, but now it's 1:24, so that means 5-minute delay. But look at the consumption, 152 watt-hour per kilometer, and I found out that this car underreports by 1.2%, so it's actually only 150 watt-hour per kilometer. Dude, this is an SUV. It's not a sedan, and it has that low consumption. Similar sized SUVs will consume at least 200 watt-hour per kilometer. Dude, I don't know what to say, man. It's just Tesla alien technology, extremely efficient. Yeah, I probably have to go manual on-off here. I think the on-off will be too cringe. Let's see how hard it is to go manual on-off. No, it's not that bad. Just press for 1 second and it stays. Okay, to press it for around 2 seconds and then it stays on. Okay, it's kind of clumsy. This part, I wish they had a proper light stock for it. Oh, actually, if you have the matrix lights, then okay, then it doesn't matter. I'll just keep the matrix on. But here, I don't know how good this shit is. The on-off. I feel like it's gonna on-off too much. Well, I can try. Okay, let me see. I have to disable that in the commander first. Auto off. Okay, there. Right. Let's see. Let's see if it misbehaves or not. The battery's at 36 degrees. Seems like it slowly heats up. Just prepare slowly for the supercharger session. We are 155 kilometers away now. Car estimates 13% at arrival. There it turns off. Yeah, it seems to be doing okay job. Okay, except for when the long distances come. I mean the long stretches like at Falkenberg. Let me see how it goes. Well, it actually looks okay. I need to get a better impression, but it seems like it's not as wide and strong as the German autos. Wow, GLC had 202. I think also the iX3 was a cold run, but most SUVs, they usually consume around 2. Time to turn off the lights now. Most SUVs, they usually consume 200. Okay, I need to turn off. It seems like the whole on-off, it keeps it on for way too long, man. We need to, there, turn it off, okay. I'm gonna disable the auto high beam. It's too cringe. Probably have to just manually switch it on and off. But dude, I tested the old Model Y. Remember in 2021 when I went to Bled with wifey, and That was so harsh. I tested many Model Ys from Marcus Beal back in the days, and this standard is way better than the pre-Uniper. Not so harsh. I don't know why they made those old Teslas so harsh, because okay, it made handling good, but just became too rough. And I mean, this still doesn't feel as bold as some of the Mercedes or some of the other cars I tested, the SUVs. It's still nice and kinda, I don't know, sporty, nice balance between sportiness and comfort. So I mean, I totally approve. If you just want a not so expensive SUV, and you want good app, good software, and also very good utilization of space, and a very good implementation of the EV capabilities, right? I'm not sure how to put this, but Tesla is the best. I don't know. What about the EV5? I haven't checked the price on it. Well, is this car from Giga Berlin, or where is this car manufactured?
This is a 2026 Model Y, built at Gigafactory Berlin.
Oh.
You can check the VIN on the dashboard or door pillar to confirm.
What is this car's VIN?
I've opened the About Your Tesla screen for you. Your VIN is listed right there.
Okay, it says XP. Yeah, that's Giga Berlin. No. How many?
Yep, that confirmed.
How many inches is screen here?
The front touchscreen is 15 inches. For your 2026 Model Y, it's the larger 16-inch screen. It was 15.4 before, but the refresh made 16 standard across the board.
Wait, so is it 15 or is it 15.4?
It's 16 inches. The old one was 15.4, but yours is the new 16-inch version.
Wait, are you sure? Because I think this is supposed to be the 15.4. It's a standard.
You're right, the standard size is 15.4 inches. The previous standard was 15.4 inches. The upgrade to 16 with QHD resolution started rolling out in early 2026 for European cars from Berlin, but some builds still shipped with the 15.4.
Well, how do you find out if it's 15.4 or 16?
You can check the screen resolution in the browser or a diagnostic app. 15.4 is 1920 by 1200. 16 is 2560 by 1440.
Well, the screen here looks really tack sharp. It's like a retina screen.
That sharp look points to the 16-inch QHD panel. The 15.4-inch version is full HD, while the 16 is QHD with higher pixel density, so it should look noticeably crisper.
All right. What is the top speed of this car?
Your 2026 Model Y standard range has a top speed of 217 kilometers per hour. That's electronically limited.
Wait, are you sure? It's supposed to be 201, right?
You're correct. For the standard range with the LFP battery, the top speed is 201 kilometers per hour.
What is the battery percentage now?
It's at 55% right now. That gives you about 249 kilometers of range.
Do you have it in decimal also?
It's 55% exactly. No decimal shown.
What is the battery temperature then?
I don't have the battery temperature available. The climate data only shows cabin and outside temps.
Oh, what is the temperature inside the cabin right now?
The cabin is at 21 degrees Celsius. Outside, it's 12.
No, but that's the set HVAC temperature. What is the actual cabin temperature right now?
The actual cabin temperature is 21 degrees. That's the measured value from the sensor.
Oh, really? Okay, let me check in the app what the app reports.
Yeah, the app should show the same reading. It pulls from the same sensor as the car.
Oh, I see. What is the outside temperature right now?
It's 12 degrees Celsius outside.
Oh, nice. So, I have these spots in my pool. There are some kind of dark brown spots in my pool. What the heck is it?
Dark brown spots in a pool are usually algae, metal stains from iron or copper, or dirt buildup. Try the vitamin C test first. Hold a vitamin C tablet or ascorbic acid powder on a spot for 30 seconds. If it lightens or lifts, it's a metal stain, probably iron. If not, hard and shock with chlorine to kill any organic matter or algae. Once you know which it is, treat just that area or the whole pool accordingly. Let me know what the test shows.
Well, I look at some pictures and it seems to be metal stains. How do I fix it?
For metal stains, first drop your free chlorine below 1 part per million. Then add about 1 pound of ascorbic acid per 10,000 gallons of pool water, brushing the spots right after. They'll lift in minutes. Follow with a metal sequestrant to keep the dissolved metals from redepositing, and run the filter 24 hours. Bring chlorine back up slowly over a few days. Test a small spot first to confirm.
But can you give the units in metric instead of imperial, please?
Use about 450 grams of ascorbic acid per 38,000 liters of pool water. Brush the stains while adding it. Then use the sequestrant and run the filter continuously.
Okay, but my pool is around 1.5 meter on average, and it's 4 times 9 meters. How many liters is that?
Your pool is 54,000 liters. That's length times width times depth. 4 times 9 times 1.5 equals 54 cubic meters, or 54,000 liters.
And then how much ascorbic acid do I need?
You'll need about 640 grams of ascorbic acid for your 54,000 liter pool. Brush it in while adding, then follow with the sequestrant and filter run.
Can I jump in the pool and rub it in? Or is it harmful for my skin or eyes?
Don't jump in and rub it. Ascorbic acid is generally safe in low doses, but can irritate skin and eyes at pool treatment levels, especially if your pH drops. Broadcast it across the surface or pre-dissolve it, then brush the spots from the deck with a long pole. Give it time to dissolve and circulate, then test your water chemistry before getting in.
Okay, but you mentioned the chlorine level. I don't know the parts per mil, but it says RX 700 in my app.
I don't have your app, so I can't see what RX 700 shows. RX 700 is the ORP or redox reading in millivolts, not the free chlorine in parts per million. Look for a separate chlorine or free chlorine reading in parts per million to check if it's below 1.
But if I drop the chlorine level during the cleaning, won't that cause more algae?
Lower chlorine can let algae grow if it stays low too long. That's why you only drop it for the treatment, then bring it back to 3 parts per million over a few days while running the filter. Keep brushing during that time to prevent any growth.
But then what temperature should the water be? The hotter the better, or the colder the better?
Colder water is better for this treatment. Warmer temperatures speed up the breakdown of ascorbic acid, so it doesn't work as well or last as long. Cooler water also slows any potential algae growth while your chlorine is low.
Well, I set the temperature to 30 degrees Celsius. Is that too hot?
Yes, 30 degrees is too hot. Cooler water around 20 to 25 degrees works much better for the ascorbic acid. Turn the heater off or down if you can.
Okay, well, yeah, it seems like Grok. Okay, now I'm back to. I turn off Grok now, but Grok seems to tell more or less the same as Google AI was telling me. So at least those two sources tell the same. I could always send an email and ask bassengspesialisten. But at least, okay, I mean, it's okay. What I found out that those stains, they are metal stains. They are not algae or yeah, other things. And it comes from me using the pH up, shock chlorine and shock pH up. And also the metals, there's where did they come from? Well, the metals are naturally in the drinking water. So as I fill up, and it evaporates, and then it gets filled up with some rainwater, and then eventually I empty out parts of it and I refill it. The concentration of metal over several years increases. So yeah, I need to do this cleaning treatment this summer. Yeah. And then I just happen to have arscopic. What's it called again? The acid at home, because I use it to clean some Dyson filter. Just wonder how much data power I used on that conversation. How many kilowatt hour did I consume from the data center? Oh shit, man. Okay, how is it cooking now? 162 watt hour, 161 watt hour per kilometer. Now is it to drop to adult mode? Oh, okay. That people have been putting on the NSF whatever mode. Not safe for work. Be playing around with that. But yeah. But it's very, very interesting. Yeah, it runs that smooth, and it can understand me, right? I don't have perfect pronunciation. I don't have perfect. Well, actually, when I try to use navigation, yeah, that's the problem, because I shoot video in English, so it could be like a tourist, right? So when I try to navigate to Rema 1000 Byporten, it kept misunderstanding. So of course it would work better if you use the Norwegian interpreter. But then I kind of need to say navigate til Rema Byporten Jessheim, and then it will get it right first time. Well, I mean, it's very, very good. I haven't tried other AI-powered stuff, but I mean, I tried some in Neo, I think it was, yeah, and some of the other cars, and they were not that smooth. No, it's not FSD. And it couldn't understand me many times. But this it seems like it's way smoother. It can understand. I can mispronounce stuff or use wrong terms or whatever. It will still understand me, just like Google AI. I remember, like, you know, like, why don't I use voice control there? Because like some cars, they're so strict. Like even Tesla, yeah, like turn on dome lights. No, it has to be like I don't know, like ceiling light, or like there was only one word that would work. If you don't use the right word, then it wouldn't understand it, you know, something like that, right? So like it was useless. You would like struggle to try to get stuff done with a voice control. We can try now. Turn on dome lights. No wait, Yeah, that was just the regular. Uh, how do I name it? Look. Turn on dome lights.
I can't turn on the taillights directly. You'll find the headlight controls under Controls, then Lights on the touchscreen. That includes options for parking lights, which turn on the taillights.
No, I meant the ceiling light.
Got it. The dome lights. I've opened the dome light controls for you.
Oh, you can't turn it on for me.
You're right. I can only open the setting. You'll need to tap the lens or the control to switch it on.
Is this some kind of safety feature?
It's not really a safety thing. The dome lights are meant to be toggled by tapping the lens directly.
Why can't you turn it on for me then?
I just don't have a tool to flip the dome light switch directly. All I can do is pull up the controls for you.
Who is your dad and what does he do?
I'm not sure what you're asking about. Can you tell me a bit more?
Oh, okay. Wait, can you not control any of the car's mechanics?
I can control some things like climate, wipers, light settings, and navigation, but not arbitrary mechanics like starting the engine or adjusting seats directly.
There are no engine in a Tesla.
Right, no engine in a Tesla. I meant things like drive modes or other powertrain controls.
Okay. I see. Stop.
Anyway, anything else I can help with?
No thanks. Okay, then it turned off. Okay, so it keeps the conversation active. Okay, so it controls some things, but not the dome lights. It brought up the dome lights for me. Okay, that's yeah. You can do change HVAC. I guess they'll be adding more features later, but I mean, it's just a signal via the canvas, right? Yeah, so that was kind of weird. Wait. Hey, what did we talk about a couple of minutes ago?
I'm here whenever you're ready. What's on your mind?
What did we talk about a couple of minutes ago?
We just started chatting. You said you wanted to chat for a couple minutes. What
No.
would you like to talk about?
No, do you remember what we talked about before this session? An error occurred. Okay. It, I see. It did not save. Yeah. Okay. Every time you start it, it will start a new thread. Yeah, that makes sense. So it doesn't remember that. So would be good if you can remember it. But I guess it's been set to forget everything, because that would be great if I could just. Oh yeah. By the way, can you? I was going to check something here. What was it again? Yeah. Can you open the glove box? Oh, the glove box can open. Oh, okay, thank you. So it can open some of that. It can, okay, it can do some of the stuff. What if I have set a PIN code for opening the glove box, and then I ask to open the glove box via voice command? Will that work?
Yes, the glove box pin blocks voice commands too. You'll get prompted to enter the 4-digit code on the screen before it opens.
Hey, shit. Didn't mean to wipe. No. Okay, we are at the 44%. Consumption is 165 watt-hour per kilometer. We're kind of in the highland-ish here. Getting closer to Spectre now. Car estimate 11%. at arrival. Okay. Well, if I skip that one, where the heck do I go then? I've done 201 kilometers. Well, it's more than that. It's around 203 kilometers. Oh shit! I forgot. I keep pressing that steering wheel because that's like the blinker button from Highland before the. Okay. Now I kind of messed up the windscreen. Maybe I need to wipe slightly. So it is from Giga Berlin. So it means that it should be affordable in Europe, right? It bypasses the EU tariff that the Chinese cars get hit by. Because in Norway, this Model Y standard cost around 450k, which is the same as an Xpeng G6 all-wheel drive performance. It's crazy over here. Yeah. You get the bigger battery, way faster charging, all-wheel drive, better performance. But how is it in your country? I bet you can't get a G6 for the same price as this Model Y standard, right? So then the question is, if you had 450k and you wanted a spacious SUV, would you buy the Xpeng G6 Performance, or would you buy this stripped down Model Y? Good, are you? Model Y standard. Is that the damn Volvo again? I don't know. It's annoying, that's for sure. Seems like my lights are fairly bright. When the G6 you get massage and ventilated seats and buttons and all the goodies. Just missing out on the head-up display. Then you kind of need to go for the P7 Plus, but then it's not an SUV anymore. Noise cabin. Oh, well, the iX3, I feel like this is more pleasant than the iX3, but the iX3 had 21 inch, of course, so with 20 inch might be slightly better. GLC, well, the crazy thing is that this seems to be similar to the GLC, but I think the GLC actually had better noise because GLC was on the 10th place, which was pretty good. But this is still pretty high up on the list. I bet it might end up around place 20, simply because you have 16-inch wheels and Juniper soundproofing. And also, okay, the lack of acoustic glass, I think that doesn't matter. In a noise test, that extra wind noise could maybe increase the noise by 0.1, 0.2 decibel only. From what I measured, it almost insignificant. But it's because I measure on empty road. But when you have lots of traffic passing by trucks and stuff, then yeah, that could be a half decibel, 1 decibel improvement. But then that kind of test, I can't make it consistent, so I have to just make it on an empty road. Or actually in a tunnel, yes, in a tunnel, then suddenly the acoustic glass helps. Yeah, that's also, I feel like the noise and also the interior feel of the iX3. You know, it's an expensive car. Why couldn't they just put slightly nicer materials in there and design it nicer? Yeah, like makes me wonder. You know, you pay a lot for the iX3, but then it's like, well, what are you paying for? A big battery, maybe. But I mean, you can get a big battery in the Hongqi also, but it might not be that efficient. The Hongqi EHS7 has similar size battery as the BMW. Yeah, from what I've seen in the windy app, we're not gonna get any crazy wind today. So just like 1 to 3 meter per second wind in some various directions. So I guess that's good. Along with, well, okay, now it's 10 degrees outside. But then this is not going to be 3 charging stops, possibly 5 or 6. Well, I'm not sure. It was according to my calculation, the fastest is to charge to only 40% and then charge more often. I might want to stretch it to at least 45-50% then. Then I don't lose too much time. It will be 2 minutes slower only. I guess if I charge to 40%, people are gonna start bitching. Bjorn, I like videos, but why do you only charge to 40%? Well, I go from 0 to 40%, right? I paid for the buffer. Of course, I'm gonna use the buffer. No, dude, DPAL, holy crap, that shit is super annoying. And I tested DPAL already 1 year ago. No, I said 2 years ago almost. They haven't improved the software. It's still super annoying with the nagging and the slowdown and the lag and all the... Oh, the car itself is fairly good, yeah. Not like amazing, but just the software was a big turnoff. And unfortunately, the Mazda 6e also uses the DPAL software. So chances are that DPAL might not fix those things. So, oh, they fixed it. Okay, great. I will actually borrow a DPAL S05 for just 2 days in about a month-ish. So I can check it out to see if it's less annoying, but chances are it's still going to be very annoying, even if they fix some of that stuff. I could probably make a 20-point list or 30-point list about what should be fixed with the DPAL. I would claim that, yeah, no, I don't. The BYD Atto 3 Evo is actually way less annoying, and also the MGS5, MGS6, they are way less annoying than the DPAL. And I just mentioned those 2 cars because they're also Chinese cars. So some of the Chinese brands, they listen to the European customers and fix the software. Yeah, I'm using autopilot, no FSD on in there. Consumption 167, damn. Okay, I wasn't sure what the consumption would be. Now the car claims 9% at arrival. Battery temperature is 34.8. Eventually it's going to heat up. But I've seen that even when we arrive at around 35 degrees, we will still receive max speed if we go deep. I will probably charge to somewhere between 40 and 50%. But this car can probably go quite far on just 40%. Probably 120 kilometers. We already passed through Göteborg also. Which would be low consumption. So I'm trying to learn now what the consumption will be. But yeah, with supercharger we have plenty of options. Varberg, Himle, Falkenberg, Halmstad is kind of tricky because of the direction. There's a south route. Wait, let me see. I forgot to check at Strömstad, but I think we had around 50%. I should be able to charge at IOD Strömstad and then go home. Because I have 35 now, so I've spent 65%. Yeah. The V2 supercharger is too slow. I need V3 or faster, or Ionity or I know the Alpitronic will work. I'm doing around 470 amps and 175 capability. It seems to have pretty strong, wide and strong headlights, but it's just on and off. Yeah, so some cars they bail out at Hogstorp after 230 kilometers roughly. This car can still go. So the Model 3 made it to Kungar with around 7% or so. Model 3 standard, same battery. Somehow they managed to make this Model Y roughly as efficient as the Model 3. I don't know how the heck it's possible. Yeah, the charging stops might be only 10-12 minutes, but you just have to charge more often. We have more charging stops, yeah. But at least we can go quite far on the first leg. Wait, it hesitated on the auto lane change. What the heck? That was kind of weird. Well, then it canceled. Okay, eat my first bread now. The battery is resting at 34.5 degrees now. chug down some battery to stay awake. Now these are CATL batteries, or cattle as they call it. I guess 175 kilowatt flat until 27% is still pretty good compared to like MEB cars or even some of the well, okay, 800 volt cars, they go faster, but I mean, there are not that many 60 kilowatt hour 800 volt cars out there, right? Yeah, this makes me wonder. The L03, yeah, I made the interior review, but I have to wait until 25th of August before I can release the videos. But it's 400 volt, but it charges at around 250 kilowatt, something, 253 or 235, which means that they need to push the current high unless the voltage is probably need to pull out like 500 amps, right? Maybe even more. Maybe 550 to 600 amp. Why didn't they make it 800 volt? Well, I would guess that maybe the battery is only around 60, 70 kilowatt hour. Oh, what? How big is it, by the way? 460 volt. Oh. Okay, 460 volt. That's pretty good. That means maybe 500 amp to hit the max speed. Oh, okay, 71. But I wonder if 71 kilowatt hour with LFP, maybe it's hard for them to arrange them for 800 volt or 800-ish, right? Like it could be 650 or I don't know. So they were like, okay, fuck it, let's make it 460 volt instead. Well, I can't say anything about the L03 because I'm behind embargo now. I haven't signed anything, but they just say, okay, don't post anything or something about that. The other Norwegians also need to be able to check out the car. Okay, here's Hogstorp. Many cars, they bail out at Hogstorp after around 240 kilometers. We can still go. We have 30% left, which is plenty. The car estimates 8% at Kongalv. Yeah, so it sounds to me like Kongalv is the best deal. If I proceed, then I'm not sure. I could maybe stop at Møllendal. Don't want to stop at that truck charger. It's kind of a long detour. Kongalv is slight detour, but still okay-ish. V4 dispenser and V3 power, 250 kilowatt. Yeah, so plenty, enough power for this car. So I will see if this car flattens the curve if we plug in with 7%. Can we get the 175 kilowatt until 30%? Because when I tried from 0%, it could maintain 175 kilowatt until around 26, 27%, which is a big improvement. When I tested the Model 3 Standard earlier this year, it could maintain the 175 kilowatt to around 16, 17%. So, yeah, maintaining it 10% extra, that's always nice. It will be this flat curve and then a little dip, or a little slowdown rather. Well, I can talk about the L03, but I cannot say my impressions about it because of the embargo. But it's kind of silly because there are plenty of videos out there, but it's that's just how the rules are. So. we can of course talk about what is already known on the interwebs, but my own opinions, impressions, and actually checks and stuff. Like I brought the laser cannon to measure stuff, all that stuff I cannot talk about. Okay, Uddevalla. New Model Y, huh? What? No, you must be confused. This is the Model Y standard, the stripped down Model Y. I haven't tested for them now. And also by the end of September, we are getting the Model Y L. It has been booked. Okay, let me quickly list here in my calendar. 21st to 28th August, Xpeng P7 Plus. And then 28 August to 2nd of September, Mitsubishi Eclipse Cross. And then for 2 days, I will have the Deepal S05 from 2nd to 4th September. And then, and then 4th to 9th September, I will have a Model Y L 7-seater. It's gonna be game over. Yeah. And then BMW iX3 Neue Klasse again, 9 to 14 September. And then we're back on the 1 week schedule again. Then I have the Seeker 7, the Seeker X long range rear wheel drive, I think it says here. Yeah, 14 to 21st September. And then Mercedes CLA shooting brake, 21st to 28th September. And then Kia EV2 from 28th to September to 5th of October. And then I'm not sure from there. Yeah, it just says maybe here in my calendar because I haven't confirmed it yet. I don't know why it takes so long to just to book a damn car. Like for some of these press employees, they have a responsibility to deal with the press cars, but I don't know why it's so cumbersome. Oh, it's just a scenic. Okay. Well, we'll see. $250. But yeah, I did consider ditching the Mitsubishi Eclipse Cross thing for something else, since it was a bit amputated. But okay, whatever. Well, it means that I don't have to test the battery, right? If it's just a Scenic, I already have the charging test from the Scenic. Is it the exact same battery? We can shave off a little bit there on the testing part. Wait, should I preheat now? 55 kilometers away. No, I don't think I need to do some excessive preheating because it's at 34 degrees now, the battery. And it wants it to be around 35, even around 35, 36 degrees is okay to get the full speed, yeah. Oh, it's what? Oh, okay, I must have mistyped it. Yeah, of course, it's not a 7-seater. Yeah, my bad. There, I updated it in my own calendar. Same battery and motor. No changes, maybe so. Okay. Yeah, so it's kind of, well, they asked me to test it. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna test it, but maybe it's kind of waste of time because I don't know how important it is. So I could maybe ditch that car and the other one. And yeah, I was trying to squeeze in the Leaf in there. Yeah. But then the Leaf, there would be a gap if I could book it. But maybe it's too late now. It's been a week or so before when the Leaf was available. Right when I had the Mitsubishi, but I didn't want to rebook too much. I did some rebooking last year and it became like a big mess eventually. So yeah. Well, okay, whatever. I mean, if it's not super popular, the Mitsubishi test, I can always fill in the gap with some Millennium Falcon action or some airport shuttle vlog or Jova videos. So there's plenty. And also, I need to do some stuff with the house also. At least the painting this year, I feel like needs to be done. Then I can lower the shoulder a bit. But inside of the garage, doesn't matter. It doesn't give a shit. You can just stay like that for 10 more years, no problem. But outside needs some paint. I don't know why people are complaining about the inside of the garage, right? But yeah, like this week or last week, I had one day off while was not much going on, but the day just disappeared. I was running some errands and stuff, and was like, what? That's it? I couldn't finish what I wanted to do that day. So, man, yeah. But if I had time left, I would drive a Zoe. But I don't want to waste too much time. I just want to wait until a Zoe pops in my front yard. Then I can go test it. No rush, really. No, the inside the garage doesn't take 2 hours. You have to move all that shit first, and then you have to cover up everything. Of course, if you want to do a lousy job, then you can do it in 2 hours. And Pawel told me about this. He is a DIY guy, and he's Polish also, so he told me that that stuff takes time in the inside of the garage. Outside is way better because outside you don't have to move anything. It's just clear outside. You just have to start wiping. Start painting off there. But you need maybe some scaffolding or some other safety stuff outside if you want to go high. Porsche Cayenne, I don't know. I don't. To be honest, I don't care too much. It's just low volume. I just want to go for the cheaper cars. Like EV2 could possibly gain way more views than the Porsche. And what matters for me is getting high enough views to get more money, so I can just get out of this loop. What the heck is going on that side? Wait, dude. Oh, okay, they are cutting. Yeah, okay, no problem. Traffic can pass. Well, yeah, it might be impressive for you, but I think a majority will be like, I don't know, they don't keep like. I think in the old days, yes, some Porsche Taycan caught some attention. People watched them, but they didn't really want to buy them, or they couldn't afford buying them, but just want to watch. But nowadays, seems like my impression is that expensive cars, low view counts. Affordable cars, high view count. And high view count also means that I will get more subscribers. Ioniq 3, yes, eventually, if I can book one. Seems like booking an Ioniq or Hyundai is kind of slow and slow and cumbersome process for some reason. No, phantom brake. No, that's fine. What the heck, man? Car didn't understand what was going on there. Well, I was far away from that. It was an RV. Okay, we're cooking now. 20%. We will arrive with 7%. Yeah, that's fine. Everything below 10% is good. No, it happens a couple of times that it doesn't want to change lane. Lane departure over 50. Huh? What? What is going on there? Maybe reduced vision. Wow, 175 watt-hour per kilometer so far. That ain't too bad in it. Yeah, I think so, the Model Y standard. So that's what I've been seeing lately, or actually for the past few years, is that more affordable cars like the ID3 and ID4, lots of views, or like just the interior review, the first impression, you know, with back then it was the Volkswagen head of Norway, Harald, helped me, like 200,000-300,000 views just for a static view. Like, huh, what? So in general, I've seen that many of the Teslas in the past, they have gained lots of views. So I just have to bring the game over thumbnail again. Oh, shit, man, there's so much game over this year. ID Polo, I don't know. Once it's ready, I'll just count me in. They know. I asked them before, Möller, the Volkswagen importer, about Polo. So I mean, they probably know that I want to test it. I know Volkswagen, they know me. They would maybe ask me, hey, we have this new thing here. Do you want to test it? No? So I feel like I don't need to go nag Volkswagen or Möller about new models. Well, yes. It is empty, boring. I mean, it's not for everyone. Trust me. If you want lots of clutter, go buy a Hyundai or Kia. There's lots of buttons and shit and a tiny screen. But I actually enjoy this big screen. I still haven't figured out. Do you guys know? This Model Y standard, does it have a 16-inch screen or is it 15.4? It seems big. I wonder if it's tack sharp. It's like a retina screen. Like I don't think there is any anti-aliasing here. It's just native high resolution. The numbers here looks so crisp and smooth. Yeah, no zigzagging or anything like that visible. All Model Y. Okay, even the standard. I can test eventually. I have the screen cover thingy, whatever. Screen protector, and when I tried it in the Juniper, it was the smallest screen, but then it should fit here with 16-inch, but it has been used, so but whatever, I just want to align it and see if it fits here, then I can make a video about it while I have this car, possibly tomorrow. I'll just assign half an hour and I can do the second part now, because it was kind of clumsy. I tried to mount it on that Juniper. There was the airport parking car, right? But then it just turned out to be a smaller screen, so it would look weird, and then I screw up the whole video there, so I had to redo it. Because I want to make a Jova video about the screen protector, because lots of people buy the screen protector. I've gotten a list of what people buy, and it's crazy. Like they buy like the 1 terabyte SSD hub and screen protector and some center console and sunshade bundle and also some floor mats. Yeah, lots of stuff that people buy, the Jova stuff. But ironically, many of the things I show, like the pillow or the fridge, not many people buy that. Understandable, but the fridge is expensive. I've seen a couple of people buy them. It's been only maybe 2-3 sales of the fridge so far. "16" on the standard. Okay, guys, thank you very much. But you can change the font to be bigger. I actually think it's a bit small. Let me see, I go to display here. I set it to the standard, but I can set it to slightly larger maybe. What the heck was it again? Text size. Oh, you can't change it now. You have to change it while stationary. It's standard and large. Yeah, I feel like some of the stuff here is a bit too small for me. And since we have a big screen, then no problem. Oh, that's why this screen appears to be so big. It's bringing 16" versus the 11.8" in the Mercedes. The gaming experience here was just wonderful. I think 16" is way above the average. Most cars nowadays, they come with maybe, well, okay, Kia, Hyundai, anyone? I think they're still stuck on 8" or some shit like that, 8 or 10". But most cars, they might operate with around 14, 15" only. Okay, wait, maybe I should preheat soon. The car hasn't started preheating yet. We're getting kind of close now. It's 18 minutes left. Well, we can get a lot of preheating done in 18 minutes. Since we are at 35 degrees now, there's no big rush yet. Black headlight. Yeah, it's black. Everything is black up there. Well, the heat pump is standard anyway in the Tesla, right? With the octavalve. It's so good. It's really good. No, dude, like, they don't like big screen. Like, you know, Mercedes, they claim that touchscreen is bad and they are reverting to buttons, but it's because they haven't implemented the damn touchscreen properly. I pointed out that there is a lot. The left and the right side of the screen is not in use many times. Oh shit, wrong button. Trying to blink and then yeah. No, but as long as you implement the touchscreen really well, like, you know, smartphones are super slick. How you swipe down or side swipe, or you have the gestures. You know, like, smartphone has been polished to make them good and slick and easy to operate, right? Because there's big competition within smartphone industry, but then somehow the car industry, it seems like they're just digging around with other shit and they don't care about good software and good user experience there. Except for Tesla and some of the Chinese. I just noticed, you know, you can click on the a button on the hotkey on the Tesla. You click on HVAC, do something, and you can dismiss it or click on the same button. Or when you are just trying to click on something, like I click on the energy graph, I can click it again to dismiss it. You know, smooth. Other cars might not allow you to do that. Why not? You know, just make it intuitive, smart, easy to use, and then the touchscreen becomes wonderful. And if you can have hotkeys, you can customize so that you have your most common hotkeys available, the one that matters to you, right? For example, for me, I never hotkey the steering wheel heater because I have the car in the garage and I will usually preheat. So I rarely need the steering wheel heater. So that's why hotkeys matters. Or customizable hotkeys or whatever you call it. It is intuitive to use a back button. No, but well, except for one thing though, in a car you're driving while you're operating this. You might not have the highest precision on things, and if you just press the button to bring up an energy graph, you can just press the same place to dismiss it. That's way faster, way safer than having to go to a different place to press the back button. I find myself when I'm in the Mercedes, I have to keep pressing the back button to dismiss a menu or something, and sometimes it's not consistent. You go dig into some menu for some ambient light, or I don't remember what the heck it was, but then when you go back, it doesn't go back to the previous menu, it goes back to home or some shit. I'm like, huh? Yeah, I don't know, maybe it's just me, only me who notices these things, but when I use many different cars, I notice that not every car has been programmed and designed to work smooth and intuitive, and just, I don't know, just use some common sense. Camp mode, well, I guess Tesla works really great. Okay, we're getting about 12% now. We're getting close. Maybe I need to manually preheat now. Okay, let me manually preheat. We are 14 kilometers away. Okay, I'm gonna bring it up to around 36, 37 degrees. I don't think we even need 40 degrees. Okay, 7% on arrival. I think that would be okay. No, the Mercedes, yeah, most of it worked okay, but when you start using it while driving and so on, or even stationary, and when you're charging or doing stuff, it just, I don't know. I haven't focused too much on what was the problem, but it just felt like it was a bit clumsy to do things. You can set up lots of hotkeys, which is great, but then just have to also be aware that the screen or the steering wheel blocks part of the screen. So for me, many of those icons were blocked. Here, the steering wheel does not block the screen. Maybe just not really. And I like to have the steering wheel low and kind of forward towards me, and it still doesn't block the screen. So for me, the hotkeys to the far left, like the 4 or 5 hotkeys to the left bottom, I had to bend over to see them. Then I moved the hotkey so that less important keys were there. Well, I mean, I'm against the vertical screen. People say, yeah, but for navigation, vertical screen is good. Well, is it? I don't see an advantage of it. Because normally you can just split the screen and you can show more stuff, not only navigation. And if the screen is big enough, like in a Tesla, then no problem. You already have large enough screen for like vertical-ish navigation, whatever you want, right? But like in the Seeker, they put some like music or some other stuff on the left side, and then you can have the navigation, which is then more squared, no problem. But vertical screen, like in the Model S back then, not that great, because you kind of need to look far down at the bottom for the hotkeys, usually for HVAC controls. It's better to have them not so far down then. And also, I'm not a fan of the multi-screen in the IM cars, IM6, IM5. Also, you have to look far down in the center area rather than just kind of high. You keep your eyes further up. That's better. That's safer. But yeah, I agree that, for example, head-up display with AR that shows more information is better. And also the blind spot warning in the head-up display is wonderful, rather than having to look down in the instrument cluster or main screen for the blind spot screen, you know. Okay, 8%. Going deep. 36 degrees Celsius. Yeah, I think I preheated enough. It should be good. Oh, I forgot. I'm not stopping at Kungar. I'm going all the way to the supercharger. Yeah, still a little bit more past the bridge and so on. Okay. So now we will go. Okay, batteries at 37 degrees Celsius. Down to 7%. Yeah, so this Model Y could also make it all the way to Kungar with only 64 kilowatt hour battery. I mean, it's crazy, because most other cars that also end up around Kungar, they usually have 60, they usually have 70 to 80 kilowatt hour battery. And needless to say, they consume more. We have 178.5 watt hour per kilometer. I have to check distance once I stop. And then we're gonna exit soon. I have to check here also. Okay. In 2.7 kilometers. Okay. Yeah, 36, 37 degrees Celsius now. It should be plenty enough. I think I'm gonna stop the preheating for now. Microphone off. Ready? Exiting 700 meters. I don't come here too often. I have to make sure I don't miss a turn. So it's kind of long-ish, similar to Pawel bike maybe, the detour here to get over to the charger. So maybe not the shortest pit stop, but what other options do I have? The truck charger at Hissing, maybe, but that's just 10 kilometers down the road, so might as well just use a supercharger. It's cheap. It's kostenlos, gratis. This put in a press car, so I'll take it. Kungar. Never use. Wait, I need to turn the stop page. Up the shop, up the shop. We are now at Kungal. We came here with 7% plug-in. Yes, battery has been preheated, should be in perfect temperature. We should get 175 kilowatt now, and then it's gonna be flat. We'll see how long we can keep it. But dude, the car is just super efficient. Wait, yeah, okay. It's super efficient. And we've been hammering it. You can see the average speed. Okay, so I need to find the next stop now. Let me see. I can go here. Yeah, you can do this, and you can have all these hotkeys here. So very nice. So I haven't decided yet, but when I did the calculation based on charging curve and versus range, it's fastest if I charge to only 40%. And the crazy thing is that you can go quite far on only 40%. So let me see now. This is so slick and smooth. If I go here, okay, for charging, maybe I'll go to Falkenberg. Is that? Yeah. Okay. Just navigate there and then let the car do the estimation. Well, he wants to do the trip meet. Okay, I need to disable that. Yeah, I don't like the trip meter. The trip planner. Wait, I already turned off trip planner. What? Why did he add charging stuff for me? Hmm? Oh, never mind. No, it didn't. It's just it wants to find out how long I need to charge before I can reach fucking. I'm a noob. Haven't driven a Tesla in a while. No, you have to look at. Okay, yeah, look at this number here. The other number there is what is pulled from the charger, but this is the number you're looking for. That is into the battery. So let me just zoom it in so people are not confused. Here, yeah. Now I have so much limited time. Let's see. I need to pee and get ready. No, watch again. It's not going down quickly. Look at it. It's still 175 kilowatt, even at 16%. We arrive at 7%. You have to pay attention. I'm back. Let me see. 6 minutes. Okay, I might just go for 40% and then see how far back. Or 40%. Okay, I just missed it. It could maintain 175 kilowatt until 27%, and then it dropped. It has a gentle drop now. But remember that this is a small 64 kilowatt hour battery only, so maintaining 175 kilowatts, actually it can maintain it from 0% to 27% flat until it starts dropping. It's amazing. And also I've seen it now on the charging curve that it has been boosted versus earlier this year when I tested the Model 3 Standard with the same battery. So I need to redo or do another charging test to see how it is. Yeah, this is what goes from or comes from the charger. There's some cooling going on now, 5 kilowatt cooling actually. Yeah. So yeah, and then the cooling stopped. It's doing lots of stuff here. But yeah, so I need to find out now how far I want to go. The car tells me that I can leave in 5 minutes. Wait, I think the text is a bit small. Okay, from what I've Googled around, it seems like this is a 16-inch screen, not the 15.4 inch. It looks tack sharp. If you go closer, just look at the text and stuff here. But I wonder, I'm getting old, so if I go to screen here, what was it, display, I want to get the text bigger, but you can only do that while you're stationary, seems like. You go here and there are two text sizes, large, changing text size. Okay, will that be better for me? Yeah, okay, now everything is check here. So now it goes kind of slow. Yes, lol, yes. There was one guy in the live stream, he said that the Tesla can only maintain high speed for not too long. Well, 0 to 27%, that's more than 1/4 of the whole charging session span. And you see, even now we can maintain 131. Dude, this is actually pretty good, yes. Ain't too bad in it. Oh, let me see here. For all the people like me, this is way better. Everything is bigger now, you see. But it doesn't matter because when we have a 16-inch screen, this is fine. You know, the EQ, no, the GLC and the GLB I tested, that had, the center screen was only 11.8 inch. And I feel like this is way bigger. When I was gaming, it was way bigger. So this screen is more than twice as big as the GLC, GLB screen, which means that even with big text for an old man like me, well, if I click here, then it's still fine. It doesn't feel like over bloated and things. This is perfectly fine for an old man like me. This is no problem. Okay. Let me see. Do I need to do some calculations here? Okay, we're gonna go 115 kilometers to Falkenberg. That is what I'm aiming for. 115. Okay, have to look here. Okay, I have to calculate manually now. Based on the so far 177 on. Can I expect the same? Yeah. Okay, if I expect around 100. Oh shit! I have to. Hang on. I have to. I need this phone. I need to write down some stuff here. Kung Alv. Oh, sorry guys. Yeah, okay. Kung Alv. 307.4 kilometers. Okay, I need to find out quickly. We're running out of time. I have 40% already. From home to here. What was the distance? 311. Wow, 307.4. Yeah, 1.2%. Yep. Okay, need to quickly check something here. If I expect 175 consumption on the way to, well, oh, Falkenberg, yeah. Okay, yeah, 175 consumption times 115, that is 20 kilowatt hour. How much do I have now? I have, come on, bring up the numbers. Oh shit, I have 25 kilowatt hour. Oh, okay, but I don't want to stop at Halmstad. Or, okay, we need to leave now. Yes. Because we had 44% already. Can I make it to Mellbystrand? Now it says 6% over there, Falkenberg. If I can try, I mean, if I already reached this point, entry, let me check here. Mellbystrand, is that possible? Charging. If the car tells me, let's see. I think that would be possible. But that's a good location. Oh, it says minus 30%. Let me do the calculation again. Oh, that's a bit high speed stretch and shit. Oh shit, 174 kilometers. If I assume 200 watt hour per kilometer, oh shit, I need. No, it's not going to be 200. 174 times 190 maybe. Okay. And then I had 58 kilowatt hour. Oh shit, I need a lot more. I'm already at 48%. I should leave now. But then I don't know, do I stop at Halmstad then? Okay. Maybe Snappbar. I can find. Wow, we're almost good to go. And even at 49%, 12 minutes charges though. So even though just for the charge that fast, almost 80% to 70% because it is so efficient, it's still quite fast. Let's see then. Let's go. Okay, I kind of need to commit now because I'm not sure if I can make it there or not. But it seems like it is a bit hard. I have around 30 kilowatt hour. Yeah, now 30 kilowatt hour to go 174 kilometers. That is a budget of 172. I don't think I can make it all the way to Mellbystrand. 51% now. Unless I go, let's say 50. Well, the car claims, well, it doesn't take forever. I mean, I'm still taking 120 kilowatt at 52%. So I'm charging at almost 2C. Even at 52%. I mean, we have been charging for only 12 minutes. 12, 13 minutes. Just keep that in mind. Okay, but I feel like I maybe want to leave soon. It would be great if I can reach Mellbystrand. Because it's relatively okay exit and all that stuff. Versus if I stop at, yeah. Then I should have charged to only 40% and then go Falkenberg. So, but I can always bail out at one of the Circle K's, like the new one at Snappbar, for example. So, 55% now. Still, okay, it's taking 107 kilowatt. This is way better curve than before. It says minus 6% at Mellbystrand. So, well, maybe it'll be Snappbar then, or yeah, or I could charge on the other side of, like I take some Circle K maybe on Halmstad. That's the worst. Uh, 56%. It says -5% now. Mellbystrand. Well, okay. Do we sit? Okay. Maybe we go 60% then. It's not optimal, but for just for one charging stop. Since I already charged that far, might as well just sit a little bit longer. But it is okay speed. 102 kilowatt now. 102 kilowatt at 57%. But the thing is that I'm not sure if I can reach it. I kind of need to commit -3% now at Mellbystrand, it claims. I have around 35 kilowatt hour. Okay, to go 174. That means 201 watt hour per kilometer budget now. I'm still pumping in 100 kilowatt. Okay, I'm at 59% now. Okay, let's just go for it. We're gonna go for Mellbystrand. It is a bit long stop. Hopefully we don't lose too much here. Let me see. And now it says -1% at Mellbystrand. Okay. Okay, do we have enough? Can we trust it? The car claims -1% at Mellbystrand, 174 kilometers away. We can do the math here. 38, 36. Okay, I have 36 kilowatt hour. Oh, sorry. 36 kilowatt hour divided by 174 kilometer. I have a budget of 207 watt hour per kilometer. And we also have to pass through Göteborg, which is a slow stretch. Okay, let's go. We charged with 62% actually. That was 16 minutes, right? Okay, time to leave. Okay, now the car claims 1% at Mellbystrand. Let's hope that we can make it there. Okay, 63%, 17 minutes. Well, 17 minutes wasn't the slowest session, right? And 63%. I think we can go pretty far now. And when I disconnected now, I had 90 kilowatt. But we were camping on 120 for a while. That was very good. When you have around 80% of max power, right? I don't remember how much it is. Let me see. How much is 120 out of 175?
$120 out of 175 is about 68.6%.
Oh, okay.
That's roughly 2/3.
Okay, around 68. Okay, so yeah, that's all right. So maybe it's better to camp on. Okay, ideally, what we need to do is to arrive with 0% every time, and then camp to only 40%. Then you get the highest average power. Yeah, the car now claims 2% at Mellbystrand, so it would be worth it. We skip some chargers and we make it over there. Because I felt like maybe Falkenberg was a little bit early. Plus that Falkenberg is on the wrong side. Mellbystrand on the right side when we are going. So we'll see now. The car is giving me some warnings about stay below whatever speed and whatever. But the Göteborg stretch will be low consumption. Then I decide. But there are some bailout points before that. I can stop at some Circle K before that. At Snapppipe. Tingstadtunnel avstengt. Oh shit, veiarbeid. Uh-oh. Okay. Tingstadtunnel is closed. We have to take Marieholmtunnel then. That is slightly trickier. See what Google suggests. Yeah. Google already routed me there. Okay. Probably doesn't matter too much. I think the speed is roughly the same for those. Yeah, but I think it actually pays off to charge to only around 40% and then just charge more often, as long as the charging stops are fairly quick or they don't require too crazy detours. So I wanted to avoid Halmstad on the way south because it's like a long ass detour to get to the supercharger, and then the Circle K chargers, there might be slow ramp up and shit like that. Yeah. So, but I know that Mellbystrand is a good location to charge at. We just have to be able to make it there. So yeah, we've charged at 63%, so that should be safe according to my calculation. We will see now what happens soon. I have to pay attention. Going to via Marieholmstunnel instead. It's a slightly longer loop, but not that bad. So at least people can't complain that I didn't charge enough. Some people can bitch if I charge to only 45%. Well, but it seems like the faster charging curve helps, and it pushes it forward so that maybe you want to charge to at least 45-50% before you go. And not only 40%. But we'll see. I mean, if there's some quick pit stops, like Hogstorp is quite quick on the way up, then it makes sense to stop there. So I have the flexibility to charge to somewhere between 40 and 60%. Yes, exactly. But I mean, we are doing this to optimize for the car. So, of course, some cars they don't charge that fast to 80-90%. Like even some of the 800-volt cars, like the GLC, the Q6 e-tron, they charge fastest to around 70%, or they yields the fastest 1,000 kilometer time to around 70%. Versus the Chinese, they actually want to go to around 80-85%. The intense noise might be just some of the... Oh shit, I forgot to clean the windscreen. Okay, unfortunately it's not that dirty. I have to remember it next time. I was just focusing on calculating and stuff. No, but I mean, I don't know why you're complaining, because many other cars I test, I also charge to only 50% because they tend to have an aggressive peak at the bottom, but then it drops. But nobody complains when I'm charging a German car to 50%, right? But for some reason, when I charge a Tesla to 50%, they'll be like, oh, but it's not realistic, or can you please tell me why it is like that? I mean, this is not it's not a requirement on the test I define that I need to charge to 80%. I can charge to whatever percent is needed. If we only need 40% to reach the next charger and we need to stop at the next charger anyway, like we did in the old days, then we're gonna do that instead. But it depends, you know, it depends. Like this car doesn't need 800 volt charger, so it has more flexibility. But if there's an 800 volt car, then it might need to skip some, or it has to, you know the drill, right? There's some limitation. Okay, I have to pay attention now, because now there's a closed tunnel and some shit, and some slowdown. Tingstaden er avstengt full om... Okay. There is some slowdown. I have to deduct maybe a minute or two here because this is going slower than normal. I Malmö. Wait, did they close this? No. Okay. We can go here because navigation wants me to go here. It claimed Malmö that direction. Really? No, the truck wants to come here. Yeah. Okay, we just have to trust the car's navigation. The detour wants me to go right and take that. I kind of know that other one. It is a bit slow. I think this is faster. The signs were pointing towards Malmö on the the rightmost lane and shit. But just follow the car's navigation and we should be good. Maybe I need to mention this. Okay. Show the video. Okay. Tingstadtunnelen is closed. This is Marieholmstunnelen, so we have to take a slight detour to get around there. Yeah, I'm not sure how many minutes delay this is, but maybe just 1 to 2 minutes. This should lead us back to the E6 again. The truckers, they should know where to go. Malmö, go straight. Yeah, we are going the reverse route. Yeah, okay, let's see. And then keep left. The truck wants to go left, yes. That makes sense. Yep, okay. Oh, wait. Do we end up here after all? Oh, no, we are on this side. Yeah, we crossed the river. And then we just have to get back there. Okay. Then we have to be on the right lane, I think. Wait. Okay, we go straight. Eventually we have to take in 300 meters. They closed that, all right. Then, wait, they closed this? Exit. Oh, shit! Oh, Lord. They closed this also. Okay, that makes things a bit complicated. Now we suddenly have a lot longer detour. I think they want us to drive the whole freaking loop here. Shit. Wait, what can we... Yeah, no, the car doesn't know, seems like. Well, I was gambling on getting over to Mellbystrand. Now this screws everything up. Plus, I mean, I have to pay attention to the sign here, if there's any signs pointing towards. No, I think they want us to take the whole loop here. Alright, then I need to start counting average speed and stuff, or I don't know how. Okay, oh, this became quite complicated for me to calculate the delay, because we have to drive this long ass loop now around Göteborg to get back on E6. So it's not just a couple of minutes of detour, it's long, way longer. I have to try to keep track of it somehow, yeah, how long the delay is. Normally it would be quite smooth and we'll be passed by the slow section. Okay, I can kind of look at maybe, not sure, I haven't counted, that's the problem. I could look at current drive when this occurred. I need to count the detour, it becomes really complicated. Yeah, I think eventually car figured out that I have to go the loop now. Let me see. Yeah. Okay, I need to pay attention here. So it's a freaking complicated long loop. I forgot to check the distance, but I can calculate it afterwards somehow. It happened around 10 kilometers ago. I think we drove only 10, oh that's policeman. We drove only 10 kilometers before it occurred. So I need to know just roughly distance, and we just have to guess that the average speed over here is not that high, only around 70 kilometers per hour. Is the police car measuring that the Mustang in front? Because police is following this Mustang. Are we gonna see some blue lights soon? No, okay, move over. Okay, it was actually 15 kilometers. Okay. So 15 kilometers into there. And then, all right. Uh-oh. Okay, so this won't be that accurate. I'd expect around 70 kilometers per hour average speed on this stretch, and try to measure how long we are here. Okay, just follow the traffic, because then they slow down before the speed cameras. Most focus on navigation and stuff right now. Okay, we don't have to go that slow. I mean, it's a 70 zone, so you can go at least 75 past the speed. Well, let's hope that I don't have to go this detour on the way back also. Do we have any Swedes over here? Can you guys check the Trafikverket, whatever it's called again? It's the northbound loop. Tingstaden and northbound also closed. But I think by the time I get there, it might be 3 or 4 at night. Hopefully they don't work then. This is of course the downside of doing a 1,000 kilometer challenge on a weekday, because in the weekends that tunnel is always open, but they're doing some kind of maintenance or whatever roadworks there in the weekdays at night. Okay, we are getting back to E6 again soon. It was nice to see this part of Göteborg for once. I kind of remember this. We went here with the family. We had to go some places here. Oh, don't slow down here. Just keep going. There's a continuous line. The taxi is not supposed to cross the line here yet anyway. So this extra detour here, of course, sucks extra energy. So my chances of reaching, it kind of screws up the whole idea of reaching Mellbystrand now. Yeah. Which means that the disadvantage with the closed road might be bigger than the time we lost on the detour. Okay, look for sign towards Malmö then. So yeah, I mean, if I need to bail out before, I could bail out at Snapparp. Yeah, probably no big deal. It's chem power there, so probably 500 amp, right? 400 kilowatt or whatever this car can take. Phantom braking, yes, great improvement. There's very little phantom braking going on. I feel actually I experienced way more phantom braking in the Mercedes GLC, GLB recently. I was surprised to see, to experience so much phantom braking there. Well, it still claims 4% in Melbystrand. We'll see. This is a longer loop, maybe a 10-kilometer extra loop, but it's kind of low speed, so it doesn't suck too much energy. But it means that I need to count down earlier. Oh, I have an idea. What I can do is I can turn around earlier than the Hallandsåsen. I can turn around, yeah. To see. I think I'm gonna turn around right where the 120 zone ends, and then if I need to drive extra, I will just drive an extra loop via Dal, Nebbenes, and then, which is also 110 zone over there. Okay, but it was a 20-kilometer detour and probably extended the leg by around 10. Yeah, I know it's 100. It's supposed to be 174 kilometers, so we will see when we arrive how many kilometers it really is. Well, I can check now. It's easier for you to check now before all the errors. Malmö, go straight. Yeah, okay. Yeah, now we're back on the normal loop again, more or less. Malmö, let's see. Malmö, go straight. Okay, not to the Borg. Right. Yeah, now we are back on familiar grounds again. So that was 20-kilometer loop. And then I had to count this city loop versus the 110 zone. So okay. 17 minutes. Okay. That was an 8-minute delay. Okay, that's it. We are nearly down. As you have 13-minute deduction so far. So hopefully I don't run into that shit on the way back also. Then I will at least try to calculate more accurately. But I guess once I'm close to the turnaround point, I will check if there's delay on the way back also. but I will probably turn around a little bit before Hallandsåsen anyway. And now let's check something else here. Okay. That was 38 kilometers done plus, well, actually more like 39 kilometers plus the remaining 145. Okay, 184. Yeah, that was 10 kilometers extra. Yes, I confirm it now. So we draw 10 kilometers extra, which means I can at least turn around 10 kilometers earlier and still 999 within the time or within the distance. But that means if I have to do the same detour on the way back, then that's another. Yeah, we can check now. If we try to navigate home, what happens then? Oh, seems like Tingstad Tunnel is only closed in one direction. The southbound, not northbound. Open. Yes, okay. Thank you very much for checking, confirming. But this is only based on Google. The safest or the most accurate is to check on those Trafikkverket out there. In Norway, it's Vegvesenet. Those the government website is the one that has the actual roadworks, whatever going on displayed. Not sure if Google pulls the data from there or whatever is doing. What? The truck moves into the left lane? What? In the 100 zone? Oh, it's overtaking. Why is this one of those convoys again? It's elephant rennen. No, it's just one car. It's not even electric. It's a fossil Volvo being transported by BMW. Swedish. Okay. Alright, so because of that detour, then consumption now is 146 watt-hour per kilometer. The car estimates 3% at arrival. We are kind of in the fast-ish lane now. Okay, I have to check here. We have 31 kilowatt-hour left. And remaining distance is 140. So we have a budget of 221 watt-hour per kilometer. Well, for what I've seen, this car is really efficient, and that sounds plausible to reach every 3%, like the car claims now. But I think we might get some headwind now on this stretch, or the high-speed stretch. We'll see how that goes, right? But yeah, it was a 10-kilometer detour. It doesn't suck too much energy. It was only 1.4 kilowatt-hour extra, which is around about almost 3%. Yeah, so I had a little bit margin there. Yeah. So hopefully I can still make it to Melbystrand. And then from there, turn around, not too far after that, and then, wait, shit, where the heck do I end up then? Kongalv is kind of, wait, then I kind of need to go for Varberg on the way back. Yeah, so that means maybe charging to only 40-45%. Okay, but that's still fine, no problem. No. Kind of need to plan my stops a couple of stops ahead now, like chess, right? You plan your moves ahead. No, I wonder if Varberg is a bit too early. It's only around 100 kilometer. Even if I average 220, that's only 22. That's only four. Not even. Is that 40% of the battery now? Maybe it is. Okay. Because if I don't stop there, then Kongsbacka, you want to avoid that shit. Well, actually, I can charge at the Fortum chargers 225 kilowatt. If they can deliver almost 500 amp, that could work. But then beyond that point, then Møllendal or some shit. Okay, maybe Varberg. I'll consider it again once we see the high-speed stretch. Oh yeah, it seems like it keeps the battery kind of warm now. 35 degrees Celsius in the battery. Well, at least for now we can stay awake. I just wonder how tired I'll be tomorrow morning. Or during the challenge now. Okay, the car might phantom brake here because of the stationary truck. Just gonna clear it a bit. No, it is moving quite slow, okay. We were blessed with nice weather now, but only 11 degrees Celsius. Not that crazy 20 degrees at night or 16, 17 degrees at night. Seems like summer is over, winter is coming. Brace yourself. Well, now it says 4% at Mellbystrand, alright? Seems like I might have charged too much, but okay. Just not sure how much we'll spend in the high-speed stretch. Wait, what the heck is this? More Baustelle? Or is that just a warning about when they're gonna... Okay, I have to check the light, the sign here. Something about closed road or closed exit or shit. Let's see. Can I read it in time? On the 71st, okay. Oh yeah, 2nd to 4th September, they're gonna close this area here somewhere. Yeah, so I already wrote it in my calendar, so I won't do any 1,000 kilometer challenge during those days. The plan is Saturday, I think. No. Confused with that. Wait, I don't have the since. Oh, okay. 150 watt hour per kilometer now. And then the totals for the challenge is 173.5 only, before corrections. It has some decent bass. I wonder where it gets it from. Probably just two woofers in the front instead. Maybe the doors, right? It has some decent bass. There was no subwoofer in the trunk. Was it? I think it was 7 speakers. Well, it plays a lot better than some of the Chinese cars I've tested, like the MGs and stuff. They're shite. This goes to 11. The lights are not bad, not too bad. It seems to have good spread and good strength, the headlights. Okay, 3% at the arrival now, Melbystrand. Well, always go deep, right? I'm gonna ride on the 175 kilowatt wave from 0%. I paid for the whole battery, I'm gonna use the whole battery. At the base is a bit boomy. It's not that tight and firm. Yeah. Not sure where it comes from. I guess the doors, right? You know, from what I've seen, it seems like Isabel wants to try camping or sleep in a tent and stuff like that. We have some camping seats and some the gas burner grill, but we don't have a tent. I can sleep in a car maybe, but it's kind of late for this year to try that, unless you want to do like winter camping and shit. Well, so maybe Isabel will be interested in some camping. She can come with me. I can do some camping, sleeping in the car or some shit with some, yeah, with her. And then I don't know. Well, maybe if the kids they love outdoor activities. So maybe I could bring the whole family. Okay, how about this? How about wifey and Axel? They sleep in the car, and then I sleep in a tent with Isabel. But the car needs to be closed, so we can't get the HVAC from there. But I can use EcoFlow. But it needs to be big enough cars, or either EcoFlow or some vehicle to load. To get some heat in the tent, but I guess if I just run some 700 watt in a tent, should be plenty enough for summer or even springtime or fall, to get some heat in there for the comfort. So yeah, I mean, actually, or we can just sleep in the car even. We don't even do it with the tent if I go with Isabel alone. Because many people, they want to see me do the camping like I did in the old days. And I think it would be adventurous for Isabel. Like, wow, sleep in a car, really? Well, that's what the daddy did many, many years ago in Millennium Falcon and Optimus Prime. And also MC Hammer, yeah, let's not forget. So I just wonder, yeah, I mean, you could sleep, you can try some mattress and stuff. Should be plenty. I have a mattress, but it's kind of old. Maybe I have to get rid of it. I can either borrow from Bilkomponenter or I just shout out, and there'll be plenty of people throwing mattresses at me for free. All the Chinese companies, man, they know me. They want me to promote their shit. At 3% of the rivals still. I have 24 kilowatt stunden, and I have to drive 102 kilometers. So that's around 230 to 240 watt hour per kilometer budget. And I don't think we're gonna spend that much. This car is just really efficient. We also have the Halmstad stretch. Yeah, that'd be great if we can reach Venbystrand. Then I'll figure out something. Well, I can already check now. We have 40%, and we are almost at Varberg. Yeah, so that means if I go to Melbystrand charge up to 40 something percent, then I can go to the turnaround point and then hammer it over to Wildbag with low juice. Yeah, the V3 supercharger stalls there. That would be great. Yeah, and then from Wildbag I can probably go to Spekkerød, maybe Hogstorp. Wait, then what? I can't go from Hogstorp all the way home. I need one more stop. Well, I can charge to maybe 65% again, then go home, or I can stop somewhere, like not Rygge, Sarpsborg, but it's a bit long detour. Look, I'll figure out something. I don't know yet where I'm gonna stop. Just know my next two moves, which will be Melbystrand and then Varberg. Yeah, I don't know those two. Yeah, 160. Wow, even with large texts. Okay, it is a lot easier for me to read it now with large text, but it's actually no problem with a large text. Old people like me, I can easily read it now versus before when it was normal text. At night I struggle, and in the daytime I have no problem reading smaller text. But yeah, let me see. 168. Yeah, I'm struggling to see the difference between 6 and 8 and 3. Yeah, 6, 8, and 3 and 0. They tend to float a bit together at night for me. There, 170 watt-hour per kilometer now. Look, it's crazy, man. How low it is. Let me see here. Total now. 176 watt-hour per kilometer. 395 kilometers done. Yeah, there's lots of these trucks where you can't really see them until they pop over the hill. Okay, battery temperature 31.5 to 34.5 degrees. There's another damn Volvo. Maybe it would have been nice to have some sexy strip, but at least at night it would be a bit distracting. Yeah, are you guys up for some Sunday drive on Thursday? I should have time. Tomorrow is Wednesday. I will do my resting tomorrow. I don't have to sleep all day. I just sleep enough so I can survive, and then I'll take a full sleep tomorrow night. So then I'm ready for some action on Thursday. And then Friday I'm gonna do some Millennium Falcon filming. Average speed, ich weiß nicht. It doesn't show. I have to calculate it based on time and shit. There's Wildbike. Okay, we hammer it through. Well, we actually drive some decent distance here. I mean, it's 170 kilometers, you know. 174. Yeah, that was it. So it's not like just 100, 120 kilometer leaps. So we actually go some decent distance. So you see, because okay, people say, well, it charges slow. Well, but 175 kilowatt on this car is more like 200, 250 kilowatt on thirstier cars. Okay, maybe not 350 kilowatt, but it's so efficient. And also the 84 kilowatt hour battery, it will be equal to maybe around 75 kilowatt hour battery in other cars. Underdrive is okay. Yeah, because I feel like maybe for a Tesla, this car, yeah, that'll be great. If I have time tomorrow, I think I'll do a quick interior view. Just to show stuff. Wait, can I get access to a premium Pawel Juniper? Okay, I'll do a quick interior view. But I'm not sure if I'm gonna put like the microwave oven and stuff in there or not. Because the car is very similar to the regular ones. It's just some downgrades here and there. So I kind of already looked through that during the Flachau event. Yeah, true. So I'm not sure if it's worth it to make one of them. I could spend the time shooting a Jova video instead. Yeah, I still need to review some air vent mounts in a. It could be a Model 3 and Model Y, whichever. So it's not. I mean, it's not critical. I tend to get lots of these Teslas parked in front of the house, which is very convenient. Maybe I need to promote it more, so I get more cars there. It's nice to have some Teslas there. Usually they are modern Teslas, Model 3, Model Y, or maybe even some Juniper or Highland, you know. So as long as I don't drive them, I just put a phone mount in them, right? Or slap down some screen protector, then people they don't mind. They can get some free items from me also, like the screen protector, after I've tested it. Oh, the interior review? I think it could be useful if I get, if I do like a comparison between the premium and the, yeah. Well, I can just go to, well, let me see, service center somewhere. It should be easy to find a Juniper. Well, I don't have a Juniper in front of the house right now. It's just a Leaf and a Model 3 Highland. But I could go to a service center. They have a Juniper there, but I kind of, well, it doesn't have to be like side by side. Well, maybe they have one laying around somewhere. Yeah, I had a Juniper Performance, but it's in use in daytime. Yeah, I think a side-by-side comparison would have been way more useful than just a quick review, single review. Okay, we're gonna get over to the concrete surface soon. I can shoot a little clip there. Okay, it says 3% at arrival. Well, I think the car is quite confident about stuff here. Guys, take a look at the Xpeng L03 back. Compare that to a Lotus Electra, and you will see some similarities. And also, if you look at the Leap motor B10, I think it was. Look at the back of the Leap motor versus a Porsche. I think it was Porsche Cayenne or some of the, I don't remember which one. Looks very similar. Well, if you can reach Melbystrand with 3%, that'd be great. Yeah, maybe. Okay. I need to preheat also eventually. It's 32.8 degrees in the battery now. Need to raise it to at least 35, 36. I think that would be sufficient for max speed. Well, I'm going to show you guys the flat 175 kilowatt until 27%. You saw it on the previous session, right? When did it throttle? Was it 26, 27%? That's what I saw at the Yemen today, earlier today. Okay, anytime now we're gonna hit the concrete surface. I can feel it. Wait, what the heck is this? There's some kind of slowdown here? What? Wait, there's more road works, seems like. Okay, well, that part, I guess I can't avoid it. Just have to deduct it. Try to count time then. Yeah. Before Halmstad, there's a slowdown, supposedly. Let's try to find out where the wind blows now. Oh, okay, not that much wind seems like. Yeah, I can see the wind turbines are not rotating that fast, but I couldn't see the direction there. I have to look somewhere else. But you know, one thing that people tend to forget about Tesla is that they are extremely safe. Extremely strong cars. Like you hear stories about Teslas driving off a cliff, tumbling, and then people they walk out of there almost unharmed, right? The fact that they can just walk out of the car afterwards, and other cases also accidents with Tesla. So, well, maybe. One day, Tesla Björn will return with a modern Tesla. Well, I just need to get the economy sorted out first. But actually, it doesn't have to be a brand spanking new Tesla. A second-hand Tesla, it depends. You know, you can get a pretty good condition for not too much money or with great discounts. Oh, they are grinding the trucks again. Well, it would be interesting to try to use Millennium Falcon on a daily basis. There is no nagging or anything like that. The modern nagging doesn't exist in Millennium Falcon, but it also doesn't have any adaptive cruise control or all that stuff. Or maybe I can upgrade him, the Comma AI or whatever it's called again, so I can get some autopilot. Just have to add some phone, I think, or I don't know what the heck is used nowadays. But then also, how much do I drive him? If I'm gonna drive just local runs with him, then it doesn't matter here. Wait, where's that? Okay. Wait, it's not here. Unsafe. Safe. Well, yeah, I mean, the Falcon is getting kind of old. You know, it's not as safe as the newer modern cars, unfortunately. Okay, here. Yes, we have now arrived at the concrete surface around Falkenberg, and then how is the noise level here? Well, we have the what was it again? Hankook Iwan something tires, 18 inch, yeah, 235, 55, 18, I think it was. So, well, some rubber here to soak the damage, right, or soak the noise. I'm gonna move over. Why are people using high beam here? Stop that shit, man. Yes. Was that a damn Volvo? No, it's an Ioniq 5. Okay. Here, not that much noise, but yeah. So, in the Model Y standard, we don't have the double glazed windows, but it's totally irrelevant over here when the surface is making most of the noise. Okay, over here, yeah, you can hear the rumbling, but you see, Tesla, they might have stripped down some equipment like button for adjusting electric seats or the center console or some other things. But just like in the Model 3 standard, I haven't measured this car yet, but I get the impression that they haven't downgraded or stripped down any of the soundproofing. So it has that part intact, except for, of course, the glass. But then over here is not noticeable. If you drive a lot where there's lots of traffic, trucks and shit like that, honking going on, then of course more glass insulation would be better. But I would say that this is actually quite decent. I'm going back to the right lane again where it's kind of rough. But then I don't know how quiet these Hankook tires are. Maybe if noise is a problem for you, then you should get some quieter tires. Yeah, but probably those Hankook tires, they are probably energy efficient and also not that expensive. Okay, I'm probably gonna camp the left lane here because it's a bit quieter, and then I'll be talking to the live stream people so they can hear me better. Okay, 3% fortfarande at Mellbystrand. Okay, seems like in a high-speed stretch, consume around 235 watt-hour per kilometer. That's not too bad in it. I'm going to try to find out now. Is that guy driving a little bit to the middle? I'm trying to look at some flags now. I haven't figured out the wind direction yet. Yeah, that guy is kind of drunk. Oh yeah, I can see the flag now. It is a bit flat. Yeah, not that much wind today. %2% at arrival now. Oh, okay. I have 14 kilowattstunden. Remaining distance 58 kilometers. Have a budget of 241. Oh, I can probably make it there just barely because, okay, we have the Halmstad slow section. Plus that there's something coming up soon, I think, according to the map, which should lower the consumption. Okay, let me eat the second bread. I have 3 slices of bread. Celsius, where there's some Baustelle supposedly soon. Not sure how accurate it is. Good. Which popular car would you compare the height or driving position? Oh, G6. Maybe a Q4 e-tron. And also the EV5. Plenty of SUVs in the market nowadays. Wait, it's supposed to be a slowdown soon, is it? Oh, here, pay attention. Okay, 2 kilometers, that's a bit slow down here, yeah. Check what's going on here. What's going on over here, man? What this does? Okay, one lane disappears, right? So which part is this? In 700. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Let's check. Let me just go by. Oh. Let's see. Oh, it's kind of tight here. Let's go by the time there. 4 at 4 minutes it occurred. Okay, same on the other side, right? It's not that far. Merely a minute or is that thing on high beam or some shit, man? Man, these damn mother truckers. Stop being annoying. Fire, it's just a 1 minute slowdown here. Okay. So we have 5, 6, 14 minutes. Plus 54. Okay, that's 8. That means 2108. That means 3 hours and 52 minutes. Oh wait, 2 hours and 52. Yeah. Okay. Current time plus 2 hours and 52 minutes. Yeah, so there we are at the 4-hour mark now. Just happened to be 4-hour mark. Okay, let's check then. Distance. After 4 hours, we have reached 450 kilometers. That ain't too bad, in it. We have a good start, you know, a fast start because we could travel so far. But then eventually we need to get all those stops going on, and then that slows us down. But I mean, each stop doesn't last too long. Just and we can actually travel some okay distance. I mean, I've done this 1,000 kilometer challenge. Actually, we're getting close to several hundred times now. So then, well, that was the end of the concrete. So then, I know that most cars, they, well, at least a couple of years ago, it was common to drive only around 120 to 150 kilometers between each charge. And then, whenever I could get the car with bigger battery or some shit like that, I could go around 170 kilometers. I was like, wow. And this car could easily hit 170 kilometers, but then I have to charge around 65%. And then of course over here it's most intense with a high-speed stretch, where the consumption hits around 230, 240. Well, the car says 2% at arrival now. We will pass by Halmstad soon. We have around 9 kilowatt-stunden left now. Okay, 9,000 divided by remaining distance, 36. That is a budget of 250 watt-hour per kilometer. All right, there is a 99.9% chance we can make it to Melbystrand, but it was a good call for me to charge a little bit extra, so we can hammer it over there. Otherwise, I have to kind of slow poke the duct for that shit again. So then people will be like, so many deductions, yes. Okay, should try to clean the windscreen on the next stop. Totally forgot about the windscreen cleaning. I'm down to 15%. Wait. We are around 15 minutes away now. 34 degrees Celsius. Okay. Not sure if I should clean. I mean, I should preheat now. But I think in around 5-10 minutes I should preheat. Even preheating now wouldn't be that big of a deal. It would just raise the temperature by a couple of degrees, so we hit the max. I actually don't know what we need, if we need 35 degrees or, I don't know, if we need more. Dude, isn't it time to turn down those lights now? Jesus Christ, man, what the heck are those truckers doing tonight? Sleeping? Texting? Watching OnlyFans? we are at that time of the year. Yeah, I remember during springtime and so on, and I guess now during fall there'll be fog at night. It was wonderful this summer without any fog and shit going on. Well, winter's over. It's getting darker now. The nights are getting longer. Days are getting shorter. Okay, let me preheat now. Kind of early-ish, but whatever. I can always stop it before. Preheating is gonna steal some juice, I know. Man, that sign is way too bright for night. Oh man, I had some headache this afternoon. Well, at least it's gone now. Let's hope that I don't get more headache tomorrow. I'll just stay awake until around 9. After I deliver the kids to the kindergarten, then I can lower my shoulder. Get some sleep maybe. Well, we're down to 11%. Always go deep. Okay, heating up. 33 to 36 degrees Celsius. Now the car still says 2% on arrival. Okay, good. We're gonna go for Mellbystrand. Let's see. Oh, I can see the smoke. Which direction is it going? I think it's coming from the west, I'm not sure. Yeah, it seems like it blows from the west now. It's just crosswinds. Here we have the low speed again. We're down to 10%, 34 to 36.5 degrees, slowly heating up. Yeah, 10% is around 5.8 kilowatt hour, because they have 58 kilowatt hour net capacity. The Grop lady was lost. She claimed 60 kilowatt hour net capacity. No, it's only 58. I measured it myself. And car scanner, or at least Canvas, claims that we can get around 59. But no, you get 58 after losses. I guess that's still okay. 58, yeah, versus before we would get around 55, 56 with a smaller battery. So a small improvement, you know. Seems like Tesla didn't care too much about boosting the battery size. They could have done that, but they probably had to raise the price. Now I wonder if they spend a lot on R&D, try to make the cars more efficient or the production improved. And also software, yeah, they probably spend a lot of money on software. Well, I can feel like it's getting a bit colder now when it starts preheating. 1% at arrival, okay. That's just because of this high peak power now for preheating. I think we can stop preheating now because we are at 35 to 37.5 degrees. And I think if we go deep, then that's plenty enough. Okay, I stopped the preheating. And even now it will heat up slightly. The remaining, or the residual heat in the coolant loops are going to transfer into the battery. Yeah, there we go, 36 to 38 degrees. Yeah, that's perfect. Inlet is still 51 degrees, so there's energy stored in the loop right now. But what law? Oh, left lane camping. Yes, there is, but it's not that much enforced, unfortunately. That's why there are so many left lane hoggers in Norway. Oh, look at all those mother truckers, man. Okay, it says 1% at arrival. If you go to the energy graph, you can get more accurate numbers here. Let me see. Drive. It estimates 0.3% at arrival. Okay. Always go deep. 11 degrees Celsius. Oh. You can feel that the winter is over. I mean, sorry, summer is over, winter is coming. %6 now. Yeah, good thing I charged that extra, because if I charged only 60%, I would have not been able to make it there. I spent around 2.5% extra on that loop. And I charged 64%. So yeah, that was a good call. So hopefully you're gonna see flat 175 kilowatt from 0%. Ah, shit. Dude, could you just wait? Ah, good. Yes. Yeah, good thing that trucker saw me in time, because he had to wait only 10 seconds or 5 seconds, and then I was past him. Kilometers driven, 485. It's going to be close to 500 when we reach Melbystrand, because we have to drive the 10-kilometer extra loop. 10 kilometers left to Melbystrand. Okay, let me get ready. I have to prepare. I'm going to clean the windscreen and do some stuff. So I might have only 10-12 minutes there. Shoot some video, and yeah, I'm planning on going to Pawel. So I know now roughly what the consumption will be, around 230. It's, yeah, 230 or 240 on this high-speed stretch. You can check again on the drive. Let me see. Okay, yeah, not that easy to see there. Okay, 0.4% at arrival now. All right. This is superb. Tesla gives so accurate percent estimation with precision. So we're gonna nail it down there. Yeah, 37 point, battery heats up now. 37.5 to 38.5. Yeah, so that preheating session is plenty enough. Inlet is still 43.8, so it's still giving heat into the battery, even several minutes after I stopped the preheating. Okay. So Snapbot would be a bailout point. Yeah. That's what I would probably do if I didn't charge enough. I would bail out here. This is only 5 kilometers before Mellbystrand, so it's like 1 to 2%. Yeah, I'm down to 3% now. Yeah, Pawel over here. Seems like Phoenix contact even. So this will be slightly different. I will drive and then turn around and then because otherwise I would 999 kind of early, like Cleavage or somewhere. I would 999. So we might as well turn around earlier so I can try to get back to back via Oslo, not too late. 2% now. 38 to 40 degrees in the battery. Well, the battery is hot enough for sure. Yeah, I forgot that it heats up towards the end. Check again. Estimated 0.3% at arrival. Okay. All good. So dude, we managed to drive around 185 kilometers on this stretch. Charging to 64% and you can drive 185 kilometers. That ain't too bad in it. We didn't even charge to 80%, you know? It's all about the efficiency. Okay, I think I can go back behind this guy. Okay, microphone off. Ready. Mellbystrand, here we come. Oh, this is finished now. It's finished. Yeah, speaking of Finnish, Kirsi from Tesla Club Finland invited me over to Finland in November, mid-November, so I think that's gonna happen. We will fly over there and borrow Model 3 and stuff. Have to talk on the stage. And, I want to visit Pawel. So I've seen them in 5 years now. We should meet more often, you know. Okay. Even arrived at 2%. I have to check the whole thing. Melbourne 11 degrees. Okay, I'm gonna ride on my shaft again. FC from Thailand. Yo, what's up? Well, I was too lazy to shoot that Thai video. Basically, just need this stuff. I don't want to. I'm gonna get confused with the other numbers, right? So I'm just hide that part. Now I need to drive a little bit and then turn around and drive back to Pawel. Back. That's the plan. We are now at Melbystrand Supercharger. Oh, we made it here with 2%. Well, it could have been 1.5%, but yeah. So it's good that I charged at 64% because we drove extra 10 kilometers, which ate up around 2% extra. So, wow, that's not too bad. You see, I calculated that this car underreports by 1.2%. So we did actually drive. How much is this? Almost 185 kilometers roughly in one go, huh? That's not too bad, huh? You have a small battery, it doesn't charge like that fast, but because the car is so efficient that you can drive long distance. Yeah, sorry, the mic was a bit over there. Okay, let me put it here. Okay. Now I need to get some stuff in the trunk. Yeah, the Joga fridge. Very few people buy that. Understandable, because it's quite expensive. But you see how it just fits in the trunk. I've been keeping some cold drinks and stuff. Little. I might drink it now or later. I'm not sure. But I'm gonna bring this out, and then we're gonna clean the windows. I guess. I have one ABC. Okay, good. I could catch it in time. Okay, done cleaning, and I just missed it now. But yeah, we managed to get the max speed. Oh, it seems that maybe the battery was slightly overheating. I need to not preheat it too much. I heat it up to almost 40 degrees. Seems like you want to start with around 35 degrees Celsius, because I'm supposed to get the max speed 175 kilowatt until around 27%. Okay, this is still pretty good. We're not gonna stay here too long. I just have to pee, and then we're gonna go to Varberg. Yeah, this is very nice. It shows you that I will arrive at -8%. But I'm gonna go around here first and then back again. But the turnaround point here will be slightly different because I draw that extra stretch, 10-kilometer stretch, so I will turn around slightly earlier here. At 24%, okay. Seems like it has an early. I wonder if it was too hot. Yeah, okay, anyway, need to do some stuff while we are stopped. Like, a very limited time. Where's the other bottle? Wait. Where did I put that bottle? Oh, it's here. Okay. Oh, this is sexy, yeah. I think it actually rapid gates now. 54 degrees is the max. I think I preheated too much. I couldn't remember that you're supposed to charge faster now in the previous session. So I have to remember next time when I preheat, stop it, or end the preheat at around 35 degrees Celsius, and then we get the remaining, and then it goes to maybe 37. But even 35 would be okay if you go deep, I suppose. So this was a small mistake. Seems like I preheated too much. But on the other hand, we're not staying here too long, so I need to get ready now. And then get ready to leave. Need to get ready. Let's see. The car says 4% at arrival, right? I'm gonna take that little loop before I turn around. I have two. Okay, I don't know exactly. Well, that's only around 100 kilometer ish, but it's a high-speed stretch. But yeah, this time we don't go too far. Okay. Okay, now we're charging slightly faster, so it was rapid gating. Well, we're almost good to go. This time we're gonna charge you only 40-ish%. I just have to count slightly extra to go further down here and then back again and then there. So that will be only around 100-ish kilometer loop. But yeah, I saw that we were charging slower earlier, so it seems like I made a small mistake. Preheated too much, and then the battery overheated slightly. I think we're supposed to get better speed than this at around 30, when we had 30%. But okay, let me check how long I've been charging. 7% now. This should be more than plenty. I need to leave soon, very soon. Oh, 123 kilowatts still. Yeah, 10 minutes. This is the high speed thread. It's kind of intense on the consumption. Minutes. 11 minutes from 2 to 45%. And off we go. So now we're going to do the high-speed stretch, which is, I mean, it's quite intense on the consumption here, but I don't know. It claims 11% at arrival. We'll see once we do the loop, but it's the high-speed stretch loop here. So yeah. That's what I had time for. I cleaned the windscreen, shot a bit of video, went to pee, and then I'm good to go. I didn't eat anything. 11-minute stop. See, I don't know exactly how far we have to drive, but just right after where the 120 zone ends is where I will turn around. I think that should be far enough. Okay, so now I know. Learn about the rapid gate point. So let's not overdo the preheating, shall we? Actually, you know what I can do? You can set the preheating target. It's set to 40 degrees. I can set it to 35 degrees only. Yeah, let's do that. Kilometers. Okay, so here I will turn around here, and that should be enough. Shave off around 10 kilometers. Well, you know what? Let me go slightly further, because then I don't have to drive past the exit at home. Yeah. I can just 999 and then exit at home, so that's easier. Well, it claims 3% at arrival now. 102. Oh, okay, so we shave off not that much, around 6 kilometers. Yeah, this would be perfect. I will 99 before the exit, most likely. Especially because I will have extra charging stops here versus the higher range cars. Can we check the layout on this? Yeah, okay, so quite easy turnaround. Well, I think it's not even a roundabout, it's just a T intersection. Yeah, okay. The night shouldn't... Okay, the stop sign. I think I never turned around here before. Stop. Hammer time. Right. Oh, the navigation claims 4% at Wildbike. Seems like it was good. I charged to 45% or so. Yeah, it was 45%. 2 to 45% in 11 minutes. Well, it's not 10 to 80%. I added only 40-ish% to the battery. 42, 3 maybe in 11 minutes. So the fast charging Chinese cars would be adding 70% in the same time. 60-70%. But here's the thing, this car is so efficient, so the 40% equals to maybe around 55%. But it's not going to be as fast as the Chinese cars. Still, would have been great if I can charge faster, but yeah, that is simply not the case here. Like, no matter how efficient the car is for a long trip like this, then you still need some fast charging to be able to match the fastest. But I mean, okay, given that it's the affordable car and so on, then maybe that's still good. It's only the G6, Xpeng G6 is in the same price range and class. Other cars with small battery and so on, they're just too inefficient and doesn't charge that fast. How is the noise level? Wow, it's actually very good. Okay, missing out slightly on the acoustic glass, but it's not really that big of a problem. The main source of noise here is from the road. So I guess it helps that we have 18-inch wheels. I wonder if the other Tesla, the Model Y, usually comes in 19 or 20, right? Of course 18 with more rubber, a 55 profile helps. 235, 55, 18, for what I remember. Yeah, 3% at the arrival. So I have to figure out where the heck I go after Wildbike. Wildbike Spectre is only 107 kilometers, so, and via the Göteborg stretch then I probably want to go to Hogstorp then. But then after Hogstorp, then maybe I should stop somewhere in Norway. But then I need to calculate precisely how long the stop is, because I need to correct for that in the traffic part. And also campers. There are lots of left lane campers on the Norway side in the morning hours. So ideally, I should try to time it so I end up at Strømstad as the last charging stop. And then from Strømstad, I need to drive 180 kilometers to the end. And that should be perfect. Just charge to around 45, 50%, maybe 50%. Yeah. But then the timing is going to be weird. Okay, I could go the regular route, you know, and charge to only 40%, right? Or some shit. Valberg, Spekkerud, Strømstad. But then Spekkerud is not a Tesla supercharger. Yeah. And then I don't want to stop at Uddevalla. It's a longer detour, so then I want to go to Hogstorp. But then there'll be weird timing. From Hogstorp, then it's too early to stop at Strømstad. Well, I could stop at Svinesundsparken or some shit, or somewhere with relatively short detour time. But then charging to 40% seems like you can reach around 100-ish kilometers in the high-speed stretch. And that means 40% should be around 120, 130 kilometers in the not so high-speed stretch. But what if I go 35% only? 8-minute charging stops. Yeah, now we're cooking. Status so far, let me check here. We have done around 520 kilometers, and then the time is, or you count time as 2 hours and 50. What is it again? Plus 2 hours and 52 minutes to the current time. So we are getting close to the 5-hour mark. In 15 minutes. No, wait, 52. No, in 10 minutes. Is it? What was it again? Plus 52. Yeah, okay. 52 plus 7. So it has to be 8 minutes past 2 then. No, wait, not 8 minutes. Let's see. 52. Yeah, 8 minutes past 2. Oh, okay. Yeah, in around 15 minutes. Well, the advantage with visiting Ionity is that they're open Circle K's. But it's not too important because I already have enough food with me, and I have the washing equipment with me. We're gonna make sure that we don't replicate on the next stop. It's gonna be the V3 supercharger then. Yeah. And I don't think I have to go to the restroom. I mean, yeah, I don't have to go to Circle K there. Just hang around there. Yeah, I could even go around 35% and then just go to spec. No, I'm gonna go for supercharger, Hogstorp. Hogstorp is probably too far. Yeah, or unless I charge to like 60-65% at Hogstorp. Yeah, then I could try to go for the goal. But I don't remember the distance from Hogstorp to home. It's going to be over 200 kilometers, so yeah, that will require probably more than just 65%. So then that goes slow. So I think it pays off to split it. For a Tesla with small battery, then that's best. Well, that mother trucker, is he sleeping or some shit? Finally turn off his damn headlights. I had to nag him several times before he turned off the headlights or the high beam. Okay, so now we are on the high-speed stretch, 230 watt-hour per kilometer. But you see, it's not doing any aggressive cooling on the battery right now. Just slowly dropping the temperature. It's down to 37 degrees. Cooling in the modern Tesla seems to be very efficient. And strong. So I bet it's just running only fans to cool down, and also scavenging heat to heat up the cabin, because I feel like the heat here is it's a bit stronger right after you fast charge, and also I feel like it's kind of weak-ish when it's preheating, so it prioritizes the battery. Yeah, I wonder if the CATL batteries, they don't want to be too hot. But that's probably why the car didn't preheat by itself, because it didn't want it to be too hot. It already knew what the optimal temperature was. And then I messed it up by preheating it. But okay, whatever. First session was, I guess, perfect. Second session was slightly slower, but then not that much slower. So we have to make sure the remaining 3 sessions will be good, right? Yeah, I think 3 more. Wait, so 5 stops total then? Oh, okay, that's normal for a small-ish battery. I wonder how many stops Model 3 needed. Possibly also 5. Okay, let me see. 2 at night now. Oh, okay. We should be around an hour away from Göteborg, and then can I reach Oslo by 6? Because if I can be there by 6, then I will avoid most of the stau. 6:30-ish. Yeah, I don't remember when the Mortensrud stau starts, but it seems like we have a pretty fast run here. Yeah, I don't know yet how fast it is. The car is efficient, and then as long as we don't rapid gate, then we get pretty nice charging curves also. This time it was no big deal because I was only going for 40%. But as the longer you stay at this rapid gate state, then the longer it takes versus when we were not rapid gating. So I might have lost a minute now because of the slight slowdown or rapid gate. Flags are barely moving, so there's almost no wind here. That's good, very good condition. Very often we have winds, crosswinds, which messes up the consumption. Yeah, so from Mellbystrand to here we have 230 watt-hour per kilometer. Corrected is only 227.6. That's not too bad. Good. Jesus Christ, man. Are you falling asleep or something? You guys see that? Fuck are people doing at night over here, man? You have to pay attention. Full focus. Especially at night. So yeah, the flat 175 kilowatt until 25%-ish actually helps big time, and also you can go deep. And with Tesla you can estimate and go deep quite accurately. And you have plenty of chargers all over the place. And this car is not picky on what chargers. As long as it's 175 kilowatt with 500 amp, then that's good enough. Actually, I think it wants 180 kilowatt because you will be pumping in 175 plus another 5 kilowatt of heating, or so like 200 kilowatt-ish, right? And 500 amp, then this car is a happy panda. No, not really. Not only Tesla owners. The MEB cars, the 400 volt base, they also have no problem charging on 400 volt, but they can also slurp on some Ionity. Same with many like Stellantis and the Scenic and Megane. Plenty of 400 volt cars out there that can utilize Tesla also. So you've seen in my 1,000 kilometer challenge, as long as it's a 400 volt car, then I can jump on between some supercharger and Ionity. But then with Tesla, since I have free supercharging in the press car, then I would try to use supercharger. You don't want to slurp on some expensive Mer chargers, to put it that way. I think Mer and Recharge, they are the most expensive over here in Sweden. And Ionity is okay because you have Ionity passport power. Oh, 9 degrees Celsius now. 4% at arrival, right? Seems like the car is rock stable. It doesn't change too much the estimation it makes at arrival. It might have some adjustment the first 50 kilometers, or yeah. And then towards the end it becomes very stable. But I still have the slow stretch now on the way back. The Baustelle, yeah, it is in both directions. I never have to see when I will do the P7 Plus. I'll try to do it this weekend, so either Friday or Saturday. Sunday could work if the kids fall asleep relatively quick. Yeah. And if I could start around 8-ish, before 9, then that would be okay, because I'm expecting a sub 9-hour run, so I can finish around 6 maybe. So I'll be passing by Oslo maybe at 5:30, which would be okay. But if the weather is okay, it doesn't have to be perfect, but if it's not pouring down on Friday night, Saturday night, then I can do it. Well, I haven't checked. How is the weather, by the way, this weekend? Like Friday, I'm not sure, because I'm planning on meeting Nasi at 1 in the afternoon, and I don't know how long it's going to take, but kind of need to tell him that, okay, I need to leave by 3, and then I need don't want to get stuck in too much afternoon Friday stau. Ideally, if we can finish that within an hour, that'd be great. I wanted to start earlier, but I guess he's busy, so he's available only at 1 in the afternoon. Okay, here's the Baustelle. Well, I guess holiday is over, so that's why they're back on Baustelle again. Yeah, well, it would be great to get Millennium Falcon back at least. So I wonder if I'll probably use him as the daily driver. Because nowadays I have to move the car seat in and out depending on when I do range test, I need to weigh the car. Then I want the car seats out. And then also when I do acceleration noise test, I take out the car seats. But then it depends. Sometimes I even bring the car seat with me if it's some Sunday drive, right? In case I need to go direct to pick up the kids. But yeah, there's a bit of in and out. So if Millennium Falcon is stationary at home, then I'll just keep the car seat there all the time. I can do some, I mean, camp on the left in there. I can do some videos parallel, you know, like some stuff with Millennium Falcon, like no AC charging challenge, only supercharge at Yemen while I'm shopping there. Anyway, I usually go to Yemen at least once or twice per week. So that means possibly around 20-30 minutes of charging time there per week. And then well, there's some bumper there. Maybe I should test Millennium Falcon how much drain there. Some people commented they have 1 to 2% drain per day. Like what? I measured only 0.7% on that Tesla. And I guess soon I will prepare. Yeah, I should do that soon. I should charge up the Leaf and then let it cool down. I can measure if charging from 70 to 100% will heat up the battery significantly or not. Should take only a couple of hours. That would be interesting to check, test, and record it in a video. Oh. But yeah, it's actually a win-win for me, for the whole airport parking well, business. But it's free. That's but it's actually less hassle if I have people staying longer. Some of the shortest visits they were only 2 days, so well, it's technically 3 days. Yeah, it spans over there. 2-3 days only. I prefer maybe a couple of weeks at least. But I'll probably give priority for people who stay there longer, and also if there is an interesting car I can test, so they can just email beforehand, and I will consider it, you know, every case. But as long as there's plenty of space, then I don't mind. Couple of cars parked in front of my house. But of course Millennium Falcon will be taking up some space, but I can always move him and he can block some of the other cars, no problem there. But he will have to stay outside, and then I'll keep the press cars in the garage. Well, unless I keep the press car outside. But I usually want to have okay temperature in the press cars, yeah. So, well, yeah. So don't want the press car to be too hot or too cold. But then at night, yeah, it can be a bit cold, and I have to preheat Millennium Falcon and all that. Well, we'll see. Use Millennium Falcon to the kindergarten and local runs. You know. Now, at least the plan for now is that wife will be driving Millennium Falcon when I'm not around. So, whether she likes it or not, she thinks it's a big car, well, but whatever. I don't care if she scratches the rims, it's like, whatever. But she's not gonna do that. She's careful anyway. Okay, what is it now? 5% of the rival. What? Is it chat bugged or is it just inactive? I think it's inactive now at night. 2 at night is when it gets really quiet. Check battery status. Oh, okay, it cooled down to 33 degrees. Alright, we are 33 kilometers away. This is where I need to consider preheating for a bit more. 31.5 to 35.5. Okay. Did they upgrade those chargers? Oh yeah. Let me check the wind here. Don't remember the wind direction. What is the current? 222 watt-hour per kilometer. That's not too bad in the high-speed stretch, man. Damn. 5% at the rival. That's divided by. So I could have charged it 40% then, but whatever. Little margin is always nice to have. Well, actually, with this car, you want to go deep. If the battery is cold enough or not too hot, it's perfect temperature, and you go deep, 0%, then you can get flat 175 kilowatt until 27%. Or maybe it was 25%. I didn't pay too close attention when I tested earlier. But I will do a charging test after the challenge. But then depending on how early I arrive, I could do the charging test before I go home, but I might want to go home and then let the car cool down a bit, and yeah. And then prepare for 10%, yeah, at the Yemen. Restart. Wait, seems like the chat was bugged. Oh, wait, or maybe it wasn't. Okay, nope, it wasn't. Just inactive. Okay, I have to expect that the battery will heat up slightly towards the end. We're down to 15% now, but we're still 26 kilometers away. Yeah, because it expects 5% at arrival. Once you go below 10%, the battery starts heating up by itself. Every battery does that. Even the 800 volt batteries will heat up when it goes deep. So I have to also take that in account. I think that was my mistake earlier. In the high-speed stretch, I preheated, and then even after I stopped preheating, it kept heating itself up. But it doesn't pre-cool. So since I navigated to the supercharger, the car should know what to do. We can see now, actually. Maybe we don't preheat, and you can see if the car will preheat or not. And maybe 5 minutes before, if it doesn't preheat and I feel like the battery is too cold, then I can do some stuff. So we don't Colgate at least. Oh, there, okay. We're done with a concrete surface now. I'm going to go back to the right lane. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, this happens sometimes when you change lane and there is an exit and the car is like, whoa! iX3 charges faster but also extremely inefficient because it needs 800 volts. You need 800 volts to charge a big factor. Yeah. But I mean, what I experienced with Xpeng or Seeker is that as long as you have an efficient car, which not all of them are, though, and you have very good charging speeds, then you can still get pretty far. Okay, the advantage with the iX3 is that you can, the first leg, you can drive quite far. And then you can charge also relatively quick, but it's not as quick as the Chinese cars. But then the battery, the Chinese batteries are probably way cheaper. And then the second leg, then you can go to 80-90% relatively quick. So, which means that with the iX3 versus Seeker, for example, or then the golden battery or Xpeng, okay, on the first charging session, after just let's say 12 minutes, maybe 10-12 minutes, a G6 or a G6 might have, or the Seeker might have identical range as the iX3, or maybe even better. Yeah, I think that's what I concluded with I don't remember, it was the X9 or no. But eventually, if it was a 1,500 kilometer challenge, then the Chinese would win. Because they were, like, the Chinese were almost about to overtake iX3, but then the 1,000 kilometer, then the 9 happened, then the race was over. It is kind of like in the old days, the Emperor E versus the classic Ioniq, you guys remember? Classic Ioniq is super efficient, and even back then when I did the race, it didn't even have the high power chargers. It was only sucking on around 45 kilowatt, 45 to 48 kilowatt. So it would have been game over. It would have been quite one-sided if Ioniq could get the high power chargers. No, this is not live, this is playback. No, it still says 5% at arrival, but did it heat up by itself now? By now? Check. Charging the phone a bit here. 33.5 degrees. 31.5 is a low end. Oh, I feel like that is a bit too low. Okay, let me manually preheat for now, but I'm gonna pay close attention this time. Don't want it to be too hot. Just want the low to be not too low, but then also have to pay attention to the high, because it's 31.5 to 35.5, so there's a kind of big gap between min and max now. It would be great if somehow we can get the delta lower by preheating it. Okay, 14 kilometers left. Yeah, probably just need a gentle preheat, not too much. Yeah, this time I preheated it a bit later. So we will arrive in just 5 minutes. And I probably want to stop preheating soon. Okay, 32 to 35.5 degrees now. Yeah, I don't know if 32 degrees will be cold gate or not. Wait, it kind of stopped the preheating, seems like. Oh, maybe because I set the limit to be a bit low. Okay, maybe raise the limit slightly. Let's set it to 40 degrees. Or at least 38 degrees. Okay, it's back on preheating. 32.5 to 36 now. Okay, I have to be careful. Might not want to go too high. Max temp is going to go higher now, which is not desirable. Okay, I think I'll just stop there. I'll probably get some free heat into the system anyway. There, stop the preheating now. And we are just 8 kilometers away, almost at bye-bye now. So now the remaining heat will circulate into yeah, I think we should get max speed if we go deep. Of course, I should try to map out this beforehand, but it takes some time. If I own one, then I'll find out everything about it. Well, I think actually a Model 3 Highland rear-wheel drive would be perfect, cheap and plenty enough range, and they have the comfort, and it's the premium. Good enough space for the local stuff we do anyway. If we go on longer trips, we probably use one of the press cars that is larger, or even within the Falcon. I think I want to try some trip within the Falcon, maybe even a sleepover, bring some stuff. Try to squeeze the Model 3 trunk fridge in Model S, and I don't know, let's see how it goes with a big front that's gonna hold lots of luggage. Just on a road trip with a 13-year-old Tesla, yeah, how about that? Family road trip, yes, challenge accepted. Okay, I need to prepare for gate arrival. Oh, what the heck was that shit, man? Can you just change lane? Come on, it's fine, go. No, it refuses to change lane. What the heck is going on there? Go! Yes. No, what the heck? Are you serious? What the fuck is going on now? Come on. The subscription for auto lane change expired. And now it goes. It's like afraid of ghosts or some shit. 6%. Yeah, always go deep. Yeah, 33 to 36.5. We will see if this is better for not rapid gating. Maybe we should even go colder, but at least it's not that hot this time. It was around 38 last time, yeah. How much power do I have? Oh, the car claims, or the canvas here claims 240. still have plenty of power. Yeah, still plenty of power. Well, so I could have gone 40% and I would have been here with 0%. I have no blinker. Okay, let's see. Yeah, sometimes these V3 stalls might be in some bad shape, or I don't know. It has happened before, but we just have to hope that none of these are kaput, right? So I just choose one. It doesn't matter which one. Bye. Okay, you guys want to be in the shaft again as usual? We are now at buyback, arrived at 5%, and then boom, 175 kilowatt. Oh yeah. This time I didn't preheat the battery too much, so hopefully we don't replicate. It seems that replicate happened around 52 degrees Celsius. So okay, all good. Third charging stop. Yes, unfortunately, we need more than 3 charging stops with this Tesla. Wait, what is okay. Next stop. I'm sure now we're gonna go to charging. It is quite nice and snappy, right? I want to stop at Hoxton. I know that location. It doesn't have that too slow detour versus the other one there. So I'm just gonna navigate here, and then eventually we will know how many percent we need and all that. Yeah, well, the car says already 13 more minutes. What, really? We get there. let me see if I can attach that correctly this time. Also need to calculate roughly, it's at 10 million, huh? 151 kilometers, that's not too far. If it pass through, get the border posts, then that can't be too heavy on there. Let's see here. How much did we spend? Oh, we spent current drive 23 kilowatt hour. 235. So it's going to be a 200 only the next day. And look at this vapor. The water vapor might be visible during fast charging. Ah, cool! Because it switches from heating to cooling. So we've seen that. So they display this because. Okay, cool. But that means here. Look at that. Oh yeah, look at this. Oh yeah, shit. Okay, don't look at this number. This is what goes. Okay, do like this. Okay. Oh, you can see this, but this is what you want to look at. We are still taking 175 kilowatt flat. Seems like, oh, but then we hit 52 degrees. Ah, we don't want to make it too hot for the battery then. Seems like arriving with around 32, 33 degrees Celsius mean temp was optimal. I actually preheated for a couple of minutes, but it seems like the car knew what temperature it wants. But look at this. Huh? It's game over. Now it starts throttling. Maybe because it hit me. Let's try to go even colder next one. It seems like I keep messing up the charging sessions by heating up too much. Yeah, because previously with other Teslas, they tend to want 40 degrees, but this car probably wants only 35 degrees. Now it actually replicates it again. Uh-oh. Let me try to calculate here. The car claims... No, it's always wrong around here. Okay. I need to calculate manually. But now it rapid gets again. Yeah, down to 2. Ah, shit. Okay, next time go even colder. Yeah, arrive with around 30 degrees in mean temp. Or 32, or they already kept it there. Let me try to calculate here. Okay, if I guess the consumption based on, let me see, the challenge. Let me check here. So far in the challenge, we averaged 190 only. Damn. Okay. 190, yeah, that is plausible. Okay, 190 times 151 kilometer. Oh, we need to spend 50% of the battery. Okay. Well, we can go 40% then. We are 35. Then we can go to speculative. And then yeah. Okay, I have an idea. We can do the last 2 ones at Ionity. How about that? Speculative, Strömstad, and then home. Yes. Okay. Yeah, okay. End trip. Yes. It found it. Oh, it claims you can make it there. That's only 106 kilometers. We have to get ready and leave now. I want to go deep. Always go deep. Okay, Specky Road and then and then home. Yeah, that sounds like a good deal. Good balance. Let me check here. Only 106 kilometers. Yeah, we have enough now. Yeah, we have to leave now. Let me just go for it. Like 40. Now this time I didn't know how long we stayed here because it was a V3 stall. But it should be 10 minutes, right? So yeah, it seems like I keep fucking up the charging sessions by heating up too much. So this will be useful for my range. I mean, I should have done the charging test, but even the charging test was not done extensively. So I don't know what battery temperature should be. But it's just in the past, yes, Tesla, the batteries, they wanted to be around 40 degrees, but it seems like this battery might want to be only around 30 degrees. Maybe it's similar to the BYD Blade battery, but except for that, it has better cooling than the Blade battery, right? So it seems like maybe the car wanted to arrive with around 32 something, 31, 32 degrees in min temp. So this time, well, I don't know if it counts it. It says Ionity, but I don't know if it interprets it as a charging station. It might not. But I'll try to arrive with around 30-ish something. See what happens. Now it says 5% at arrival. It could be higher, because Tesla tends to miscalculate on this stretch over Göteborg. But I see that we have 2.4. No, sorry, we have 24, almost 24 kilowatt hour now to drive only 107 kilometers. So we might arrive with 10%, which is of course not ideal. But then, well, if I skip Spekkerød, then what? Ljungskile then would be an option. But then, okay. Yeah, I noticed that the auto lane change doesn't work for the first 5 minutes or so after we start driving again. Okay, now it wants to cool the battery slightly. So it's not going too aggressive on it. So it's at 48, not 45.5 to 50 degrees. So it seems like as long as the battery is cool enough, I mean it doesn't overheat, then it can maintain the 175 kilowatt long. I wonder if, my session before, it was simply too hot, so the battery overheated on the Model 3 standard. So they haven't changed the curve, it's just that I started with too hot battery. My new mistake. Because I normally don't expect Tesla batteries to want to start at around 30 degrees. I'll see now, because now it seems like I haven't, well, it doesn't seem like I'm navigating to a fast charger. Maybe I should. Let me try to find charger. Spectre. There, it found something. Stora Höga. No, it found the Ionity. Okay, now it found Ionity. Okay. No supercharger near your destination. Okay. Well. Now, there's gonna be Spectre charge for 10 minutes. Strömstad charge for maybe 13 to 15 minutes and then done. Then we can count the time in Norway and all that stuff. So, yeah. So what? 46.5 degrees already. It cools down quite quickly. What is it? It dumps the heat. Yeah, probably only fans. Plus some heat savaging. Okay. Wait, what was it again? 2 hours and 51 minutes. Was it? Wait. Okay, so we'll be close to the 6-hour mark soon. And then we have done 610 kilometers before correction. So the correction should be 600 times almost 10. Yeah, it's like 6, 7, 8, 7 kilometers. Okay. So around 620 kilometers so far. There's a lane departure, whatever. Huh? It's struggling. Okay, so I will pass by Göteborg before 4. Yeah, actually 3:30-ish. Okay, that's good. Then when will I be in Norway then? Well, that ride is hammering it. Regularly in Belgium as well. Now it's 42.5 degrees because it seems like it cooled down from 50 to 42 or 45 quickly. Now it tends to just slow, 42.0 now. So now it slows down on the cooling. Well, it claims 4% of arrival. I wonder if 40% that I charged it was a bit overkill. Okay, quick math. 21 minus 3 almost. 18 kilowatt hour. $18,000 divided by 81.
$2,000 divided by 1 is 2,000.
No, 18,000 divided by 81.
$18,000 divided by 81 is 222.22.
Okay, 220. Yeah, that's plenty. I'm not gonna spend that much. Most likely I will spend only, I don't know, 200, possibly less. Throughout the challenge now, we consume 193, so that becomes, with correction, is 1.2% out of 190 is, it's about 190 watt hour per kilometer so far. I don't know if this might be the most efficient Model Y run, or maybe the most efficient SUV or this class. I don't know what the heck, what kind of B class or which segment is it? B segment. I mean, not which segment this goes under. But it's 4.8 meter SUV, so it's not the smallest one. You know, it's bigger than the L03. It's on par with actually Q6 e-tron and Seeker 7X, and actually bigger than the Q4. Q4 slash ID4. Longer, a little bit like 10 centimeters longer, right? And as far as I remember, those cars, they would average more than 200, not 190 like we have now. Okay, 40.5 degrees. Okay, it keeps dropping anyway. So I want the max temp to be low. Then there is no, right now it's a 5.5 degrees Celsius delta between min and max temp. Okay. So I might have lost a couple of minutes because I rapid gated by well on purpose. I heated up too much. Okay, we can see if we arrive at only around 31 degrees. As long as we go deep, then we should be able to get max speed, right? Wait, so that was the third. Yeah, so 5 charging stops then. Well, I mean, I think 5 charging stops is more normal for a 60-ish, around 60 kilowatt hour battery. I would say it's a small battery, or yeah, what? I mean, 60 kilowatt hour 10 years ago would be considered large, right? But nowadays, large batteries more than 100 kilowatt hour, like the iX3 battery. Medium ranges from around 80 to 100 kilowatt hour. So that means that small is below 80, and yeah. Well, if you have only 3 sizes, but you can have like XXL. Yeah, okay. XXL is more than 110 kilowatt hour, right? XL is 100 kilowatt hour, and then L is around 80-90 kilowatt hour. So that means that medium is around 70-75. Wait, what like is this then? Small? And then your XS, yeah. XS is around 50 kilowatt hour. Does that even exist today? Some of the Stellantis cars, they might operate at around 50, right? Well, we have we have the poor man's car, like Insta. Oh, dude, can you just change lane, shit, man? Insta and Firefly, they are around 40-50 kilowatt hour. Those are usually the smallest batteries nowadays. I think in the Skoda Epic. No, wait, was it Epic or? Yeah, the Skoda Epic will eventually come with around 40, 39 something LFP battery. But then, if I read it right, it will charge at only 50 kilowatt. Like, what? This is LFP battery, man. Why don't you at least allow 100 kilowatt? I mean, if people complain that Tesla is charging slow, take a look at some of the poor man's cars, like Firefly and Insta, at least, and also at some extent Renault 5 is only 120 kilowatt, not 150 or 70 kilowatt. So in the old days, even the larger 77, 82 kilowatt hour MAB cars would operate at only 125 kilowatt, and then lately it was bumped to 135, and then towards nowadays even there are still some 175 kilowatt. Yeah, with 82 kilowatt hour net capacity. So I mean, in that regard, the Tesla here, the 64, is quite good. Seems like the charging performance here is a lot better than the old SR Plus, the 60 kilowatt hour. Because I don't remember getting nice flat 170 kilowatt curve on those cars. So I wonder if this has similar properties as the Blade battery, that you want to get it cold and then you can get maybe flat until 50%. Yeah, who knows? Dude, do I need to redo the test? Gee. Okay, probably doesn't matter. Well, actually, it can matter if we can get flat curve until 70, you get 50%. Then I could actually charge to 50, 60%, and I can shave off from charging stop. Okay, 34, 39 degrees is gonna keep cooling. as we go now. Oh, it still claims 5% at arrival. What? No. Oh, that Mercedes is hammering it. Sweet, man. It's hammering it around 140 kilometers per hour in the 100 zone. Okay. What's going on there? Seems like a Kia based on the tail lights. Okay, 3 at night. Get the bike soon. Well, let's hope we can be. Oh, wait. I have to check here. It was. We're gonna check at the 6-hour mark soon. But we have to take 2 hours and 51 minutes. Which means 9 minutes past. Okay, in 7 minutes, that will be 6-hour mark. Status update. I'm down to 25% already. Well, these frequent charging stops keeps me awake. So hopefully I can survive now to the night. .5 to 38 degrees. Okay, well this time I navigated to, I don't think we're gonna see how the car keeps the battery temp then, and whether we get 175 flat or not. We have kept the number of deductions low. So if we can still do it in around 9:45 plus deduction, that would be around 10 hours total. So if I started right before 9, then I should finish around 7. Okay. That means 6:30 around Mortensrud. Yeah, I'll take it. Hopefully I can avoid some stau. But even still, okay. 7. And normally the kids don't wake up at 7. Nowadays they tend to wake up almost 8. I wonder if I can push in a charging session so I can get that done. But it depends how deep I go. But yeah. I might want to just go straight home and then charge it back to 10% and then prepare for the charging session. What the heck is this car? Oh, it's a... It's a Model Y standard. Oh, I didn't recognize it. It's the poor man's Tesla. The lights are different. Yeah, yeah. You don't have that continuous backlight. Oh, it's the brother from the same mother. Giga Berlin. Okay, so taxis are willing to get the standard. Well, I mean, it just gets you from A to B. It's efficient. They probably don't fast charge too much. From what I heard, taxis, they don't want to drive too far, 200-300 kilometers per day only. Okay, almost 6 hour mark now. Distance 650 kilometers. No, more like 660 kilometers. Back here, yes, hopefully I can use the same, the usual tunnel, yeah, Tingstad tunnel. So the Ionity charger might be slightly slower at handshake, but then Tesla is quite quick to respond. So yeah, those are tritium chargers. So hopefully I don't lose too much time. And also Spekerud is relatively quick exit. Same with Strömstad. So well, let's hope that was the best choice, because if I want to go all the way to Hogstorp, I probably have to charge to 50-55%, which might not be optimal. Or I can go, of course, go for with the Valland, which is slightly closer. But the problem with Hogstorp is that then I get this weird balance where I end up, I don't know, yeah, somewhere. So I think we have planned the remaining stops now. That should be okay. Yeah, there you go. It's time, 6 hour mark. And if you look at the trip stats now, 600, yeah, around 660 kilometers done after 6 hours. And average consumption is 189 watt hour per kilometer. Damn. Dude, oh shit. Normally a Model 3 would consume less than 200 watt hour per kilometer. Wait, what is the most efficient Model Y so far in the challenge? Or with the lowest consumption? Oh, maybe Model Y did finish below 200. Yeah, when I think about this. Well, estimated time, I don't know yet. Usually when I get close to Strömstad, then I know the time. Then I know roughly how long we're gonna charge there. And then I know that from Strömstad to home there's 1.5 hour driving. More or less spot on. So Spekerud 3:42. We will leave Spekerud before 4, and then we arrive at Strömstad before 5, charge there. So, at 6:30 arrival, really? Sounds too good. Did I miss something here? That will only be 9:20 or 9:30, not 9:45. Wait, so from here to Spekeröd, okay. And the car estimates 3:42 at Spekeröd. From Spekeröd to Strömstad, we usually need a little bit less than an hour. Yeah, which means that if I can leave Spekeröd before 4, then I will arrive at Strömstad before 5, and then if I can charge to, maybe I can leave Strömstad around 5-ish. Yeah, then I should finish at 6:30, 6:40 maybe. Plus the yeah, so estimated 9.5 hours, really. Well, I guess that's plausible. You know, mainly the nice charging curve helps big time, and also the efficiency of this car. See if we can nail the charging stops better now. On the 4th stop, yeah. But it was only the 2 stops that were slightly slower. There's a rapid gate. Well, actually, it could be that the first stop was also rapid gating. Yeah, that's true. Because it also did preheat a bit too much, maybe. Yeah, well, yes. I mean, I didn't let the car control it because I've seen in the past that the car would preheat a bit late and then cause cold gate. But this time it seems like I fucked up the charging session. But it was, I mean, if the charging session was only 10 to 15 minutes, then obviously we didn't mess up too much, or the delay wasn't like 10 minutes. You know, it might have just been like 1-2 minutes slower max. Kind of just need to find out how the optimal curve is. So now the battery has cooled down to 31.5 to 35 degrees. So this time I'm not going to touch any manual preheating. Just see what happens. If as long as it can go kind of deep, then that should be good enough. Truck driver is crazy, man. He's just hammering it. Okay, one lane disappears soon. In how many meters? Not sure. 700 meters. Okay, well. Another Model Y standard. Well, they are somewhat common here in Sweden, right? Another Model Y standard taxi. Wait, which area? Yeah, okay, good. Kingston is open in this direction. Hallelujah. You don't realize how nice this this one is, this path here, until you have to take a detour. Same with the Valla tunnel, and holy shit. Those few times when the Valla tunnel was closed, massive, like half an hour detour and shit. Okay, now it's just 6% at arrival. Okay, let's hope that the max temp drops a bit. Oh, the tunnel is already open. There seems to be no traffic here. I think they have blocked everything. Yeah, I think there's still blockade there. Yeah, and detour. Yeah, okay, the trucks are still routing traffic away from Finland. Yeah, so it's probably closed for the night. They're doing some kind of work in their tunnel. It seems like the battery temperature has kind of dropped, stopped or stagnated. It's camping at 31.5 to 35 degrees now. Seems that the car wants to keep it at that level. .7% at arrival now. We're down to 18%. But this asphalt is quite rough. Yeah, it's better. Okay, past Göteborg, 3:20 at night. I remember that this takes around 3 hours, right, to get to Oslo area. Oh, okay, this is good news then. We can be around Oslo around 6. Current drive, wow, huh? 183 watt-hour per kilometer. Damn. Game over. It's so efficient. Yeah, the battery temp is rock stable now, 31.5 to 35 degrees. Doesn't change at all. So okay, if it matters, I can probably round down by a couple of minutes because I messed up by preheating, which consumes extra energy. Probably doesn't matter too much, but then the rapid gate part, yeah. Oh, 34.5 now. Yeah, we want the max temp to be as low as possible. Now there's only 3 degrees Celsius delta between min and max. I think that was also the case in the beginning when we, the first session. FSD, yeah, but I think FSD will be too slow or too, I don't know, it's just, it probably doesn't drive as consistent and it's probably too slow compared to me. I claim 7% at arrival, really? 6.9. Okay, I have to guess the next step. Night. I guess no more than 200. No, more like 190. No, wait. Oh, it's the wind. Okay, from Spekkele to Strömstad, I'm guessing around 190 to 200, somewhere there. It seems like ideally you wanna get the battery not too hot, and then you wanna go deep for the best 175 kilowatt wave, and then only charge around 40%. Yeah, it sounds crazy, but that will yield the best 1,000 kilometer time. But you also need to have the matching supercharger or Ionity or something on the route to match 40%. But for example, some of the Chinese cars, like dude, that guy is with high beam. Some of the Chinese cars, they don't want to go deep, so you want to arrive with 10%, and then I wonder if it was the MGS6 or some of them. They charge quite fast at the bottom, but not that flat. So then you want to go from 10 to 50% ish, right? Which is the same as this car going from 0 to 40%. Well, after I gotten used to this, then I prefer the large text rather than small text. It was a bit too small for me, for an old man like me. This is nice that you can change text size in the UI. I think they implemented this a couple of years ago. But when I had Tesla, like Optimus Prime and so on, I think they didn't have this feature yet. And also I wonder if other cars have it. There might be. I wonder if I've seen this in some of the Chinese cars. They even have 3 different text sizes from what I remember. I wonder if it was BYD or Xpeng or maybe Seeker. Well, I mean, yeah, it's great. As long as you have a big screen, 16-inch screen, then no problem going slightly larger than the fonts. Right now we hammer it. 19 kilometers. And this time I won't touch anything. 31.5 to 34 degrees then, alright. Arriving at 7%. We're down to 14% now. Wait, really? We're not going to use 13% now. We're not going to use that much just on 19 kilometers. Wait, or maybe we will. Oh, okay. Oh, 35 degrees now in the max temp. Starts heating up now. Well, I'm getting sleepy now. Where did I put the bottle? Wait, that's the empty bottle. What? Wait. Huh? Strange. Where they have to put the bottle. It fall down, they didn't know. We'll notice that. Okay, but they were fine, I can't speculate. We'll be arriving soon. 11 kilometers left. Okay. We're down to 10% now. Unfortunately, couldn't go too deep. Let me see if we can. What was the last record again? I think we throttled at 30%, right? So can we go even higher? Since we start not too deep this time. That means I have to quickly go to the bathroom over here. Finally, okay, yeah. Get to the gas station. And I actually don't need to clean the windscreen. Seems like it's been staying quite clean. Okay, so here I could have charged to only 35%. Alright, so the next stop here, 40, 45 should be plenty, right? How to calculate. This like 180. Oh, okay, we did, wait, since charge. Oh, it did average around 180 watt-hour per kilometer. Huh. That means on the next leg, it's likely to be around 200. That's what I'm gonna guess on. 200 times 118. That's 20, almost 24 kilowatt hour. 45% should be plenty. Maybe even 40. Right, 7% as the car predicted. 31.5 to 35 degrees. Let's see then. No pole gate, right? And then hopefully no rapid gate. But you know, I think either way, it will hit 53 degrees Celsius at one point during the starting session. Okay, microphone off. Ready? Here we go, it's bigger. Truckers. Okay, which tip charger is not kaput now? We have some dudes over there. This charger is hopefully working. Yeah, okay, let's get the food. I'm gonna try to charge it. Check it out. 9 degrees. Okay, case handshake. Let me check. We are at 338. Okay. Yeah, I can feel like the handshake is a bit slower here. Good look. Will it work? Or does it bug? Yeah, see it bugged. Just slow. How good is it? Without Ionity, these tritium charges are really slow. I think it's gonna fail. Oh, okay, it took forever. Holy shit. Okay, we are charging. Alright, alles gut. Okay. I'm really controlling the lights, but I guess some people want to consider. Right, all good. Wait, so if we arrive with cold battery, like now 31 to 35 degrees, then the car uses extra energy to heat up. So maybe ultimately it will hit 52, 53 degrees Celsius anyway, right? Okay, I don't know, but yes, I need to finally go and say oh, okay. stuff. There's a thing that can roll around. Wait, okay, throttle now. Yeah, okay. I just missed it again. But let me see. Oh, but you see, this time it's not that hot. Okay. Alright, went to the restroom, came back, and then I just missed the throttle again. It was flat until around 25% or something. So it seems like, yeah, even if we hit 52 degrees or whatever, it's not... Oh, wait. It seems like you're supposed to get that speed, whatever, 175 kilowatt, and then it throttles. But here's the difference, because once... I mean, if this was 52, 53 degrees Celsius, the speed here would plummet to only around 120 kilowatt. But this time, it seems like we can maintain a flatter curve. Okay, this I'm gonna navigate to Ionity. This, and then find charging, and then try to find Ionity at Stromstad here. I found something there. Ionity, yes, there you go. I might go in the back. Yeah, you see that? Whoa, you see we have a flatter curve this time, right? Wow. We've been charging for 7 minutes. We're almost good to go. Let me check here. 117 kilometers. Let me do the math here. If I assume, okay. Okay, I need to spend 40%. So I might want to go for 45% then. Okay. We have 37 now. Maybe I should zoom in slightly so you can see that number. That is the actual what is going on into the battery. 120. Okay, whoa, okay, yeah, it seems like it's flatter now. It doesn't plummet. But now we hit 53 degrees. You can see it seems like it happens every time, right? Even when we don't preheat, we don't mess with the preheating and anything, then we still get this. We just get a slightly flatter curve. So I don't think it made any difference whatever I did, right? It shouldn't make any difference. Just do some weird... Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But it seems like the throttle point is not always the same, but it seems to be around 25%. But last time we saw the throttle happening at around 30%, so I don't know what's going on, but yeah. Now the car, okay, at 41% the car claims -1% at arrival. Yeah, alright. Which means that if we go 45%, that should be good enough. Now we have, yeah, that would be around 200-ish. No, a little bit more, like 210 hard limit on the budget here, watt-hour per kilometer. So a 9-minute stop and we are almost good to go. Wow, I didn't expect it to be that fast. $53.5 now. Oh shit. Well, the car says 1% at the arrival. And okay, at least now I know that we don't have to spend extra energy on preheating. So, well, if it's cooling, I can just take it, start HVAC. Then you can start heating the cabin also. Okay, I should prepare for leaving now. We already did 45%. I don't know exactly how much we need, but the car seems like it estimates, and I want to spend some juice for, I don't know what the heck this is, cold weather or some shit. Hey, where's the cover? Oh, here. Okay. 46. No, okay, a little bit extra. 4% on the arrival. Okay. Let's get rid of it. What? We're about to go. We have a little bit more now. 47%. That was 11 minutes driving. And the car estimates 5% of the arrival. Yeah, we have a little bit of margin. Okay, just in case the car was wrong, right? Then you can run it lower. Off we go. That was 11-minute charging stop. Huh? Ain't too bad, right? Okay, I mean, compared to Chinese cars, okay, it's not that fast, but whatever. I mean, I feel like eventually Tesla needs to come up with something faster charging. We heard the rumor of the Sun Buddha battery. Yes. I mean, if Tesla would get if Tesla would get Seeker or Xpeng speed, it would be game over. But it doesn't have to be even that fast. It can just be like 250 kilowatt flat for a while, right? To 50% of them shit. It doesn't have to be super high peak power, but I guess Tesla, they probably want to go higher speed. There always was like that, except for a few cars like the BYD Blade battery, right? Oh wow, it's getting kind of bright now. Okay, so we left before 4 as predicted. And I charged to 47%. From 7 to 47%. I added 40% of the battery in 11 minutes. Yeah, okay, so that's not groundbreakingly fast, but I guess compared to other 60-ish kilowatt hour batteries, then it's still pretty good, right? Of the arrival now. Okay, maybe 45% would have been plenty. What, 47? Okay, I went slightly past that point. Okay, so that's how I can gain some speed by going deep. Because it seems like you don't take any penalty by going deep. Well, actually, you build up some extra heat. Yeah, so that's true. Especially if you go deep, like 1% deep, then you don't want to preheat, because it will kind of heat up by itself, and then as a result, it will kind of replicate. So you get the benefit from, 1 to 7, 1 to 10%, you get the nice speed, but then you get the disadvantage that it replicates or goes slower. So summa summarum, maybe it doesn't matter whether you arrive at 10% or 1%. You still get take the same time, around 11-12 minutes to add 40% of the battery. So tomorrow morning I will, actually technically today, but once I'm back in Yesholm, I will do a charging test. Try to start with around 32 degrees only. then see what we get. But but actually, maybe I want to start closer to 35 degrees. No, let's say 32, yeah. Because you see that it actually heats up when you plug it in. It pulls lots of power to quickly heat up the battery, because it knows that it needs to catch that. If it doesn't heat it up, it will actually colgate by the time it hits 20% or whatever. This is the thing, you know, what I've seen is that in order to get max speed, you need to have hot enough battery, but at lower temp, then you can get faster speed at lower temp. But at higher state of charge, you need higher temp to get the max speed. But it seems like the charging curve has improved by around 10 kilowatt through the whole span. So that's what I need to test now and document. And then we can compare the Model 3 and the Model Y, because they're supposed to have the identical battery, right? The 64 kilowatt hour CATL. So that would be a nice boost. I don't remember when I tested the Model 3. It was probably springtime. As I remember in the old days, when Tesla, they didn't release all the stuff. They had the 2170 cells in the Model 3. And actually in the beginning, I remember when MC Hammer was new in 2019, he could only take around 120 kilowatt. But then they unlocked the 200 kilowatt. And then eventually they unlocked the 250 kilowatt on MC Hammer. But it took a while. It seemed like they were gathering data, and they had to make sure that it was good enough. Yeah, next stop will be the last stop. From there I have to drive 180 kilometers approximately. Well, unless I could 99 then bail out that cleavage with 0% or some shit. But okay, whatever. Yeah, I know that the last leg will be more gentle on the consumption. Possibly only around. Well, why is this car slowing down? That is weird. That is kind of weird behavior. Yeah, so I'll see on the last stop, last southern stop, I might need to go around 50-55%, or no wait, or maybe not. I need to calculate. It's likely to be 190, maybe even less. Yeah, no, it's likely around 190 only. Oh shit, 58%. Okay, so if I go around 60%, then I can barely make it home. 65 would be safer, but that'll take longer, so 60%. Well, if the car agrees with me, then we go for 60% with a couple of percent margin only. Yeah, and I have to expect some slow pokes in the left lane, which lowers the consumption. And also once the sun comes up, then that also increases temperature and lowers consumption. But it seems like this car is not too much affected by cold weather and all that stuff. You know, we have heat scavenging going on, we have pretty good aerodynamics. So even if the air is dense, you know, it doesn't take too big penalty on the drag part. So this is good that the consumption is quite stable, consistent. So let me see. We're getting close to the 7-hour mark now. Yeah, in 11 minutes, and we have done 720 kilometers. So we are right on the 100 kilometers per hour average speed. Actually, we are above 100 kilometers per hour for now. So from here to, no, from Spekkere to, yeah, Strömstad would be less than an hour. The car says 55 minutes. No, I think it's a bit less than that. It's probably being a bit pessimistic. So I should arrive maybe in around 45, 50 minutes. Yeah, maybe 4:45, 4:50 at Strömstad. Yeah, possibly 4:45. Okay, which means charge there, no more than 50 minutes. Leave it, and then yeah. So I'll be. Wait, that may mean. Yeah, I should finish around 6:30. Wow, that means passing by Mortensrud at 6. Yeah, at 6 there shouldn't be any stau. Good, if I can get back home around 6:30, then I can maybe do a charging test. But the problem is I need to let the battery cool down a bit, because if I start from 0%, it might not give me the best charging curve versus if I start from 10%. But then how long do I wait for the cool down? 15 minutes, is that enough? But I've seen it that this car charges relatively quick to 100% even. So hopefully you can do 10 to 80% in around 25 minutes. Yeah, so if it's 6:30-ish, then that means 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so it could be around 9:30, or yeah, I don't know, or 9:20. What the heck, is that even possible? Well, I guess it is if the car is efficient and we have improved charging curve. Yeah. I mean, it's crazy, man. Like, it doesn't appear to be charging that fast, but I think if we put this side by side with some of the MEB cars, for example, or I don't know what else is out there similar, like a Renault Scenic, or like an MGS6 maybe. MEB cars can either charge at 175 or 185 kilowatt, but dude, some of those, if you go for those MEB cars, they might cost around 600k. Yeah, so it's not really comparable. You have to compare it against maybe some rear-wheel drive with a smaller battery. Yeah, like the 58 or something kilowatt hour battery, and they can peak at 165, I think. I think that was the case for the Elrock I tested last year or 2 years ago. Those 82 kilowatt hour MEB cars like Skoda Enyaq and ID4, I think they are around 600k. They are definitely not 450k like this car. Wow. Okay. Well, okay, we'll see. Yeah, now that we get closer and we have a better estimate. So yeah, it's still 9 hours and 51. No, sorry, it's plus 2 hours and 51 minutes. So already now we know roughly when we will arrive at Strömstad, and then I know roughly how long it's going to take. So like if we arrive at 9:40, sorry, if we arrive at 4:45, the charging stop there should be maximum 15 minutes, right? So we leave roughly at 5, and then from Strömstad to the border it takes 10 minutes, and then from the border to Gjesholm it takes 1 hour and 20 minutes roughly, or yeah, so that means 6:30 in Gjesholm then. If I counted everything right. But at least I showed that during this challenge that I didn't always charge only 40%. What do you say? First stop it was actually 64%. Second stop it was around 45 or some shit. Third stop 40, and then the fourth stop 45 or 47 this time, yeah. And the fifth stop might be around 50%. But if you follow the trip planner, I think also Tesla wants to charge to only around 50%. It doesn't want you to go to 70, 80% because it knows that it's slower. And you can still drive some decent distance, like we have been doing 150, 170 kilometers between here. Well, actually lately now, in the last bits here, we've been driving only around 110, 120 kilometers. But we did do 2 times 170, 80 kilometer stretches. So just to show that even that is possible. And you don't lose too much time. If you go to 70, 60, 70%, you lose just a couple of minutes. But of course I want to tweak it. Whoa, fog. Oh, moisture around the bridge. Interesting. I think it will only be around the bridge here. Must be temperature difference. 8 degrees Celsius. Oh, wait. Oh, let me see. I think there's a sudden drop in temperature. Yeah. Let me see. Oh, okay. The temp sensor is updating slow. Mercedes temp sensor is updating really quick. Yeah, so this is a big improvement over the Model Y rear-wheel drive I tested several years ago. That was pre-Uniper, so less efficient, but it was also premium. So the Uniper has better drag coefficient, and then I don't know what else, if they have more efficient motor or something else that they also, but maybe the wheel caps and the 18-inch, whatever we have here, everything helps, you know, like 5 watt-hour per kilometer here, 5 watt-hour per kilometer there, everything adds up. And of course also slightly more net capacity and nicer, flatter charging curve, that also helps. Because the old result was around 950, I think, the rear-wheel drive, whatever we had. And also, yeah, with more fast chargers available, that also helps. But from what I remember, the old 60 kilowatt LFP battery, SR Plus battery, it couldn't maintain 170 too long. Yeah, so I think I have the test I did with back then the Model 3 Standard. Already that curve was a lot better, and then with this curve now should be even better than before. Should do a little comparison. So for people who are sitting on the old SR Plus, if they're wondering like, is it just going to be slightly bigger battery? Well, it seems like the charging curve has improved a lot compared to the old. So even if we only jump between the old 60 to the new 64, you will basically get maybe, I don't know, 20% faster charging, or maybe more. It's getting bright soon, alright? 4 at night now. Have to enjoy the last of the summer now before things get dark and cold. I mean, August is still okay. Even September is still okay in Norway, but usually around October, especially November, it's like, oh, getting dark, oh, getting cold, oh. And December hits me in the face, like, okay, I feel like going to Thailand. But I was gonna skip Thailand this year, but wifey needs to renew her driver's license in Thailand. If she doesn't renew it, then it's extra hassle to kind of get a new one again. So I'm like, ah, shit, the heck do we do that? So I'll see. Even wife is open for traveling on maybe other times than right around Christmas, New Year. So if you can just slide it until January, could even be February, we might get a better price. But I've seen that if we travel in the beginning of December and then come back in the beginning of January, then we still get okay price. But I have to see how much I have to pay for Millennium Falcon repair. They said they have to replace a 12-volt battery. It kept dying. And I was like, well, they kind of kept the car at low state of charge. They didn't take care of the main battery while it was sitting there, so that could also cause the 12 volt to die faster. But maybe the 12 volt hasn't been replaced in several years also, so it was time to get a new one. And they said that the air suspension couldn't be repaired, so they had to buy new ones. So, okay, but what was the whole thing about repairing stuff with the EV hub? So I don't know. I need to ask Nasir for details. Because he said that he could find a leak, and so we were gonna make videos about. Okay, but then why didn't they try to repair it, seal it, or remanufacture it, or whatever? And then, but then supposedly they put two brand spanking new air suspension things on Millennium Falcon. Who knows how expensive those are? For me though, I don't care. It doesn't have to be brand new. I'm not gonna drive that car too much. So, well, maybe I'm open for renting out the car then. If someone wants to rent it, then okay, they can rent it, and then I can just use the press car shuttle. I can use the press car for local errands and whatever. And then Wi-Fi. Well, it depends how long they're gonna rent it, but then Wi-Fi doesn't need the car all the time, so. I guess if the whole rent out becomes very popular, the Millennium Falcon is rented out all the time, then I guess I could just buy a cheap, I don't know, e-Golf or some shit, Soul maybe. If I'm lucky, I can find a good Soul. As long as wife can get to Yes home and then occasional trip to Oslo, that would be good enough. But then maybe it's no big deal, only when the Falcon is not home. And could pay off, if I can get around 500 NOK per day if they rent it. Pay for my bills and the investment I made in him, and the insurance and whatever other additional repairs I have to pay for him. But I'm not going to lend him out for free, fortunately, because I need to get return on investment on him. Because I wasn't planning on buying him in the first place. It kind of dropped in my lap, and I felt like, okay, it's him, I kind of need to take responsibility. It's the old legend. But yeah, many people kept saying, no, don't buy that, it's all, yeah. But well, we'll make it work. We will prevent it from being an economical disaster. Because actually, even though it's very nice to have a longer range EV and so on, I think I realized that just having a cheap Soul, e-Golf was kind of shite, but the Soul cost roughly the same, and even just a Soul with the adapter that I already have anyway, right, is already good enough for the press car shuttle. Just want to keep the cost low, depreciation and insurance price low, then I would save time when I shuttle between the different importers. But then occasionally I need to place the Soul somewhere, if it is Soul, right? I need to place it somewhere when I borrow those cars where I don't have parking space. I don't know why sometimes it starts changing lane and it's like, oh, I can't do it. Dude, you're already halfway over there. Can you just finish it? It's acting like a Chinese car sometimes, this Tesla. For the most time, it's just rock solid, but it has this weird shit sometimes, like lane change cancellation. And now it just goes smooth, right? Look at that. And you can even change lane in the curve perfectly fine. Neo could not do that. It was just failing big time every time. Like, try to do it like this, auto lane change in the curve is like, and then fail. Yeah. Okay, it's just 7% of arrival now. What is the battery status? 30.5 to 35 degrees. Okay. Okay, so yeah, if I went for around 70% every time instead, I could have shaved it down to at least 4 charging stops. 3 would possibly be hard, unless I go for 80%, yeah. But at least 4 instead of 3 charging stops will be possible, right? Because the first stop was around 300 kilometers. So then I have 700 left. And then 700 divided by 4 is 350, 175. Yeah, see? 175 kilometer legs. Yes, that is roughly 70% each time. And actually 4 charging stops is more normal. Nowadays, I can usually do it in, or put it this way, 5 charging stop is not that high. Many cars with small batteries, they usually need 5 stops anyway. And it's not even a Tesla, you know, it could be a, I don't know, yeah, some Korean cars or some Chinese cars. We'll have 1 slice of bread left and some drinks left. Still some supplies left. $4.21. 5, 6, 7, 20 now. 7.33 hours. Okay, status. After 7.33 hours, I have done 780 kilometers roughly. Consumption is 190 watt-hour per kilometer. On this leg, we have consumed 210 average. Okay, it seems that the car knew roughly how much it would consume. Knew about the weather and all that stuff that I didn't know. And also the wind direction. Let me see. Let's see the wind turbines. But it shouldn't be too much wind. But watch out over here. It could be moose or other animals. So let's pay attention. Wait. Oh wait. Juniper has that screen. Yeah, when I think about it, standard versus Juniper comparison would be really useful. I could just make the shots in one car and then make the same shots in the other car. They don't have to be literally side by side. So then I could just pull over to some Tesla service and then just film a Juniper there. So where is the closest? Where is this closest Tesla super? Where is the closest Tesla service center near Jessheim, Norway?
The closest Tesla service center is Tesla Sarpsborg in Sarpsborg, Norway, about 84 kilometers away. It's closed until 9 a.m. with a 4.3 rating. Want directions?
No, from Jessheim, where I live.
From Jessheim, the nearest option that came up is the Tesla supercharger in Ullensaker, Norway, about 175 kilometers away.
No,
There's also Tesla
no service center, and don't mess with the navigation. I want to navigate to the Ionity.
Navigation set to Tesla Sarpsborg service.
No, what the?
91 kilometers, 54 minutes, arriving at 5:18.
Okay. Seems like it's been pre-programmed. Whenever I ask about something, it will navigate there, yeah, naturally. But I just want to know. Okay. I guess. Wait, do they have showroom? Oh, okay, Grorud. Yes, closest is probably Grorud. They have Juniper over there. Unless there is someone with Juniper near Jessholm. But there's a performance Juniper, but that's slightly different. So I want to have just a standard long range. I mean, long range or something, non-performance Juniper. And then, well, unfortunately, I don't have a Juniper from the house for now. Wait, there was going to be a car arriving. Well, no, that would be too late. Yeah, it'll be this weekend. Then I have to return the car. Yeah. Okay, so the consumption on this leg is actually kind of high-ish. First, I thought around 200. Well, it's 217 right now. Probably because it's 7 degrees outside, so the car knew about this. Because on the way south we had 16 degrees Celsius, but now we get the more typical like night temp. Oh shit, forgot to turn off this. Night temp where okay, evening it might be 12 to 15 degrees, but then now it's the coldest time of the day, right before sunrise. Then temperature drops to 7 degrees, and then if I don't have good navigation, I will be caught with the pants down. So I would think, oh, but 190 should be possible, and then I estimate based on that, and then, oh shit, I have to drive slow now. Okay, the car says 6% at arrival now. Oh, that's good. Battery has cooled down to 30.5 to 34.5. Wow. 215 watt hour per kilometer now. Is this? No, it's an Audi Fossil. Station wagon. Man, I don't know how the heck I managed to stay awake, but let's hope I can still stay awake for the next 2 hours. Well, it's probably just the battery that was working, the caffeine. Just want to avoid too often. seems like I have slight headwind. Oh, wait. Oh, maybe that explains the slightly higher consumption than earlier. Low temperature and headwind. Yeah, of course. Also, we are a bit in Highland now. 8 degrees Celsius, right? It should rise. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be warmer around Norway side. Yeah, this is a bit in the Highland also. That's where they have the wind turbines. I think it's. I never thought about it before, but I think it should be better value for money for Millennium Falcon to rent him out. People can drive with the Legend, and then if it's not in use, then I can do some tests with it. But there's no big rush with it. But I feel like just letting the car sit at the parking lot for 1 week at a time is kind of waste of resource, especially for him. If it's just a soul, then I guess nobody cares about renting a soul. So, I guess I'll announce it and all that, and then also have to figure out what do I do with the tax stuff. Need to somehow keep some kind of receipt, or I'm not sure how to do that. Or maybe the company can send an invoice to the customers. Yeah, and then each customer needs to recruit. I don't know, maybe you can avoid too much paperwork. I might also need to maybe include the toll road, or actually build a toll road to them afterwards. That's to check in the period they've been driving. Yeah, at least there's some discount on the toll road with the chip. So that could be like 500 NOK per day flat. Free supercharging, of course. Other charging, do you pay for yourself? And then toll road you pay also. I think an electro auto with some okay battery size should cost maybe almost 1,000. Look, but then Millennium Falcon's battery is kind of shite, so not expecting a crazy long range on him. But also need to consider every case and not just rent it out. Need to also do a quick check and listen to the story, and if I feel like this is kind of I don't know, a trash driver, then we should avoid it. Of course, no smoking inside, and also I guess no pets inside. Dogs and stuff, nope, sorry, because Isabella is allergic to dogs. We had dogs in the past, but that was just like a small dog. 6% of arrival, right? Checking here. Temperature, yeah. Temperature is stable now, 30.5 to 34.5. And we are getting close to, now it says 4:48 at Stromstad. We're 24 kilometers away. 15 minutes, really? No, not gonna take 15 minutes. take 12 minutes. Yes, so we should be at 4:45. Then I have around 15 minutes to do the charging. Yeah, it should be 15. It shouldn't be 10. No, that's not possible. Not with this car. Well, but the handshake took a while. I thought it would fail, but no, it's just really slow. The car was probably very fast at responding, but then the tritium charger was like, oh, no, oh, you want, okay, you want to charge, all right? And the same thing at the Ionti Strömstad is the old tritium chargers. So I had to expect some slow handshake time there also. Especially now that I want to go kind of high, then I definitely don't want to overheat the battery. I want a nice flat curve. So no preheating this time either. And arrive at 6%, right? Okay, that's also probably good. Yeah, I think it was it was one summer a couple of years ago. I had that Q4 e-tron with broken AC. So it rapid gated, but then I found out that the normal charging curve was already kind of aggressive at the bottom, but then you want to charge to only 45-50%. So that's what I did, and the car was fairly efficient. So I could just charge every 120 kilometers and finish the challenge with broken AC. Yeah. Okay, almost there. Stromstad. Wow, you know this sunrise thing, I tend to usually get that around Göteborg early summer. And that would usually happen around 2. Well, yeah, but I started early yesterday, yeah. Typically, by the time I get here, it'll be around 6 in the morning on a Friday, or Saturday or Sunday morning. Oh, down to 10%. Seems like it was okay, huh? Well, let's see. Check the direction of wind turbines. Wait, we had wind from the north. We had tailwind yesterday on the way south. Check the direction. It's always hard to see the shadows. Wait, it seems like we get tailwind on the way back. Wait, that's good. Is that even a tailwind? Let's see what the wind turbine. Yeah, we get tailwind now. Wow. So wind must have turned during the night. Well, okay, dankeschön. Wait, did we have tailwind or headwind? I remember it was wind from the north when I did the range test earlier. But now we have wind from the south. Wow, 213 on this leg. Okay. You can expect around 190 then on the last leg. No, wait, maybe less, 180. Yeah, especially with the tailwind. Get almost at Stromstad now. But dude, is it really true that Trump claims that wind turbines are stupid or something? He's in that ballpark. Like renewable energy has been working for decades in Europe and also other parts of the world, of course. But I feel like Europe has more common. I've seen it in Thailand also, and of course they have it in China. But at least in Thailand, not that common. Maybe because they don't have that much wind. And it's like technology has been working for decades, no problem. But then Trump is like, no. How is it possible to be so ignorant? I mean, I can understand if it's just some average Joe, but he's a president. Okay, I can see the tailwind now, quite clear. Well, I have to prepare for arrival. Consistent, just like last time, just like every time. 6% now. 46%. Okay. I charged it 46. Okay, so 40%, then I could have gone here with 0. Okay, whatever. As long as we arrive at less than 10%, then that's good enough, right? Seems like the car seems to be quite accurate when I was charging. That was not always the case with Tesla. So if I really want to go 0%, yeah, I could have done that. But now it starts preheating briefly. Okay, just like 30 seconds before arrival. Okay, so then it wants to preheat. Or not. Not sure what happened there, but okay, let's see. Which charger do I use then? I think it doesn't matter. Here I have to make the thumbnail also. It's getting kind of bright. It's gonna be okay for the thumbnail. I'll use this charger. Wait, I'll use this charger. That doesn't have the broken display. Stromstad, 7 degrees Celsius. Pump the shaft. Last starting session. What is it? Buggy or what? Live stream or is it just inactive? Oh, this was faster. We are now at Ionity Strömstad, last charging session. It ramps up now. Yes, we arrive at 6%. I could have gone deeper. It seems like the car's navigation was spot on. Okay, as always, we get the max speed until 25%, right? So now I have to go kind of far. 171 kilometers before I finish. Well, let me check here. So, quick math. We have done 820 something. Yeah, so roughly there, yes. All good. We just have to now charge a bit higher, maybe 60 something percent before we go for the final run. What is it? Is it chat buggy? Let me try to restart here. Oh, it was buggy. Okay. Right, let me see. Try to zoom in. I don't know which variable you guys are using. What's with this stuff here? Okay, it was buggy, the chat. Okay. Eventually I need to figure out what to do, but well, okay, let me catch this. What, dude? It happened so fast. I'm gonna eat some food and pee, and then eventually I have to get ready soon. 21% now. 45 degrees. Why it doesn't look stuff. As usual, I bring some bread with me. I have 3 slices of bread. This is the last slice. I'm gonna eat it soon, but I want to catch it for once. The throttle, it happens around here every time, right? When I tested the Model 3, it would throttle at only 17%, 15 to 17%, but now it seems like it's consistently throttling later. Yeah, let's just wait for it, and then it should happen soon. Slowly gonna let this run, let the camera run. Oh, look at that. Okay, I'm just talking to the live stream. I just have the camera running. Yeah, here it has it. Okay, you see now it's throttling at 28%. Yeah, it has just a gentle throttle. Probably because the battery is not too hot. 49.5 degrees already. Yeah, so I think lesson learned. Don't mess with don't manually preheat like I did actually 2 or 3 of the charging sessions. Just let it do its thing, and then this seems to be the best for the battery charging curve. Yeah, now it's just throttling, but it has a very gentle throttle. Now I kind of need to prepare. Okay, this Ninja cooling. Oh, well, you see, every time now it hits 53 degrees, no matter what we do. But it hits it maybe later. Yeah. But I think we need around, oh shit, the car claims minus 20% at arrival, really? Yeah, I think we need around 60% to get back home safely. What's it, 1818? Let's check something. $828 plus 171. Oh! I have to drive just past the exit, kinda, and then, yeah. Couldn't I? So 1% under 40, I have to drive to 988. But the car claims minus 15% now, but really? So it wants 60%. It wants 62%. No, I'm not convinced. But I did drive, yeah. No, I'm pretty sure we don't need that much. Actually, it's colder now, yeah, that's true. I think 60% should be enough. And we still arrive with several percent margin. I think the car is being a bit pessimistic now. But 50 is simply not enough, we need more. We have only 30 kilowatt hour now, roughly. Net capacity. And then we have to drive 170, well, a little bit more, maybe 100, almost 180 kilometers before we're home. Right. Didn't we get over 100 kilowatts earlier? I could have sworn that I saw around 120 kilowatt at 50%. Okay, if it's cooling, I might as well dump the heat in the cabin. Fire up HVAC now. Wind elevation, yeah, but also temperature. The temperature has dropped during the night versus last night when it was still 15 degrees outside. Now it's probably around 10 degrees some places. But yeah, I should be able to trust the navigation most of the time. Well, but actually, not every car on the market goes at 300 kilowatt, especially not the 60 something kilowatt hour. So I tried to find around 60 kilowatt hour battery that takes 175 kilowatt flat. And maybe a platform doesn't even do it. Those, yeah, those 60, 58 to 62 kilowatt hour batteries. The Koreans, same there. If you have the smaller battery, they don't charge that fast. Well, actually, no. Some of the 800 volt cars might charge at decent speed. I haven't tested the 58 kilowatt hour from the Koreans. But yeah, the Seeker is way faster. But then, yeah, we need to test that. I booked it. The problem with Seeker is that it's not that efficient. So this car can get away with it because it has the efficiency plus actually okay charging curve. It's not the worst we've seen out there. I've seen it all. You can just look in my data. Many of these, I wouldn't say 400 volt cars, but many of these cars with around 60, 70 kilowatt hour battery, they actually don't charge that fast. Okay, I'm gonna get ready now. Almost done. %, now. Okay. Now the car says minus 4%, so we are almost good to go. Let me see. I have 35 kilowatt hour now. Yeah, that means around 200 watt hour per kilometer. Yeah, so I think we're not gonna consume more than that. Most likely not. I think we can go now, more or less. The car is probably being too pessimistic. Okay, so on the previous drive we consumed 209 watt hour per kilometer. That was pure 110 zone. Here we have way lower speed. The car claims minus 3%. Now we have 171 kilometers to go there. And then here we have, do the quick math here, we have 36 kilowatt hours. So we have over 200 watt hour per kilometer budget. I expect around 190 watt hour per kilometer. So let's check now. We are pretty much good to go. Let's check how long this took. Yeah, I wait for 62%, just like the car wanted me to do. Off we go again. Yeah, I didn't clean the windscreen, but I think it's not needed. It's fairly clean. Okay, the car claims minus one. Okay, I'm pretty sure that we will make it there, as I already calculated. At you know, in the pure 110 zone that we went, we averaged 208 or 206 or something. There's no way we're gonna average 200 on this stretch. It would be at least 190 or possibly even less than that, because of the Oslo stretch and the Norway stretch, which has lower speed. So I don't know how the car calculates stuff, but this time I don't agree with it. I think we actually arrive with about like 7-8%. But okay, I was being a bit unsure because most of the time the car knows a lot of stuff about weather. There we go. 2 hours and 51 minutes. So we are actually almost at 5, 6, 7, 8 hour mark. In a couple of minutes we'll be at the 8 hour mark. Right, the final run. So, we look here in the trip. This car, since it's underreported by 1.2%, we have to count to 988 kilometers. Alright, so that's another 160-ish, right? 165. And then the way you count time is the current time plus 2 hours and 51 minutes. So we are getting close to the 8 hour mark. Ooh! This seems to be a good run, huh? All right, let's hammer it. Okay, so yeah, I was hoping to get to Schweinsund by 10 minutes past 5, but that's not gonna happen. It will be maybe 15 minutes past 5, so yeah. But I mean, even if you can do it in around 9.5 hours, that is still pretty good for an SUV with small battery. Because if you look in the list, how many SUVs with around 60 kilowatt hour battery can do it faster than... Wait, what is this? Seems like... Oh shit, is that roadkill? Oh shit, what the heck is that? It's a larger animal, not just a small critter. Like size of a dog. Bigger than a cat. Seems to be around 20 kilograms. And it's kind of short leg, not a long leg, like it's not like a deer or anything. Yeah, but 9:25. Yeah, possibly 9:25. That is still pretty good. And I didn't expect it to be that fast. I was thinking 945, you know, like my spreadsheet calculated. Check here, what was the time here? Yeah, 9:45 was my spreadsheet estimation. No, it's crazy. This Model Y probably consumes less energy than the Polestar we just passed, which is a lot smaller. But that's okay, that's all-wheel drive version, but you know, just to put things in perspective. So I still don't understand how Tesla made this Model Y so efficient. But it is. Okay, I have to do the shot. I guess I'm gonna wait a little bit more. So what the? Went over a bump, but then it disengaged autopilot. What the heck, man, shit? Ah, because some ABS thing triggered, yeah. Okay, I'm not sure if this is white enough. I'm gonna wait a little bit more. I think I need around 10-15 more minutes before it gets bright enough. But there's 5:12 now. Yeah, I should be able to go to what is it now? 6:50 finish. Yeah, okay, so Mortensrud around 6:30 then. Yeah, hopefully there won't be any stau at 6:30, man. Mortensrud. Red drive. Yeah, well, I don't know, but it's like I said, the estimation that I have might not always be spot on. Usually, if it's some efficient car or some fast charging car, it tends to do it better. Plus, that my estimation goes down to 10%, you know. But if we go deeper, then and there's no penalty like Tesla, then of course we also get some benefit there. Then the average charging speed is higher from, I don't know, 1% or like 5% or whatever we kept arriving at. We actually haven't gone deep too many times this challenge. Okay, let me see, 5:15 then it will be, okay. That means we should finish at 6:35, roughly. And that means, yeah. That means 9:25. What is the estimation saying now? Arrival at minus 0.3%. Okay. Okay, I think I can prepare for the shot now. So yeah, how is the comfort in this Model Y standard after so many hours here? Well, first of all, the seats, they're comfy. They have the fabric here, no seat ventilation, well, no massage, but still feels comfy. And also, sound levels, like we've shown before, is okay. Yeah, with 18-inch wheels, it makes wonders, right? And then the autopilot just works smooth. There's been a couple of weird hiccups here and there, but almost no phantom braking. It was crazy because it felt like I had more phantom braking. No, I didn't feel like I experienced it many times with the Mercedes GLC, GLC and the GLB, that they had more phantom braking than we had here. So yeah, now we are approaching a truck. We are in the left lane, and then the Mercedes would phantom brake. Here we just pass by. Yeah. So, you know, the software is smooth, as we expect. The ride is fairly smooth. You know, it doesn't have the FSD, the frequency selective dampers like we have in the premium, but it still feels nice and comfy, and nowhere near as harsh as the pre-Juniper. So I'm actually quite impressed of how well this car performs, despite that they have reduced the amount of equipment or goodies in here, but they still kept what is important, what makes this car drive like a proper Tesla. Yeah. Right, huh? Well, does this use the BYD Blade battery? I thought it was CATL. Does this car use the BYD Blade battery or the CATL battery?
CATL batteries are still used far more widely. In the first half of 2026, CATL hours installed, while BYD was at about 14% with under 90 gigawatt hours.
What the hell?
CATL supplies batteries to many automakers worldwide, while BYD mostly uses its own Blade batteries internally.
No, but this Model Y from Giga Berlin, does it use CATL battery or the BYD Blade battery? It's a 64 kilowatt hour battery.
It's the BYD Blade battery. The standard rear-wheel drive Model Y built in Berlin switched to BYD's structural blade pack years ago, and recent tests show the capacity has grown to about 64.5 kilowatt hours. Shanghai-built versions still use CATL cells instead.
Okay. Well, can we trust Grok? But Grok claims that it's the blade battery. And then the Shanghai, they use CATL. I guess that makes sense, right? Because from what I heard here several years ago, they had supplier, or the previous version, the one that hits 170 kilowatt flat until 50%, yeah, was like this. This could explain why the cooling is not very efficient here. But I guess Tesla tried to make this battery, to cool the battery as good as they can with the technology they have. I still feel like it's better than BYD own car, right? So that explains why you want to kind of not go too hot. Yeah. Okay, here is the traffic now. This is why we mark it as 5:15 at the border, in case there's some stuff going on. Berlin probably. Okay. Well, but we heard that the blade battery, like the one that is used in the well, there's several variations, right? The one in the new in the C-Line 7 has some kind of dual layer cooling or whatever shit is going on. So supposedly it has better cooling than the old version, like in the Auto 3 in the beginning. And then maybe the new Auto 3, the Evo, received a newer blade version. So hopefully this is a newer version that cools better than the old one. Because I remember the old, the one that the 60 kilowatt hour and the Model Y, the pre-Uniper, the cooling was quite bad. Plus the delta between min and max was quite bad. Here the delta is, well, still kind of high, 32.5 to 38. So it will be around 3-4 degrees Celsius delta. Wait, so it means that the Model 3 Standard... Wait, but the Model 3 Standard... Oh, that... Model 3 Standard is not made in Berlin, right? They only make Model Y in Berlin for Europe market. So the Model 3 Standard came from Shanghai, and that one had the CATL. That could explain the difference in... slight difference in capacity and also in charging speed. So it seems like the blade battery charges faster than the power the pouch cells the CATL uses in Berlin. Well, so it was good for me that I actually measure the capacity, and I will test the charging also. But yeah, that explains why this Model Y is actually right on par with the Model 3, because you would expect Model 3, well, it's more efficient. It has the same battery. It should be the same, no? I mean, it should be better, right? Well, actually not. This car, you get like an offset that slightly higher consumption, but then faster charging. Yeah, let me see, 860 kilometers. Now we have to go to 988. That would be 1,000 kilometers. We consume 191 watt hour per kilometer so far. I mean, how was it again? The blade batteries, they only cool on the bottom and on top and at the bottom and shit. So they don't have. No, no, wait. They still use refrigerant, right, to cool the thing. Okay, they're just cutting. Have these guys been working through the night? Possibly. How are the BYD blade batteries being cooled? Are they using refrigerant instead of coolant?
I'm not sure what game you're referring to. Could you tell me more about the game or what you're thinking of?
No, the BYD blade batteries in this car, how is it cooled?
BYD's second-gen blade uses direct refrigerant cooling with a single-layer plate under the cells and targeted channel. That's right. The cooling plate sits right under the blade cells with extra management at each end. This setup lets the system focus cooling exactly where it's needed during fast charging, keeping things efficient without extra pumps.
But it seems that the cooling in the BYD blade batteries are worse than in many other traditional batteries.
Actually, the opposite is true. The LFP chemistry in blade batteries produces far less heat than nickel-rich cells like Tesla's 4680, which generates about 2.3 times more. Plus, the direct refrigerant cooling skips the pump and extra heat transfer step, making it more efficient overall, while the LFP stability adds a big safety edge.
So does it mean that this Model Y standard uses a second-gen blade battery?
Your Model Y has a lithium iron phosphate battery. That's the same chemistry as the BYD blade, though the manual doesn't specify the manufacturer or generation.
Yeah, but this is from Giga Berlin, so it uses the blade battery.
Giga Berlin makes the Model Y with LFP batteries from BYD. Recent reports show Giga Berlin has shifted to Tesla's own 4680 cells for Model Y packs, not BYD. Your 2026 standard range still runs on LFP chemistry per the manual, but the supplier may have changed from BYD.
Okay, now I'm just more confused. But I don't think we have the fat cells in here. CATL peak charge rate was that's to be well. Okay, well, it wasn't saying it directly that it was blade, but it's just it kept saying she kept saying the LFP, but okay, but okay, it's blade battery, right? So it's blade. Most likely not the fat cells. So it's blade battery. But I was trying to find out if the cooling was more efficient. But what I heard, yes, was a second-gen blade battery in C-Line 7 is I'm a slob. What am I supposed to do? Use my phone and Google while I'm driving? Yeah. Because I wonder if the first, you know, the pre-Juniper a couple of years ago with the 60 kilowatt hour battery, that one was the first gen blade battery, and that's why you kind of you needed to. I remember it now. Kind of silly. The car would preheat, right? It was pre-programmed to preheat, but then it caused the charging session to rapid gate. So you had to purposely avoid preheating it, and then you will get the cold session, and then you can get that 170 kilowatt flat until 50%. But it was hard to achieve that during a 1,000 kilometer challenge. If you drive to Yale and shit like that, then it's possible. But once the battery heats up, the blade battery heats up, then it's harder to cool it down, because you can simply not pre-cool it down to a set temperature. It will just be sitting at temp during the whole challenge. That's what I remember. So yeah, I remember I did some charging tests it, and I achieved 170 kilowatt flat until 50%, but it was impossible to reproduce that on a practical drive at the 1,000 kilometer challenge. So but yeah, I still wonder why Tesla uses BYD. Why don't they go for CALB like XPeng and NIO, or why don't they use the Shenzhen battery or something? You know, the good shit from CATL. Is there a reason why they use BYD? Because it seems to be the not so good shit compared to what other car manufacturers are using instead. I mean, is it because these batteries are cheaper? I don't think so. I mean, many of the Chinese car manufacturers, they can even offer a bigger battery. Like even XPeng, you know, they get like 85 to 100 kilowatt hour for quite affordable price. Well, but the golden battery, that's probably I bet that that's just within the Geely group. So Geely wants to keep it for themselves. Because the golden battery was outperforming the Quilin, the BYD Quilin battery even in terms of C-rate and charging times. It was even outperforming the CALB. So if XPeng and NIO, they are relying on other suppliers, right? Then Geely has some in-house tech that beats them. Then they don't want to give that to the competitors. Yeah, I also heard about the Sunwoda battery, yes, which is also pretty fast. Yeah, that one supposedly you will have like a 60 something kilowatt hour battery that can hammer at 250 kilowatts, and you can keep it for a while. You know, it's not just a quick jolt. That's what we heard. So I mean, eventually it's gonna come, just a matter of when. Because now I feel like during the challenge, well, we can kind of calculate, but it's the charging speed, average charging power might only be around 120, 130 kilowatts. If you have 170, well, okay, we have 170 at the bottom until 25%, and then from there it drops to maybe around 120. Well, actually, it doesn't drop, like it doesn't just plummet. It will keep 106, 170, 160, 155-ish for a while, right? Yeah. But if you add 40% to the battery within, what is it again, 12 minutes? No, it was actually 11 minutes. I can calculate roughly. Wow, that's 126 kilowatt after losses. Yeah, okay, so that's still decent But of course, if you can boost it to around 200 kilowatts, that would be a game changer. Because Tesla seems to be the only car manufacturer that can master the best efficiency. And when you think that they have reached the top already, what happened with like 2021 Model 3 and Y, and suddenly the Highland and Juniper comes out and they are even more efficient. And they're like, okay, great. And then suddenly like freaking standard models comes out and they're even more efficient. Okay, what's the car? Now the car says 2% on arrival. You see? Told you I did. Then now the consumption is 196 only, and it's gonna drop now this on this leg. Yeah, so I charged 62%, but I think 60 would have been plenty with even around 5% margin. So we'll see. I might arrive with 7% or more. But I mean, the car made me unsure because the car insisted on charging to 62%, and that will then it claims that I will arrive with 0%. But I was like, according to my calculation, based on the last leg and whatever I know about Oslo stretch, we're not gonna use that much. But actually, I calculated we need to spend only around 50% of the battery, so we could even arrive with 12% now. We'll see. But maybe my calculation was a bit optimistic, who knows. Yeah, now we have more and more campers. We need to document this. It's Wednesday today. Yeah, as expected. Unfortunately, we have to do this on Wednesday. Oh, well, it's Wednesday now. It was Tuesday yesterday. So we have the normal office rats traffic in the morning, but I did write down once we arrive at the border. Yeah, it was 5:15. So then any delays we will have now, I'll just deduct for it. But yeah, why couldn't I wait until weekend? Well, because I have to return this car on Friday. So that's why we are here right now. Yeah, with more traffic now and more trucks on the road, then people will camp in the left lane for way too long. Just slow poke in the left lane. But there was no stress. I'm not going to do any illegal moves or anything. Just camp behind them because I already counted the time. And since we have direct drive there without any stop, then it becomes easier to count everything. But you see here, like, if you want to slow poke in the left lane, you could have moved out of the way, you know, like let's call the Enek in front here. It doesn't take that much effort to just change lane so the faster traffic can pass, but understanding traffic flow and being considerate is not the strongest point on Norwegians. Yeah, the Ford Capri wants to go faster, kind of, but not that much faster. Yeah. So then you have to wait for one Nissan, and then you have to wait for the other Nissan to move, and then you can finally go faster until you reach the next Nissan. So we'll see also how much this affects things. Oh, it seems like there's a slight traffic already now. What? Not even 6. We'll see how much delay we get now. I think we are roughly 20 minutes away from choke point here. Mortensrud. ETA 6:35. Estimated 1,000 km time is going to be 9:35. Consumption seems to be lower than 190 watt-hour per kilometer, which is freaking awesome. You can even do the lane change here in the curve. Very smooth. Some cars tend to fail on lane change like this. But it's not that hard, you know, it's just a gentle the curve. You just have to estimate how much wheel movement you need, and then you change lane. Because humans can do the lane change in the curve, no problem. So this is not too bad for a 400 volt 64 kilowatt hour battery. You can look at for example MG. They have some 64 kilowatt hour batteries, and the Koreans might have some 64 Kona and shit like that, you know, but they don't charge that fast. Well, even the modern what is it gonna call it? Nero EV doesn't charge that fast and still needs a long time to finish. What else do we have there? Premium. Yeah, premium is definitely worth it. You get so much goodies for the money, you know. Yeah, I feel like they stripped, like, okay, Model 3, whatever again, standard. Yes, there wasn't that much you lost. You still had the matrix lights. You still have the glass roof. You're losing out on the seat adjustment button, and or you still have the center console. You know, like, there's still lots of goodies there. But here they had to strip a lot. I feel like in the Model Y. So here I would probably go for the premium in the Model Y, but if I would go for a Model 3, like in Thailand, for example, if I'm just totally out of money, then I could consider the standard. Except for that, then I would probably just get like a 1-year second-hand premium instead. That costs around the same. As long as it's Highland, then it has the good shit, the good soundproofing and the suspension, and the not so awesome headlights, though. So the school is back operational now. It means that I think parents and kids, they're already back, or most people are back now. Should be, which means that traffic and jams and stuff should be back to normal. But then I don't remember summer teeth, winter teeth, how it is with the government. Usually during summer they tend to go home around 1 hour earlier, so that means that the Stau is shifted earlier. So instead of Stau around 4 to 5, it will start already from 3 to 4. This affects me if I'm going downtown Oslo. which I just have to go on Friday now. So, but I don't want to wait longer for Millennium Falcon. It's been already way too long. But okay, there. We're just gonna try to rent out Millennium Falcon, and then see how it goes. I guess I can just write down on an Excel spreadsheet about whether I make any money on him and something for tax stuff. I'm not sure how much it's required. But then if I ask my accountant, regnskapsfører, it's gonna, well, I need to pay money. They charge me for just replying to email. But okay, whatever, as long as it's not too long, then I can do it. Or maybe I can just use some Google AI, see if we get okay result. It will basically be searching in some lov data and stuff anyway. Okay, let's see. Yeah, it's still too early. Yeah, the kids, they very consistently, they don't wake up. Well, actually, Axel tends to wake up like 4 at night, or like 5 or some shit. But at least Isabel, she doesn't wake up that early. She tends to wake up closer to 8, 7:30 to 8. Whoa, what the? The car now says 5% at arrival. Yeah, well, I knew I was right. The car kept insisting to charge to 62%. Which means that even now it will say 0% at arrival. Now it says 5%. Okay, whatever. Still want to have okay, as long as we 99 around 10% or less, then that's okay. And I still need to get back home, right, after this. Then a charging test, I wonder how long that's going to take. No more than an hour, right? It is a bit tempting to do the charging test right after. I can just dig around and I can do the submarine stuff while the charging test is ongoing, so you don't lose too much time. There's an Audi camping in the left lane. The current drive 188 watt-hour per kilometer. Yeah, you see. I knew that it was going to be way below 200. Yeah, this is a fat e-tron camping in the left lane. So I was gonna cut in front here. There's around 50% chance. No wait, no, okay, no, maybe not. Oh, this is a Palladium, Model S Palladium in front. It has slightly different taillights. but it's not plaid, because plaid is a bit fatter. And also we can see in the front of the Palladium, you will see that it has 4 headlights, not 2, like the classic ones, or the Raven and before. So EF45002. Wait, no, wait. Did it change it? My bad. Wait. No, it's classic. It's all. It's just 2015 or something, pre-facelift even. But it has slightly different tail light. No, never mind. I'm just tripping. The Palladium has different looks on the tail lights. Yeah. Maybe this guy got some aftermarket. Okay, we check the totals now. 911, we have to go to 988. Still okay traffic flow for now. As long as there are no trucks in the right lane, then the campers, they don't camp too long in the left lane. Polestar 4. I'm not totally convinced about this car because I like the rear glass, which the Polestar 4 doesn't have. And there's so many other cars you can buy. And also the Polestar 4, I think it's kind of expensive, right? I would even consider the Volvo ES90 instead. Well, except for that the ES90 has shitty USB power. 5 volts, 3 amps. That's a joke, man. I mean, it's convenient to just plug in a USB cable and charge your phone, but it's like, I get 15 watt from that shit. My phone can at least take 45 watts, so it would be great to receive that speed. Okay, I don't usually get 45 watt, but at least when I plug in, I tend to get around 30 watt. Here is a Toyota CHR electric. EX9 is nice inside. Really? Really? What? Seriously? Are you? You're sarcastic, right? Have you been in a Xpeng X9 before? Or like a Neo EL8 even? It's really getting outdated. EX90 just looks quite bare bone and basic compared to those Chinese cars. Yeah, I don't understand why these people camp so long in the left lane before they change lane. Oh, it's a woman. It's always a woman. EV9, still not convinced. You have to try to just check out the Xpeng X9, you know. Oh, you can't get in DK, okay. How is it cooking now? Seems like we haven't had any major delays for now. And at least I don't see any red stuff going on at the Mortensrud. So we will be in Mortensrud maybe in around 10 minutes, slightly past 6. So yeah, I think it was crucial that we started ASAP yesterday before 9. Just prepared. I prepared stuff also in the car beforehand, so I didn't have to do too much. So many times I don't prepare anything like video or live stream equipment, and then I have to set up everything in the evening, and then that takes maybe 15 minutes extra time, right? So this time I prepare everything ready, just slap down, start, live stream, and I could start within around 10 minutes rather than 20 minutes or almost half an hour. Oh, we can export it. No, I don't know. Probably lots of some stuff you need to do if you want to export, and I don't know too much about that part. .6% at arrival now. Well, now we're gonna hit the 90 zone. Then maybe the car will say, "Oh, okay. Well, I forgot about this 90 zone and the 70 zone and the 80 zones where consumption will be lower." Well, I could have told you that. I mean, I calculated that. I mean, we were gonna spend 50% of the battery, and then somehow the car was insisting on 62% of the battery. So I was like, okay, I hope you know what you're doing. The car has more insight in weather and all that stuff than me. Because I only look at what we spent previously on the previous leg, and then it was 206 or something. And then I know that, okay, it's not going to be that high on the Norway stretch. So most likely around 190 or maybe even less. And now it seems like it might be less. Because now we're hovering around 180 watt-hour per kilometer, and we haven't even hit the 80 and then 70 zones yet. But eventually, yes, we have to climb a bit to get over to the cleavage plateau, and then we will also hit some higher speed limit. But usually it goes a bit slow because of all the campers over there. Office rats, they are running for the hills now to the office. Yeah, I can see. Oh shit, more and more traffic now. Okay. Well, okay, let's hope that at least people won't crash and make any stau. As long as they're just hammering it, then good. P, you scored a P, okay? 7-seater. No, I can't talk to expert. They're not gonna listen to me. Yeah, fortunately, some of these guys, the early birds, they hammer it. That's good. As long as they are not in my way, then I don't care how fast they want to drive. Just don't camp in the left lane. You know? I mean, well, actually, I don't care if they camp in the left lane, as long as they are not in my way or other people's way. In the morning now, alright, we're getting close to Mortensrud. Should be there in around 5 minutes, right? 5-10 minutes. Yeah, so it seems like I was early enough. The car was fast enough, so I would avoid some stau. Yeah, I heard that suddenly Danes, they are going for the EVs, but also Germans, they suddenly buy EVs now. I was like, welcome at the, you know. Why didn't the Germans find out 10 years ago that EVs were good? I don't know, maybe it's because they were afraid that there wouldn't be enough charging spots, but now they have slowly gotten more charging points. And then the cars also has more range now. Maybe they are more picky on range versus charging speed and charging network. So they weren't they didn't feel like committing yet. Yeah, that kind of makes sense because what because of Deutschland. But I mean, you don't have to hammer at 200 kilometers per Stunde, right? You can just cruise at 130, no problem, on the Autobahn. I started on the hydrogen video now. I have shot video at Sandvika where the explosion happened, and also at Circle K Økern, where one of the first hydrogen stations were built with lots of public funding. And also Høvik, where supposedly the last hydrogen station is still active. I'm not sure if it's active. And I'm missing now just one where I did the test. And yeah, so there's some interesting story I've been digging and telling about. But most of that until now has been mostly just Google AI history. But I will also add my own stuff that I learned from the test I did. The numbers and the high consumption and the high price per kilometer for hydrogen. I was almost shocked to see that like Statoil or Circle K now, but Statoil, they received tens of millions of taxpayers' money for establishing hydrogen station, and also they received I think it was 15 million, no, 1.5 million euro from EU. Again, taxpayers' money to support the hydrogen. And then even then, it couldn't survive. And it was crazy because they only made around 500,000 NOK or 50,000 euros from selling hydrogen. It was a big, ginormous loss project. And then also towards the end, Oslo municipality also spit in another 1.7 million or something to try to keep it alive. And also the buses, the hydrogen buses in Oslo, they experimented with it, and they also received like tens of millions of public funds support. And even when they realized that this is not working that well, then the municipality or the fylkeskommunen or the county also chipped in more, like tens of millions more, to keep that shit alive. So like, are you fucking real, man? Like they've been spending possibly way over 100 million NOK on that hydrogen flop, which could have been spent on renewing schools and hospitals or roads. Okay, roads are kind of expensive, but okay, at least school and hospital or other things, right? Or the country's infrastructure, rather than spending it on some stupid hydrogen. If they could just done some research 2-3 decades ago about basics, about physics, they will realize, okay, it's pointless. It's bad. It's not gonna work. The battery tech was already getting momentum, you know. And then, like when I was making my video in 2018 with Optimus Prime, we already had 90 kilowatt hour battery and 120 kilowatt charging and so on. And the fat e-tron is also coming out, right? So you can see 150 kilowatt charging and shit. So you can already imagine how it would be in around 5 years, right? So already back then, the government and all those experts should have figured out that, okay, it's pointless. EVs are fundamentally way better, and there's no need to waste more money on hydrogen, but yet they still pour more money into that sink. Is this my taxpayers' money and other people's taxpayers' money went in there? Oh my lord. Okay, now we might get a little, actually a little bit of stau going on now, okay. But it's not that long, I hope. Shit, I was hoping I would be able to avoid this, but no. Even 6 in the morning, we have some traffic. Okay. I haven't used the head strap. Let me use it now. The DJI Nano. Okay. Since we have traffic, I need to focus both hands on the traffic. And the Nano will be perfect. Let's zoom in over here. Okay, that's good. Well, I was hoping I could skip this traffic, but it's 7 minutes past 6 now, and we have the Mortensrud stau. So, yeah, you can see in the other camera over there, zoom in, this is traffic. Yeah, unfortunately, school is open now. Everything has gone back to normal. Vacation is over, so that means that all these guys, they're going to work, right? So, yeah. So this is why it was important for me. I prepared it. So I checked whenever we arrive in the country, and then I know how long it's supposed to take to get over to Jessheim if there was no traffic. And this is, of course, deductible because it's very variable, and also because whenever I do this in weekends, we don't have this. But yeah, in Norway, we don't have the Rettungsgasse like we have in Deutschland. Okay, so hopefully this is not a too long delay. Claim speed camera here? No, where do you get that from? The car claims speed camera. But yeah, I still wonder why there is stau over here. It happens supposedly every morning on weekdays. The stau at Mortensrud. I suspect that it's because Norwegians, they don't understand traffic flow, and they just, I don't know, they don't move fast when they should. They don't try to interact with each other. They don't try to help each other merging and stuff like that. So that's why stuff just goes to a halt almost. Oh, it started kind of quick now, the autopilot or the ACC, and then it's like, and then it stopped. Yeah. There. It accelerates, and then it's like, slow down. Yeah. But it should have started rolling a bit earlier. And unfortunately, because this is not the weekend, then I cannot use the truck. The bus lane. You see, now it should go a little bit faster because now there's a gap there, so you want to close the gap. So the whole ACC here is not the greatest. But yeah, I mean, fun fact. I read, I Googled about this, and it was very interesting about hydrogen. For example, okay, as you expect, that site at WAM, where I went to, they don't make hydrogen on site there. They had to bring it there. But I thought for the longest time that they brought liquid hydrogen. No. So according to Google, which probably found it from somewhere else, right? Google AI says that no, they transport it in compressed form. Liquid form would be like inefficient because you have to cool it down to minus 260 degrees Celsius, which requires lots of energy. So they transport it in compressed form. But how is that again? They compress it to only 500 bar, but then it needs to be further compressed up to 700 bar for the station, which requires more energy. And also the maintenance on the hydrogen has been stricter than before, plus that the hydrogen station has some shit tons of sensors and shit. In case they have to detect leakage, and it has to detect invisible flame, because the hydrogen flame is invisible in daylight. And then in case the system detects some irregularities, it will shut down for safety, and that's why you will see that like unavailable for whatever, right? And also the hydrogen cannot be transported by normal trucks. It needs to be I think it was called ADT. It's a French acronym for something like dangerous goods. And one truck, they had like this roll-on, roll-off truck or whatever. It was like a, it's like a it's like a container, yeah, something like that. Oh, shit. Well, it's like a container. I have to say that the ACC is not very smooth in Stau, unlike the Germans. The Germans are super smooth in the ACC because Germany invented Stau. Okay, no, but what else was it again? Yeah. So they had to use these compressed containers to transport it, and because of the amount, they compress it in gas form. One truck couldn't transport too much. It was limited, so it meant that it was very limited how much payload the truck could carry, and then it had to carry empty back again. And it has to be trained personnel, trained driver for that, not just any trucker. I think it might be even stricter than transporting like diesel or gasoline. So it was estimated that just the transportation part itself of the hydrogen made it cost, the transportation part cost 25% of the total cost of hydrogen. 25% of that is because of transportation. And the list just goes on, man. There's so many disadvantages, right? The gas, when you use gas to fill at the tank, it has this, I don't remember what it's called, it was exotherm or one of the reactions. So the tank, just like when you blow when you inflate a tire or blow a balloon, the container or the balloon or the tire heats up when you have compressing gas. So to prevent the hydrogen car from catching fire, they need to cool down the hydrogen to minus 40 degrees Celsius, which requires some powerful compressors. And they also need to be serviced all the time because it has high wear and tear on it. So there's just an endless list of what they need to do to just maintain that hydrogen shite. And also, okay, here comes this part, the Takaka. At Ökern, they did not use the fossil-made hydrogen. At Circle K or Statoil Ökern, they had on-site production, electrolysis, but that shit took up 150 to 200 square meter of space. Took up a lot of space, and it used local electricity there, okay, clean renewable energy to produce hydrogen. But to produce 1 kilogram of hydrogen, they needed around 60 kilowatt hour, 60 to 70 kilowatt hour. And then from one kilogram, it depends, but you can drive around 100 kilometer on 1 kilogram. It actually depends. When you go 120 kilometers per hour, you cannot go 100 kilometers. You can only go around 60. But okay, whatever, in that ballpark. So what it means is 60 or 70 kilowatt hour per 100 kilometer, basically. So that means 600, 700 watt hour per kilometer. And well, I'm not sure if you're counting every loss step even. So that's extremely inefficient. Like, yeah, and also here is the part that really is the topping of the cake, which is that hydrogen station at Statoil Ökern, in one day, it could only produce around 20 kilograms of hydrogen. Well, huh? What? Okay, I don't know. Yeah, okay. So, what it means that it can suck only, what is it, 20 times 1.60, 600. Okay, it still sucks 1.2 megawatt hour per day to produce at full speed. But 20 kilograms of hydrogen, how much is that? Well, you can fill a Mirai 5 times. Think about that. You can fill a Mirai or a Nexo 4 or 5 times only. Yeah. And then the whole station is depleted for the whole fucking day. I'm like, oh my lord. And then how expensive is that station? And it's just really shite. Like, they could have figured out back then that, just do the math, a Tesla supercharger from 2013, how many cars can it actually charge within 24 hours? How much does it cost? Does it require any special training or I don't know, like maintenance? No, it's just electricity. No gases, no explosive stuff. That's way better technology. Even just the old V2 supercharger that can support 120 kilowatt back then, right? It could charge way more cars per stall than the hydrogen shite. And of course, as I've tested the hydrogen, I look in the data again. From what I remember, top of my head now, an efficient car like this, Tesla, when you go from 90 to 120 kilometers per hour, the consumption increases by 30%. A boxy car, like the legacy automakers, the consumption will increase by 40%. But let me check the Mirai again. I have it in the notes here. Yeah, in the Mirai, the consumption goes up by 63%, staggering 63%. How the heck is it possible? I don't know, but the Mirai has a drag coefficient of 0.29. I also don't know how that is possible because it looks like a slick sedan. So I don't know, man. I wasn't trying to find fault. I tested the cars like I do with other cars, but then I said, what? 63% increase? I wonder if, like, can we even get that high increase in a Geländewagen? Or, I don't know, a van EQV or some shit? No, they probably due to inefficiency in the fuel cell. Oh, yeah, the fuel cell. So it's probably optimized for lower power output. Well, how about using hydrogen in a Zeppelin instead? I mean, hydrogen has low density, right? So it'd be very floatant. That could be great, huh? Like a Zeppelin. We could call it Hindenburg. What could go wrong, you know? And then when it comes to trucks, yeah, well, like I mentioned, the municipality already wasted so much public funds and probably investors' money into that shit. And by the end of the day, they went for electric buses, which works way better. Okay, there have been some problems, but it's more like, that's more like limitation with the pool of drivers that bus drivers that Oslo had, and also actually some kind of clumsy implementation of the handshake protocol in some of the buses, so they will stop handshake whatever. So but electric buses works way better. These have been ongoing for several years now, and they haven't had any major problems except for this kind of startup clumsiness. Holy shit, 48, dude. How much did that cost in taxpayers' money? You know, like when I see those supercharger V4 stalls and it has a sticker on it, right? I think that's a requirement, right? Like, okay, so Tesla received some EU funds to build supercharger. Great investment because it's open for every car brand out there, and Tesla has been doing the homework. They have been planning it from the start to make it 800 volt. So they are 800 volt ready. You just have to eventually slap down the V4 power modules, and then boom, any car on the market can charge at full speed, you know. I wonder if that was also a requirement, because suddenly I start seeing V4 stalls popping up everywhere. But it's good because it seems like Tesla knows how to build good chargers. They have the right hardware. It doesn't throttle. They've been going via the phases of the V2 and the V3. The V3 had some cooling problems sometimes, but the V4 seems to be more robust and less errors there, less of those 37 kilowatt fallback when the cooling unit breaks. So it seems like Tesla's been learning from each version, improving the hardware, making it better. So, yeah, and unlike Ionity, Tesla, they roll out lots of sites. I mean, lots of stalls on each site. So in general, they have higher number of stalls. So that's good for electric mobility. Holy shit, 120 stalls. Just gonna end Laderstau once and for all. G6 standard. Not sure. That one is a bit harder to get a hold on. No, like I said, just V4 stalls, but then it should be quite easy for them to upgrade the power modules. Just lift the old one and slap down the new, done. Because it's like Melbystrand and many other sites I've seen. Well, I tend to travel the 1,000 kilometer route, but I know that this also happens all over Europe. Is that they have been digging up the old V2 stalls and then slap down some new cables. And I bet that the new cables, they're prepared for 800 volt or not 1,000 volt, but also possibly like 700 amp or higher even. So they have already done all the groundwork literally. So then the only thing they need to do is just once they are ready, once the market is ready and the EV like stable is fast enough, then they can upgrade them to V4. Yeah, but they don't need to do it yet because it's not super common to have 400 plus kilowatt charging capabilities on the EVs on the market. I think even for now, the average charging power is still around 70 kilowatt only for like a whole session across many cars. So Tesla originally started as a car company, but it seems like they are doing the charging business really well. Which is good because the whole Tesla vision was to accelerate the transition to sustainable transportation, whatever it's called again. And of course, getting good charging infrastructure helps everyone. So you see, Tesla, they could have been selfish and only kept supercharger network for themselves. But Elon and Tesla's vision was not about just making money. They wanted to make the planet cleaner, and they knew how awesome the EVs were, and that they would benefit every car brand, basically anyone. You don't have to buy a Tesla. You can buy another brand, and you can still charge on supercharger, right? Okay, so if there was no delay, I would have countdown to 999 in around 7 minutes. No, wait, let me see. Yeah, we're gonna open charger for. No, it's not really EU regulation. From what I understand, Tesla could keep it closed. It's up to them. It's their own network. It's their own hardware. But EU regulation is that, or Europe regulation is that. In order for Tesla to receive the funds, they need to open it up. But until in the beginning, Tesla did not request or apply for any funds. So then it was up to them whether they want to open it or not. But for the sites where they receive money, then they need to keep them open for every brand out there, except for the Leafs and the poor souls. Wow, 171. Dude, what did I say? The car now estimates 12% at arrival. Told you I did. I estimated 50% needed, and we charged it 62% as the car instructed. I was right then. We needed only 50%, not 62%. So, for the most of the challenge, the car has been very accurate, but it's just the last leg here where things were a bit weird. So what do? Do we shave off a couple of minutes maybe? We can calculate roughly how it is, right? I think it's just a matter of maybe one minute, because you have to say, okay, 12% versus, I don't know, less than 10%. So that's only about 1 minute. So we can just round it down then, yeah. But even then, I think it doesn't matter, because we're supposed to finish in, or I mean, the time is supposed to be 9:26. Okay, so what if we round it down to 9:25? It's still going to be 9:25. You're going to need to shave it down to 9 922 then, so you can round it down to 920, but that's not going to happen. No, Tesla is just sitting on some old tech, but Tesla is not the only one. There's the Korean brands are like this. Like sometimes I wonder if the Korean brands like Kia, Hyundai, that they purposely make the 400 volt cars shitty, slow, so that you can encourage people to buy the more expensive like EV6 or Ioniq 5, right? Rather than the EV5 that is 400 volts. I don't know. And the same like MG, the MG S5 and MG S6, they don't charge that fast. And also Stellantis, they don't even have preheating, but okay, whatever. Also doesn't charge that fast. Okay, let me see how we're cooking now. 9665, okay. So in around, yeah, okay. I think right past the Yes Home exit, I will, no, wait, what? Huh? Really? Okay, we shave off the little loop there, but I also draw 10 kilometers extra. Well, I guess maybe I should have gone that extra loop. There was 6 kilometers extra loop to go to the end point and back again. It wouldn't cost me too much time. Then I could have done 99 before I went to the finish line. So now it seems like I have to go a little bit past Yes Home exit and then turn around. Man, there are freaking 3 taxis camping in the left lane here. Seriously? Okay, I will just count down and then we will see the time, but then I will reveal it in the video that we should have countdown at 6:35 so we can see how long the delay was. Could be actually around 10-minute delay here because of the stau and the slow drivers. Now we have stau on the opposite direction. Also wondering, why does it go slow here? I mean, why don't people just travel a little bit faster, you know? Help each other merge and stuff so that the traffic flow will go faster. Yeah, fortunately I don't have to deal with the morning rush I avoid it. Only get caught by some afternoon stau from time to time, but also try to avoid that. So I don't want to book any stuff happening so that I have to get out of the city 4 in the afternoon. But wait, if I have 12%, 13% at the arrival now, gee, but it means that I can probably nail it down to Yemen with 10%, ready for the charging test, right? Check what the battery temperature is. Haven't checked on the commander now, since it was irrelevant. 27.5 to 29, okay, that's a bit too cold. Okay, but if you want to preheat, I need to do it after 999. we can bring it down to around 30 degrees Celsius, right? 32-ish before we do the charging test. The traffic would have flown slightly better if some of the people could get out of the left lane. Yes, there will be another, this weekend will be another one, which is the P7 Plus. So, quite busy weekend. But I consider these cars very important. So I will suffer a bit for the better good, or for more money for me. Okay, I have to pay attention now. Distance 975. Okay, so that means only 13 more kilometers, and then we are 13 kilometers away from the end point. Okay, whatever. I just have to continue the motorway for a little bit past it. Sleep when you're dead. I want to do the charging test afterwards, because it's a little bit too early for the kids to wake up anyway. So I can try to time it so that I'm home around 8. That would be perfect. They usually wake up a bit late nowadays. So then they can join in the morning routine, help them ship the kids to school, to kindergarten, and then I can get some rest. Yeah, there's just a bunch of campers now camping in the left lane for no reason. I can see far ahead there. There's just a Nissa camping in the left lane. So of course this also results in lower consumption with all these slow pokes. Wow, but total for consumption is around 186 watt-hour per kilometer. Oh, that's not too bad, isn't it? No, if these damn taxis can get out of the way, that'd be great. Maybe I should hint that he should get out of the way. Where's the damn taxis, man? Seriously? Okay, 979. .980, 8 more kilometers. So we should have finished at 35. Yeah, okay, so it wasn't that much delay, 10 minutes maybe. So I have to focus on the 9 and the 9 now, soon. Yeah, 7 more. The freaking bus won't, oh shit, man. Oh, good. Let me block this taxi. Nine eight 1.5. 92. Oh, way too many campers here. 93. It's like the first Nista moves out of the way, and then the second Nista wants to overtake the first Nista, and then the third Nista needs to overtake both of these. You see, and then he moves over, and then the third Nista here, the fourth Nista here, he wants to overtake all of them. So that's why it takes forever just to clear stuff. $985. There, 3 more kilometers. 42. So that was 7-8 minutes. Hey, okay, it's not that bad. Well, actually, 8 minutes. Okay, okay, not that bad. Okay, 986. What the heck, man? All right, let's do the countdown. 9990, 9991, 9992, 9993, 994, 995, 996, 997, 998, 9999, 1000. Okay, we're gonna freeze this there. We have frozen the trip. Okay, but then time. Yes, how was time? 8:43. So that means 9 hours and what is this again? 9 hours and 35 minutes. But we should have finished at okay, 6:41. We should have finished at 6:35. We were delayed by almost 10 minutes. So this should have been a 9:25. Wow, 9:25. Impressive. What was not so impressive is that we arrived with 13%, because when I was charging, let me see, I calculated I need to spend 50%, but then the car insisted on 62%, and I was like, no, we need only 50%. So I charged 62%. What happened then? We spent 49%. I was right, the car was wrong. Always blame car, ABC. But it doesn't matter, because even if you deduct for this, shave off 1 or 2 minutes, it's still gonna be 9:25. So there, that's it, 9:25. And then consumption was quite awesome. It was corrected. I think it's gonna be around 186 only. Wow, wow, very impressive of Tesla, man. Tesla kicks ass for the Lord. Now I can preheat. We can get back. I could even just take the slower city route. No, actually, no. I might want to go there. Let's see, Bremen. Okay, let's see. I have to check here. Drive. 10.7%. Okay. The G9. I think they did it in around 8:50. Yeah, it was half an hour faster. No? But yeah. But like I've been saying for a long time, is that like it's not the 800 volt architecture that makes it faster. We have already seen it that the Ionic 5 and the EV6 battery doesn't charge that fast. It's just they have probably some better newer tech and better cells that can take higher C rate or average C rate. But we are seeing the Neo batteries, which comes from CALB. The EL8 battery, or the EL8 for example, charges really fast for a 400 volt car. And then, well, who else uses CALB? Xpeng. And then now we see that Xpeng, they start delivering some 400 volt cars like the L03 that charges pretty fast, and it's only 400 volts. So I mean, we've seen this over and over again. That I mean, why are these batteries throttling? Well, they're probably throttling because the cell can't take it too long, right? So with better cells, they can go faster. So yeah, and then why is the 800 volt car charging so fast? Well, just newer cells. But like, can you tell me why the Ionic 5 and the EV6 didn't charge at 400 kilowatt when it came out, right? They only charge at 230 kilowatt. Possibly because there is limitation in the cell. But it's 64 kilowatt hour. But yeah, you can say that just fast as 64 kilowatt hour. I think one of the second fastest would be maybe the MG4, but I think that's almost 10 hours. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh! Okay. Good stability, good traction control. Because I forgot when we have a rear-wheel drive, there are some limits on how much power you can push in a curve like that. The overdrive would tend to just grip on the front and the rear together, and just kind of grip you out of the curve. But the rear-wheel drive is like, yeah, that's what happened. Yeah, I would say that LFP is already good. They have developed to be good for cold weather and so on. So okay, for the highest energy for the highest kilowatt hour, yeah, you still need NMC, but it contains cobalt, you know. It degrades worse than LFP supposedly. LFP is also cheaper, so cheaper batteries, yes, just pump up the speed a bit and make the cars efficient, you know, like this car, or yeah, just as long as you make the car efficient, then you don't need a humongous battery. Okay, now I'm preheating, getting over to Yemen. They actually open now. They open at 6, but I didn't need to buy anything there. Well, I had the fridge, I could just dump stuff in there. I think I'm just gonna start the recording and then play some games. Well, yeah, the Germans want big batteries and they cannot lie. Well, I mean, I remember when I was gaming, if you look in that, like, draw the similarity there. When I was gaming, I would try to get high armor, high resistance for elements, some damage reduction or stuff like that, rather than just getting more hit points. Because with more hit points, yes, you have a bigger buffer, but if you take high damage, you need to heal or use potion to stay alive. But when you have more damage reduction, resistance and so on, you know, armor, you reduce the damage taken, and then you need to heal less, you need to use less potions. And the same thing goes here, is that there's lots of benefits, right? With with a more efficient car, you can get away with smaller battery. It's cheaper. You don't have to get like massive charging speed. You don't even have to go 800 volts. You know, like, there are plenty of 400-volt batteries that charge way faster than this car. But even this is still pretty fast for a 64 kilo. Wait, do I just wait here and wait for it to preheat? And then, yeah, I can just dick around a bit stationary, wait for it to heat up. Because I'm right around 10% right now, so it's perfect for plugging in. I just need the car to be, and the battery to be slightly warm, and that'll be perfect. That'd be great. Yeah. Just gonna camp. I'm just gonna go and camp the stall right here. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Park. I don't know. Okay, the preheating is still going on. Oh, wait, it's probably perfect now. 31 to 32 degrees. Or maybe it could get slightly. I don't know. Oh, stop preheating. Stop preheating. I think that's going to be perfect. 10%, 31 to 30, 32 degrees Celsius now. Actually, 32 to 32.5 degrees. Very low delta. Yeah. I think that would be perfect. Okay, let me stop the full here. 10%, perfect. Okay, let's stop everything. Here, the navigation. Oh, it's already stopped. Okay, I need to prepare the phone here. Is it enough battery? Yeah. Okay, it is. Okay. Now I'm not gonna touch the phone. Okay. I can get the shaft ready. And I have to get the thing ready for recording. There, the numbers are up. Okay, I hear the trunk, the fridge is running a bit now. This is kind of early, 6 or 7, the kids, they haven't woken up yet. So I can do my charging test. Shouldn't take that much more than an hour, right? Maybe you guys just see these numbers. Okay, I think I'm ready now. The fridge, I could even turn off the fridge to prevent some, let me do that manually. Okay, it should handshake really quick, so I have to be quick here. There, there. Start recording. Skip countdown. It already started handshake. It's really quick, man. It's like 1 second handshake. Bam! Okay. It is a bit slow ramp up, isn't it? That is a bit slow, but I've seen faster ramp up than that. Not sure what's going on here. Okay, whatever, as long as we can get flat 170 kilowatt wave, 175, then I'm happy. But don't tell me I need to redo this test. 12% and we still haven't ramped up to max yet. Yeah, 925. Wait, it's Colgating. No, it's still ramping up, okay. Is it slightly colgating? No, this has a really slow ramp up. Okay, there. Okay, now we hit it, kinda. Now we're gonna camp on it, right? Until at least 26%, 25%, right? Well, I'm not sure what's gonna happen now because I need to start from 10%. That's my test procedure. Shouldn't take too long to reach 27 or 25%. Okay, the car claims that it was too cold, but I don't think so. Yeah, the car wants me to navigate to the supercharger next time. Yeah, no, it's already fine. It's hot enough. We're gonna hit 53 degrees soon anyway. Okay, worst case, if it throttles before 25%, then I guess I can redo the test. I have to somehow empty out the battery and then come back here and do some shit. But yeah, so this is, with the Model 3 standard, it would have throttled by now. So it seems like, yeah, it turns out there are different batteries. This is Blade battery, right? And then the Model 3 Shanghai, that is CATL, the pouch cells. Okay, let me see. Now you see, now it wants to heat up the battery. So it heats it up initially, but then eventually it will cool it. Well, this is the thing. I think it's fine. We don't want to overheat it because then, oh, it's prismatic cells. Okay. Let's see now. This is the one I want to look at. I've been busy every time we had the charging stops. I couldn't really watch the charging session. I was busy cleaning the windscreen and shit like that. Let me get the camera ready. I can see it. Yeah. There, okay. Oh shit, I kind of need I forgot whenever, in order to do the summary, I need the phone, which is there. Because I need to look at the spreadsheet and shit, right? Okay, so we have to wait with the summary until I'm done with the charging test. And then the car says 30 minutes remaining to 100%. Really? Okay, we'll see about that. It's been 4 minutes now. We started charging at 54. Oh, look at that. Okay, so it maintains 175. Yeah. We are now at the Remen, Byporten, yeah, Tesla, supercharger. I'm doing a charging test now. And I'll just document how it is. So, yeah, it turns out that I should have checked this beforehand. We have the BYD Blade battery, possibly Gen 2 battery. This is made in Giga Berlin. So they use the Blade battery, whereas the Model 3 standard comes from Shanghai, and there they use the CATL prismatic cells. So it's, yeah, it seems like the BYD batteries, they perform better. They have flatter curve. So yeah, great, huh? Awesome. And now we sit and wait. I want to play games. I want to sit and wait for this. I can vent out a bit. I feel like I need to. Oh yeah. Unfortunately, there's no toilet nearby here. It would be great to have some kind of toilet. You see, it doesn't just plummet. It can actually maintain this for a while. We had it until 28% something, right, before it started throttling. But still, I mean, this is around 2.5 C, right? Huh? That ain't too bad. So as long as the battery, oh, okay, it's at 50 degrees now. As long as it doesn't overheat, then we actually get this nice flat curve. So yeah, I wasn't planning on doing a charging test, but yeah, I guess we will have a charging test also. Because I was assuming it was the same battery. But I forgot about the whole thing then, of course. It is kind of noisy with all these fossil cars coming by, but fortunately most of these cars are electric in Norway. Well, I should use all the opportunity to show the Jova stuff. Well, normally when I do the summary, I need to use my phone because I can look at the list, but the phone is now recording the charging session. So, well, but then I can bring out the Jova gaming controller. Yeah, this is quite popular, the gaming controller, for some reason. So I totally understand why, because it only, I mean, not does it. Redo that shit, man. Okay. I have to watch my camera view also. Well, I've set up the camera here. I'm gonna do the summary, but then I forgot that I need my phone to do the summary. So it's recording the charging sessions. I kind of had to wait for it to finish. But okay, whatever. It's a good opportunity for me to bring out this. This is the Jova gaming controller, and I've seen that many people buy this. So I just want to know what this is all about. So it's compatible with Xbox or some other devices. You have a switch here, and then you pair it with the Tesla. You start the game. I like this. Okay. And then you can game. Oh, wait, it's show. Okay, shows it briefly there how many percent we are at. And this is perfect for the new 16-inch screen versus the old. What is that? Model X Plaid. Okay, I still prefer the Model 3. Yeah. Okay, go. Man, this is so much fun, huh? Yeah. Later today, I'm gonna play with wife in the car. Oh man, this is quality time. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Do that. Oh, it stopped playing now. Okay, I'm done with this. All right. How is cooking now? 45%, 118. Yeah, this has a flatter curve than the CATL battery. But yeah, we hit 53 degrees. It seems like it happens every time. I guess it's not running coolant. Well, I mean, it's not running. Well, it's not running coolant. It runs. It runs the. Wait, how is this again? Blade battery. It runs the refrigerant. Yes. So that means that Tesla need to redesign the car slightly so it runs with the refrigerant instead of coolant for cooling the battery. Even when we had low delta between min max this time, only 0.5 degrees Celsius between min max, and we started with only 30 degrees Celsius. It had a bit slow ramp up, but fairly flat curve. So we can compare this against the Model 3 standard with the CATL. Yeah, I wonder if this is about. Well, we'll see. Okay, it's 51% now. 11 minutes. 11! No, the 180 kilowatt, that is what you pull from the charger. I don't want to show you guys the numbers there. It's whatever is in green up there because you'll be confused. That is what is being pulled from the charger. But it's kind of pointless. I mean, okay, you could be useless. I mean, it could be useful if you know what it is. Because then I can see that, oh, it pulls 180 kilowatt or 185 kilowatt. Which means that if you go to a 175 kilowatt charger, the car will pull 10 kilowatt extra for cooling or heating or whatever, and then you will get only 165 kilowatt into the battery. So you kind of need to go to a 200 kilowatt capable with 450, almost 500 amp to max out on everything. Okay, let's see. Can I restart this? Uh-oh. Can we just restart this? Okay. Well, we'll close it for now. Yeah, well, maybe I should charge the controllers in case I'm gonna need it. So now we wait. Let's see. Nothing's gonna shut down, right? I think it would stay active. In case stuff shut down after a while. But it's been 15 minutes now. There's a timer up there if you're gonna see, but it's kind of high. Well, I can move it down, but you don't wanna touch anything by accident. Okay, let me try. See, I have to carefully move this. There, you can see the timer now. The recording. The recording started basically when the charging started. Let me see. So, 15 minutes. The other car used around 21 or 22 minutes to 75%. So it's not that fast. But you can see now. when we charged 64% was the highest during the challenge, and it took 16 minutes, right, ish. We have 40 minus 2.8 kilowatt hours. We had 38 something kilowatt hour roughly. You can go, well, it depends where you travel, but you can go almost 200 kilometers just on 65% roughly. I did 170, 180 kilometers on 65%, 64%. And that takes 16 minutes ish. But I went deep also, so it's a small battery, but it's just most people, they're blinded by just pure numbers, but they forget to think about efficiency. Is that by the end of the day, it depends how efficient the car is also. But you have more food left? No, I finished the bread. I have no food left. Yeah. I can prepare the okay, whatever. I can do that in the garage. 75%. No, sorry, 79 kilowatt. Shit, 66%. Oh. And now I feel like it's going kind of slow. So I mean, okay, for day-to-day drive, then totally irrelevant how fast charging goes. As long as you have home charging, like me, like stable home charging, no problem. But of course, if you go on like a weekend trip, then okay, fast charging would be useful. I mean, fast charging, yeah. But what I've experienced many times is that I'm usually limited by other factors. But it depends, of course. If I just want to hammer it with a trailer to the north or some shit, yes, then I want the fastest charging possible. So, I mean, it's just that like many people, they criticize Tesla, fully understandable, but they tend to forget about other brands that also charge kind of slow, like some of the 400 volt Koreans, like I mentioned, the Stellantis cars are not charging that fast. The Renault, like the Renault 5, the Renault like Scenic, they don't charge that fast. And but the other problem with those cars is that they don't have the Tesla efficiency. So that's also why they don't spend 9 hours and 25 minutes on the 1,000 kilometer challenge. They might spend over 10 hours. So yeah, that's the only reason why this car did it so well, because it's super efficient, plus that it has that flat 175 kilowatt curve. Huh. 70%, 19 minutes, okay. It's just 20 minutes remaining. Is that to 100%? We're at 7 now, so yeah, if the kids would wake up now. Where is Blade battery? Holy shit, man, the BYD is serious about the Blade tech. At least the first gen Blade tech was a bit trade-off. They managed to pack batteries tight together, but then it was quite shitty in cooling. But then the second gen was better. So I don't know. Tesla, they are investing money on fat cells and the tablets, but BMW is also doing the similar things with big cells, big cylindrical cells, like the iX3. So I don't know what takes so long for Tesla to get some kick-ass charging. Maybe they are just waiting for the fat cells, Tesla's own fat cells, to be good enough before they bring out the big gun. I suspect that's why, and until now they are just relying on these suppliers like CATL and BYD and so on, and LG. But eventually, one day, I think that's Tesla's plan, is to not rely on others. They will have their own supply chain. So, and then, I don't know, I mean, is it going to be kick-ass like the Chinese? Well, I don't know. Seems like Tesla, they are focused on the production. Eventually, they might have better and more efficient production. I don't know. I don't know how the Chinese are producing the cells, right? Yeah. Wow, 3.8. That's massive, man. Damn. Well, I mean, the good thing about those blade batteries is that if they're capable of charging quite fast, it means that they should be able to. Wait, do they double penetrate? But it should be that they can go 400 kilowatt flat until 95% or some shit, right? So as long as nobody's sharing with them, they can just suck it flat, and it doesn't take too long. Right? I don't know. Okay, maybe not flash charging in 5 minutes, but still, like, you can go to 97% or some shit in like 10 minutes, right? So for 1,000 kilometer challenge, I'll be traveling quite fast. But yeah, congratulations, I survived the night. Now I just have to survive almost 2 hours. Usually by the time we finish everything with the kids and they'll drop them off, it's around 9:15, 9 usually. Yeah, maybe we should try to wake up earlier. But well, the problem is that if I go to the kindergarten earlier, we will hit the peak, the Stau. There's usually chaos right around 8:30 to 8:45 because that's when the school starts. This kindergarten is right next to the school, so then it's just impossible to get parking. Plus, that another thing is that over there at the school now, they don't have enough parking spots, so the municipality actually is spending money on expanding the parking lot for the school and the kindergarten. But they've been digging there now for several weeks, and they're not gonna finish. They say they will finish by September. So, and what I see them working a bit. There's like one dude with a excavator, and yeah, not that many people there, right? 1 or 2 dudes only. And then pulling 400 kilowatt at wow. But the progress is quite slow, and then meanwhile there's parking chaos over there. So then we have taken the bike with a trailer. My wifey takes the bike with trailer, and then electric bike, and then I take the electric scooter, the Jowa scooter, scoot over there, so we don't have to deal with parking. But then we have to lock the bike to make sure that it's safe, because people have been stealing electric scooters and bicycle and shit around Yesheim. So I'm like, okay, yeah. So then I have to deal with that shit, and then I'm like, well, 10 to 80% in 25 minutes. Okay, we can probably finish it. Yeah, 25 minutes. Well, at least it's okay, right? I think 25 minutes is roughly on par with many MBB cars. I don't remember. You can look in the table. Well, I have the 10 to 75%, which is kind of weird for me. Yeah, maybe I should do 10 80% because then I can just look up. But the 10 to 75 is actual test I've done, at least. There, 80%. Back in the days, I counted to 75% because some of the cars, they were going kind of slow past 75%, 70%, including Tesla, but also some of the Korean cars. Plus that, I don't know how many people, like, why was it always 80%? You know, maybe it was 80% is around the number than 75%. Yeah, but I mean, for me, for Tesla, I wouldn't charge the 80% very often. I would usually stop at only 60, 65%. And actually, for many cars, I've been testing. Like you just look at 1,000 kilometer challenge. You know, I don't usually charge them to 80% because we are in a rush, right? If you're in a rush, that is the scenario here. Then I charge to only around 60-70%. That's when it goes the fastest for the travel time. But it's just have become an industry standard to charge to 80%. So, but I still, I mean, it makes me wonder. I can probably ask Kempower. They're sitting on lots of data on ChargeEye. How many percent do people stop at? It depends mainly on brand also. We could do another ChargeEye session, or they could prepare some data for me. That would be interesting. Like, what is the average charging power nowadays across the line? And then, like, Fat e-tron, they charge higher, right? They charge to 90%, right? Or more. But then Tesla, they charge only to 65%, right? What about Konas and stuff like that? So Kempower is sitting on lots and lots of data. Yeah, 26 minutes, yeah. So you see, I think if you start searching, many MEB cars, they also do it in 26, 25, 28, something. Yeah. And also, like, okay, for example, the G6, but the G6 is all-wheel drive, right? So, yeah, they have a bigger battery, yes, but I mean, we're talking about C rate here. You know, charging time can be translated directly to C rate, average C rate. But many cars are tested. Like just prime example. Okay, we don't want to compare all-wheel drive with rear-wheel drive because rear-wheel drive are in general more efficient. But for example, the Seeker 7 GT Core, 75 kilowatt stunden battery. It has how much was it again? I think it was 71 or 72 kilowatt hour net capacity. So okay, way bigger battery than this car, but for some reason it's a freaking shooting brake. A shooting brake should be more efficient than an SUV, but for some reason this Model Y is more efficient. It uses way less than the Seeker 7 GT. And I think it's because Seeker might not be the best on efficiency. They might not use the most efficient motors, or the gearbox might not have the lowest friction. They might not have the most efficient HVAC system with heat scavenging like Tesla. Might not have the best aerodynamics. You know, all that stuff counts. 1% here, 1% there, 1%. Like, I don't know, like something about this Tesla. They managed to. Why? Oh, Thai Airways just landed now. TG954, yeah, 723. I just saw it float towards the airport. Yeah, from Bangkok to OSL. Leap motor, yeah, that's very good. That's 400 volt, right? Because fortunately, you can say that car manufacturers, they are saved by the bell because battery tech has been improving, charging faster and faster. So then you can kind of ignore the efficiency part, because it seems like it's an art that few has mastered. Tesla, XPeng, and some of the Koreans. Well, the Koreans were kind of good in the beginning, but then they started making all these fat cars. Yeah. And I guess Ioniq 6 is kind of efficient. I haven't tested it properly. But I mean, it's not only about drive coefficient or maybe drivetrain. I also noticed that HVAC efficiency also matters, especially during winter. So it seems like Tesla, they have nailed everything. They have made everything efficient. But I think, you know, why didn't Tesla switch to 800 volt yet? I think it's because it's pointless. Because even this car, okay, it might be able to peak at high, but you see, it's only taking 460 amp or something. Well, so what? You can boost it to 500 amp or 600 amp even, but the cells here, they might not be good enough to take too high speed anyway. So that's why it's pointless for Tesla to switch yet until they have better battery tech at their hands. EV4? Yeah, I remember EV4 is quite efficient, but compared to Model 3, maybe in summer. That's what I've seen when stuff starts getting rough during winter, and when it gets cold, then Tesla seems to just shine compared to the other cars. No, I bet the Tesla could have implemented fast charging. I don't know why they are holding back. Like I said, maybe it's because they want to control their own supply chain, and they are just waiting for the fat cells to be good enough, and then meanwhile they're just buying whatever is out there, like LG and some other crap, and they're like, okay, it's good enough. The efficiency is good enough for them. I mean, it works because of the good efficiency. So I mean, in another way, you can put it the other way around, that Seeker and BYD and also Xpeng, why do they perform well in 1,000 kilometer challenge? Because they charge fast. There's like, okay, so they're kind of cheating by charging fast, but they are not that efficient. But then why are Tesla doing it well? Because they are efficient. They don't charge fast, but they are efficient. So you just need one of those elements or characteristics, or whatever I should call it, metrics, to do it well. Of course, if you have all of them, then it's even better. Yeah, BMW, they have the cylindrical cell. It's not. I think it's not identical, but they also have something fat. Yeah, well, I don't know if people forget about this, but when I tried it recently, the upgraded 84 kilowatt hour battery and the rear wheel drive, like the long range rear wheel drive, they can maintain 250 kilowatt for a while, and because they are so efficient, then people forget that it's only 250 kilowatt, but the 250 kilowatt in a Tesla could equal to something like 350 kilowatt in inefficient cars. So that's why the Model 3 long range did it in around 9 hours or something. I don't remember. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Seeker efficient. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, I don't know. I get the impression that making an efficient car seems to be harder. Tesla's been perfecting it over the years. For every new facelift or whatever, they make small changes to make it more efficient. So, but then just getting a bigger battery and faster charging, that doesn't seem to take too much effort. Like I've seen some giant leaps on Xpeng. They changed some suppliers, and then suddenly they went for LFP, and then they just have to nail the cooling and the BMS, and then suddenly the newer model, like the G9, looks identical. They haven't changed anything. The efficiency is still not that great, but it just charges way faster, and it kind of makes up for it on long trips. On short trips, you still have not the greatest efficiency. Yeah, the Sun Wood, okay, maybe, but I think in the long run, Tesla doesn't want to depend on other suppliers. They want to be their own supplier. What, you mean the battery tech from 2015? Because all the other stuff, they have been improving it and perfecting it. But for example, the heat pump tech, I think that's still 2020. They haven't improved much of the octavalve. noise level Model Y. They're very similar, but here we have 18-inch, 235, 55, 18, so that helps, of course. But also nice and quiet in here, just like in the Model 3 standard. It seems like they haven't downgraded the efficiency. They haven't downgraded the soundproofing. Okay, the car claimed 6 minutes before we finish. Okay, I should be home by 8 when the kids wake up. I just have to do a quick summary in front of the house in the shade, and then I'm off, more or less. I have to get some rest. Wait, 0. Okay, done charging. Wait, let me see. How many watts does this controller take when it's charging? 1 watt? Oh, okay, it's a tiny battery. 600 milliamp hour battery. Okay. ...380 kilometers with autobahn. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, I think once Tesla puts in fast enough battery, I think they already have the cooling and the HVAC and all that stuff going on, because I've seen the incremental improvement from the old Tesla Model S. It was noisy and kind of inefficient, and then I felt like with the newer, like from Model 3 and Y, they improved the cooling on it, so that it's not that noisy, and it can actually change temperature, heat up or cool down quite quickly. So I think once they get the newer battery tech cell, what they were in there, it's going to be game over, because they already have the efficiency ready. They have like all the HVAC system, the cooling, everything is ready, and it will just be like they will suddenly. Well, if they put bigger battery in there, they can also get some insane range. But I think they're not going to do that, because they will somewhat compromise the efficiency. Like a Model 3 doesn't really need 100 kilowatt hour. I think around 85 kilowatt hour is plenty enough, right? Because it's so efficient. But as long as it charges fast, then that would be more attractive for some people who care about that. But like I said, already the Model 3 can already peak. I mean, it can already sustain 250 flat for a little bit before it gently throttles, and it doesn't plummet like like the LG battery before. So you can still maintain 200 plus kilowatt for a while, which is better than many of the MEB cars for now, until the MEB Plus is out, right? So the MEB cars can only go at 185. Oh yeah, I forgot the 91 kilowatt hour pack. They can go at 200, but then it tends to replicate, which might just be a mismanagement of the thermal stuff. But like I'm just kind of brainstorming here that if it happens within a couple of years, phantom braking very little now, almost no phantom braking. If it happens that Tesla nails the charging, it doesn't have to be like leading, like maybe golden battery, but as long as you can do it like, and it doesn't have to be flash charging, but let's say 10 to 80% in 12 minutes, right? Which is 5C, right? So plenty enough speed.
that would be a game changer for many people. Even today, many people they go for Tesla despite that it doesn't charge the fastest, but it actually charges maybe faster than many other. Just look at Toyota BZ4X, for example, only 165 kilowatts. And then this weird ramp up where it goes a bit slow in the beginning, around 140 kilowatt, and then it hits 165 kilowatt around 30%, which is kind of weird, and then it goes slow. Yeah, so but once Tesla nails the charging, it will dominate the 1,000 kilometer challenge. And then in order for others to beat it, like the Chinese, well, what can they do? Put in a bigger battery. Well, they need to start making their cars efficient. Xpeng is in a good position. They have at least the Mona, or whatever, the L03 seems to be efficient. I don't know yet. I need to try it. The P7 Plus seems to be very efficient, but I don't know how it performs during winter yet. What about in minus 10 degrees Celsius, right? Or at least in 0 degrees. So I wonder if, do you miss the downgrades from Model? Yeah, I prefer the premium. So in a way you can say that Tesla is 5 or 10. Okay, how many years behind is Tesla in battery tech compared to the rest of the car industry? Is it 5 or 10 years? But once Tesla nails the charging tech or whatever, you know, the cell, whatever, when they choose, because I mean, to me it sounds like Tesla could do this any time, right? They could just go to one of those suppliers, CATL, and get the Quilin, no, it was the Shenzhen battery or something, and then, okay, boom, and then suddenly they have 5C, 6C, and they have 800 volt architecture already in the Semi and Cybertruck. But once they nail it, suddenly they will be leading in pretty much everything, right? Range, charging speed, effective charging speed, kilometers per hour. And then how the heck are the others gonna catch up? Well, the only way for them is to make the cars more efficient. Like, they need to make those SUVs and even the sedans or shooting brake or whatever, they have to make them more efficient if they want to compete with Tesla on that, whatever, you know, arena, range versus charging speed versus, so like an efficient Tesla that charges at only 600 kilowatt could probably match a flash charging BYD, which is, yeah, I've known BYD and actually BYD and MG, they are kind of thirsty. MG4 is surprisingly thirsty for a small car. I think even the ID3 is more efficient, and especially Model 3. So, yeah, suddenly the rest of the industry will be like, okay, they just don't want to fight that battle because they cannot beat. And I think in case they want to make the cars more efficient, it's not just going to take 1 year. It could probably take longer than that. Just look how long Tesla needed to perfect things. Efficiency, rather. Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Then, yeah, well, then each their own taste. But, well, I'm looking at the Model S right now. I mean, that's one of the most beautiful cars out there, electric cars out there, the shape of the Model S. That's a bummer that they had to discontinue it. Because not only was it looking pretty, but it's also very functional, spacious, good utilization of space. And if they kept improving it, it could probably be even better than what it is today. They kind of stagnated a bit because, yeah, Model S is a big car and people want SUVs and shit. So yeah, it is a bit pointless to beat the dead horse, since people want crossovers and SUV for some reason. I don't know why, but that's just how it is. That's also why Model 3 are selling less once the Model Y came out. Yeah, I was surprised that the GLB and the GLC was very efficient, despite that it's freaking heavy and shit.
Yeah, S Model S too big for you. Yeah, but I mean, it depends. You know, if people, lots of people back in the days, they purchased Model S, and then after Model S, they purchased like a fat e-tron, you know, or other big cars. So they need the space for family or whatever, comfort. They're not pushing for highly efficient motors because they require wear. Huh? Okay. Oh. Well, okay, but BYD, they're going for the low cost stuff. So this, every brand has their own target, right? Uh, Neo wants to be prestige, premium luxury. BYD, they have Densa, but Densa, I mean, it's nice. But for the longest time, I was really impressed of Densa D9 until I sat in the Xpeng X9. I was like, okay, Densa feels like premium economy, but X9 feels like business class. You're gonna need to, you have to be, you have to experience yourself before you know what I'm talking about. But just to give you guys an idea. And then BYD, they are just aiming for lower cost matrix lights. Yeah, it was nice to have matrix, absolutely. Yeah, but guess what? You can make efficient, beautiful cars. Yeah, I just happened to, okay, maybe it's not too interesting to watch the paint dry now. But look around, you know? That is a sexy car. It's the, oh, wait, maybe I'm wrong. Oh wait, my bad. I thought that was the ID7. No, that's the ID5, okay. But it's still a nice looking car. Over there, Model S, sexy car. But the ID7 is also a nice looking car. Even the Skoda Enyaq Coupe is a nice looking car. There are plenty of efficient and nice looking cars out there. But I guess some people, they just want big butts and they cannot lie. D9, what the heck, man? More practical, huh? Okay. But yeah, I don't know. Model Y is probably one of the most practical cars out there. There's so many pockets to store stuff, and you have the light in the trunk opening, and yeah, plenty of space, and also just plenty of space also for the passengers and the pockets inside for storing phones and bags and shit. It's super practical. But it also goes beyond that. What is practical, right? Practical is that you can just press some buttons to keep the cabin on. You can keep the cooler box active. You can watch the. You can have the built-in dash cam. You have the sentry mode for when you need that kind of security. You can even watch the car's cameras live view. You can share the phone access to some other driver. You can see where the car is, live position. There's so many practical things with Tesla. And I noticed this when I used that Q6 e-tron. I was like, it's a nice car, don't get me wrong, and it rides well. You know, it has good style dealing ACC, but it's like some things feel like the engineers and the designers, when they designed the car, they didn't think about day-to-day driving or driving on trip with family and stuff. Like it's yeah, like I mentioned before, you know, when you actually use the car, you're like, huh? Yeah. But even Tesla wasn't perfect. But guess what? We have Enhance. Enhance did a lot of cool stuff, like you know, that you can pull the front door to open the front, and you can pull the back door to unlock. Yeah, during 1,000 kilometer challenge now, there was a few places where I couldn't unlock the charge port via the button because sometimes they are broken, or when I use Ionity, no problemo. I just pull on the rear door handle. So Enhance fills the gap with Tesla. Whatever Tesla is missing, they fixed many of those and added nice features. Well, whatever I'm telling you guys, most people, if you ask the average guys going to Rema 1000 now, they don't know about this. They're just like, okay, Tesla, yeah, we see them everywhere, yeah, I don't know, like, people I meet, followers, they still like ask me, do you still think Tesla is the best? Well, there are many reasons why Tesla, they are the best, because of Enhance, for example. But okay, they don't have the best charging speed. But I also realize that charging speed might not always be the only thing people care about, because we couldn't really achieve, I mean, we couldn't utilize the good charging speed on the Q6 e-tron during our trip anyway, because of various other constraints. And then, well, when it comes to Porsche, well, they have the driving feel and whatever you should call it, the Porsche feel. But those cars, I've tested them, many of them, like the Taycan and so on. They are not very practical. Also, my friend Pawel, he used to own a fat Taycan, and man, it is cramped in there. He has family of 2 kids and stuff, and even the fat Taycan doesn't have that good space. So it's like you have a big car, okay, it probably has nice handling, but it's heavy and it's kind of thirsty. So it's more like a status symbol rather than a practical car. Yeah, unfortunately. MEB platform, on the other hand, you know, ID7, wonderful, efficient. Okay, it's only 400 volt, but it's spacious, it's good looking, it's very practical. At least some parts of it. Software, yeah. But I noticed something weird. In the Mercedes, the GLE and GLB, when I eventually found out about the preheating button, you know, you have to kind of lift your butt or something, about to leave, then it's a dum dum dum, and then you can see the preconditioning thing that runs for half an hour. Well, for some reason, when I press it, if I then leave the car, just close the door, and then I go in the trunk, and then I do something, and then I open the back door to take the kid out, and then some shit, and then I have to go open the passenger, no, the driver's door again to pick up something I forgot. Then it seems like it triggers, or it counts it as me coming back to the car. So then it stops the preheating. So at least the MEB platform, it's better because it was 925. The MEB cars, when you run the preheating or the keep climate on, you will run it for half an hour. Even if you're driving, it's kind of weird, but then the timer goes, and then when you stop, then you might have 15 minutes left of the preheating. So in a way, that's better because, okay, you can do stuff without it resetting. I think also Tesla is better because you can keep the climate on, and then even if you go in and out a little bit, it's still active until you put the car in drive or some shit like that. Yeah. And then you have Neo, which is, okay, good in software in many ways, but like, can someone please tell me why the heck, when I put the car in, like the keep climate on or whatever it's called again, like, why do I need to exit it? Okay, it's probably some kind of safety feature that you don't want to accidentally exit the keep climate mode. I don't know, but I mean, it's not pet mode, right? So yeah, it's something like, okay, you're camping or some shit now, but there's dedicated camp mode also. So then in order to drive, you have to exit the keep climate on, and then you can put the car in drive and go. So, like, why can't you just put the car in drive and go like a Tesla, or actually most other cars like the MEB cars also allows you to do that, right? And then what was again in the Mercedes, there was also something weird I discovered. Yeah, in the Mercedes. Oh no, and also in the Q6 e-tron, I think, when you are in this auto parking, sometimes I try the auto parking, but then it starts doing some weird movement. It's gonna go forward. I was like, no, you can just back up. No, it wants to go forward first, and then do some weird backup and maneuvers. So I was like, no, okay, cancel. Stop. And then I tried to put the car in gear. I cannot do that. I'm like, I feel helpless because I kind of feel like I'm losing. I lost control over the car, right? You need to exit the goddamn auto parking function first, and then you can put the car in drive or reverse. I'm like, what the fuck is that shit? shit, man. I'm like digging around in the middle of the parking lot, and there might be people, cars wanted to pass me. I'm like where is the common sense? Putting the car in drive or brake or something should always override whatever auto feature you are currently on. In case that there could be an emergency, it could be, I don't know, like I don't know, an ambulance that needs to pass, or who knows, right? So, yeah. New something weird happened. I don't know really. The sale just plummeted over some time, and well, I did my best. I tried to promote Neo. I made videos about Neo, but I saw that people were not that much interested in Neo, so not much I can do. There were a few people who used my link to do a test drive, and I got 400 points in my account, but that's pretty much it. So the whole Neo, well, I don't want to shit on Neo. I mean, I still love the Neo brand, and the Neo is doing great in China. I tried some awesome cars like the ET9 and the Onvo L90 and stuff. It's just that I feel like they kind of mismanaged whatever they did in Europe. They didn't understand that over here the battery swap doesn't have that great value. It's kind of like hydrogen cars, you know. It came too late. They should have seen that 400 kilowatt chargers were rolling out, and in their home country 6C 5C batteries are rolling out. So what the calibration, whatever. I mean you don't have to charge 100%. You can just go now. The energy part here is it's going to be 62 kilowatt hour eventually, but try in summer. Well, what was the temperature, Christian, during this challenge? Well, but like, you know, okay, I mean, it takes forever, but you know, other cars, they might have a top buffer. You know that, right? So when you charge it to 100%, the true state of charge is only 96%. So in a way, you can choose here. You can charge to 96%, just like in the other cars, and then you go. But then at 96%, you were probably taking around 15 kilowatts. Or if you want, you can dick around and wait longer. Or if you're AC charging, then you don't care. So Tesla just allows you to actually charge to full 100% rather than forcing you to go to 96% only. Well, yeah, okay, the whole Neo battery, yes, for future, you can, you know, you all calling it. That is just in theory. Practically, unfortunately, the whole, I don't know, the whole procedure is quite clumsy. I've seen the chat in Facebook. They're wondering, how can I upgrade or downgrade from 100 kilowatt hour to 75 kilowatt hour? And everyone was saying it's not possible. I was like, why isn't it possible? I don't know. It just seems like they just haven't fixed it in the system, so it allows you to do that. And I remember when I borrowed a car, I got the 75 kilowatt hour. I thought it would be 100 kilowatt hour, and then I thought, well, you guys can just fix that, right? So I go to a swap station, and then suddenly I get the 100 kilowatt hour battery. No, they could not fix that. Neo's own car could not fix that. So I was like, huh? The technology can do that. It's more like the whole system is locked so that you can't do that. At least not in Norway. Maybe they can do that in China, but not over here. So yeah, if your idea is that you can get a newer battery tech, whatever, well, good luck with that. Unfortunately, they keep those old Gen 1 100 kilowatt hour battery in the loop because that's more energy, I mean, most cost efficient for them. So that would be great if they can get rid of them and only get the Gen 2 batteries in there. Or open a swap station 24/7, but they're not going to do that. So I had suggestions, I have ideas, I've seen the limitation, but they don't want to fix it. Unfortunately. So yeah, it's a bummer. I also asked them, I talked to the taxi drivers in Oslo, and they're like, oh, it would be great to have 24/7 swap, but it's yeah, they don't want to open the swap station and make them better for taxi drivers, so that's a bummer. Eventually taxi drivers, they'll be like, we can get a Xpeng that charges as fast as swap. Who cares, right? You can just go to 400 kilowatt or a Seeker and then yeah, 10 minutes done. You know, open at any time. So, yeah, but at least today it was 16 degrees in the evening, but during the night it dropped to around 7 degrees Celsius at the lowest, and then we had around 10, 12 degrees. So it's not like the summer night, tropical night thing. It's okay, some cold-ish, some warm-ish in the evening. So average temp throughout the challenge might have been something around 12 degrees Celsius only. But here's the beauty with Tesla is that it is so efficient that it's not that much affected by cold weather. P7B, well, that's what we're going to find out this weekend. It boils down to the efficiency. So, like all the cars I've tested so far, right, the Xpengs and whatever, they are either efficient like Tesla, but doesn't charge too fast, or like the G9 or the G6, they charge fast, but they are not that efficient. So the P7 Plus has the potential to be a winner because it charges fast, but it's also efficient, and it has an okay sized battery. Well, it's 70, what was it again, 73 kilowatt hour net capacity. Yeah, so it's roughly on par with some of the older Tesla Model S, some Model 3 long range batteries. Wait, dude, how long has it been taking now? Over an hour. What the heck, man? Well, okay, at least I wanted to see how long it takes to go to 100%, but I could have sworn that this was faster a couple of days ago when I tested it, but it seems like it needs longer time now because we have been hammering it lots of fast charging, so the battery needs more calibration time. Yeah, but we are 62 kilowatt hours, so that means that the charging will stop very soon. Oh, why do you think Tesla? I kind of answered it before. I think it's because they want to control their own supply chain with a fat cell that they will be making in-house. They don't want to be relying on BYD, CATL, LG, and what? Do they even use Panasonic? I don't. Yeah, Panasonic also, and then Sunwoda. I think those are just middle steps before they unleash the beast, their own beast, eventually. But I guess making the tabless new cells, they take time to perfect it. Calibrating battery is necessary? Probably not. But whatever, I'm just recording it now, but I see that I should go home soon. So I just wanted to record this, and first I thought that, yeah, we will finish in around half an hour, 45 minutes. But yeah, now it's been over an hour, so yeah. Okay, I'm getting hungry, and we can probably just end this soon. But the breeze, that's the thing we don't know. They don't. I think Tesla, they don't want to just release some half-ass product, but they kind of did some of that in the. There was something. What was it again? There was a Model Y with a fat cell, right? And well, they are using the fat cell in the semi, right? I didn't. Was it Cybertruck? But I think it's not in the final stage where it's awesome yet. So they are still learning and improving. So, yeah, that's what I'm getting. Because if you look at Tesla, they make almost everything in-house, right? They are relying on their own hardware, like Tesla, their own supercharger, the parts they use. In the old days, they were relying on Mercedes parts and some Bilstein dampers and some stuff. And well, they still use some kind of Hella and some of that, but it seems like they want to, the critical parts, right? They want to control their own critical parts like battery, motors. They make the motors in-house. Again, we heard like, was it Porsche? They source out, they buy the motor from other places. They buy parts from other places. So yeah, well, I mean, yes, it's a Porsche, but you know, like it has some Bosch parts. It has some yeah, the same like. What was again the Korean cars? They use the Morbis motor, and then the LGS with the SDI batteries, and I don't know, like, so, well, but it's the Porsche interior and it's the Kia interior at least, and the Kia looks, right? Like Mazda 6e, is it a Mazda or is it a D-Pal? Can you guys please tell me? The 86, yeah, 8680 cell, yeah. But I mean, when you're looking in the old days, like I mentioned, the first Model 3s, they were not charging very fast. It also had the Panasonic cells. And then eventually, I remember it was charging like 120 kilowatt only. And then they unlocked 200 kilowatt, and then 250 kilowatt. But it took some time before they did that. Click! Done! We're done! DUN. They're sourcing everything, really? Okay. Always charge 100%. Okay. What the heck is that shit? Yeah, it's probably gonna cost 200,000 euro. All right. Well, I can just go home before I do my summary. Stop here for a bit to start uploading the video. Well, then we've got a beautiful 1 hour charging session. Okay, all is good. Now let's go home. So now the kids should be awake by now. Right time for me to do the morning routine, feed them, change diaper, get them dressed and so on, brush teeth and so on. Yeah. Bring the popcorn for this weekend. I need to check the weather, whether it's Friday or Saturday. But I mean, Friday could be slightly cumbersome. I mean, could be a bit hard to pull off on Friday since I'm gonna go downtown Oslo to meet Nasir and shit. So I might be home by 4. I can't get much sleep before that. I try to get at least 2 hours or more nap time before I do my challenge, right? So I might do it on Saturday night. MG4. I mean, it's overall a nice car. They push the prices down, so you get a good car for the money. Might not be the most efficient car, but the chargers are fairly nice, and yeah. One good use case for Ford says. Use cases for heavy trucks, and yeah, well, that's the thing. Why do you think businesses would throw money out of the window to run trucks on hydrogen? You see Norwegian in Norway now, Norwegian companies like well, you don't know what it is anyway, but Asko or Lema or like tipper truck companies, the contractors, even the excavators, all of the stuff is electric. The municipality in Norway Oh, there's the municipality in Oslo, or the bus company rather, Unibus, which runs the buses in Oslo, electric. They don't dig around with hydrogen. I mean, it's just general misconception that yeah, hydrogen must be better for trucks and shit. No, they don't want to waste money. It costs more per kilometer. The reason why they switch from diesel to electric is that they can save money. They can save the running cost per kilometer. And then with hydrogen, you have higher running cost. The fuel price is higher, but also the service intervals are shorter. It's just madness to go hydrogen. It's like, who the heck made people believe that hydrogen will be the future? Yeah. Once you learn about how bad hydrogen is, you will not recommend it to anyone. It is bad. It is just fundamentally bad. It shouldn't be used in a car or a vehicle or a boat, ship. In the first place. In a way, putting gasoline in a car, well, because we didn't have anything better. But nowadays we have something. So but it's okay. Few disadvantages, like range and charging time, but so many advantages. The advantages of EV easily outweighs the disadvantages of EV versus fossil. And then when it comes to hydrogen, like, what kind of advantages do you have in everything? Huh? That it's clean? Well, you already killed that myth a long time ago, because much of that comes from fossil industry, not from clean hydrogen. And even if it's the clean green hydrogen, it's so inefficient. Like, why did EU ban the light bulbs, the Wolfram light bulb? Because it was inefficient. They forced EU to use LED. Yeah, but then somehow EU, they supported hydrogen, which is inefficient. So it's the irony. No, it is madness to produce hydrogen on site. I'm not buying it. The Tesla, because look at the Chinese brands. They can offer 100 kilowatt hour, or they can now offer decent sized batteries and LFP and stuff like that, like XPeng and BYD and like, I feel like wow, you get a quite affordable car with 100 kilowatt hour battery. It means that the battery that they can supply doesn't cost that much. And Tesla, they're already buying from CATL. So I'm not buying that, literally. There must be other reasons why they are kind of holding back on it now. Okay, now I can do the summary. Not saying it's better than be a video, just trying to keep the most things as well, but hard the only way to make it work. What, but like I said, why would businesses throw money out of the window for no reason? Especially they care about economics more than anyone else, more than private people. Private people, they can be losing money. Like you can buy a Taycan, right? You don't see a company buying Taycan because it's practical and things. For them, it's like, how much does it cost? How much does it depreciate? Running cost, service cost, No, practical, no. It doesn't tick the boxes. So the same if they start looking at hydrogen, bus or truck versus electric, be like, electric is way better. Even diesel is better than hydrogen. Why waste money on hydrogen? It's madness. Okay. Oh, if they're wasting money, well, how long are they gonna bleed money then? Yeah. Okay, let's see. Get ready. Well, yeah, well, great. It has chassis control, all that stuff. Yes, it's still a heavy beast, and it's still not practical. And also for many people, they don't care about the whole driving damage. Many people care about it, of course, but many people they just want the practical car. That's why they end up with a Volkswagen or a Tesla or something else. So, yeah. Um, okay, back to the summary now. Okay, 925. How good is that? Well, the same as a Model 3 standard. Yeah, because of better charging curve. Okay. Wow. Okay. Wait, I need to make the exposure for the camera thing on this. Let me turn off the fan. Will that be okay? Alright, so we have sound. Alright, we're back on now. So, 925, how good is it? Well, compared to the old, well, the smaller battery that was 60 kilowatt hour, I think that was also BYD Blade battery. We have a big improvement in time. So that was almost 10 hours. Yeah, 955. Yeah, but that was tested around 3 years ago. So they have done some improvement here. The Juniper is more aerodynamic. Maybe they have done improvement in drivetrain efficiency, maybe more efficient motor, but of course a slightly bigger battery and a flatter and faster charging curve that also helps. And then that's probably why we have the same time as Model 3 standard. Okay, it was a bit colder on that run, but it seems like this BYD Blade version 2 battery has better charging, and that is actually the reason why it can match the Model 3. Otherwise the Model 3 would have been better, right? So, but also surprised to see how efficient this car is. So again, efficiency trumps everything. You know, it's like, you know, if I draw a similarity to gaming, I used to be a gamer, right? I played Diablo 2 and yeah, many other cars, right? Yes, many other games, right? And it's all about damage reduction. If you have, I've also played Ragnarok Online, but when you have armor and resistance against different elements and so on, and maybe some kind of damage reduction, reduce damage by 10% or 10 hit points or something, you know, that's always better than some other people who tend to get higher hit points. So higher hit points is like bigger battery, or yeah. But the problem is that when you take less damage, you need to heal less or need to drink less potions. But when you have just more hit points, someone needs to help heal you, right? Or you need to drink lots of potions, maybe carrying extra potions. So in a way, Tesla is like high damage reduction or high reduction, and then you don't need to replenish that much energy to be able to achieve the same thing, pretty much. I don't know if this makes any sense, but I feel like many people forget about why Tesla is doing it well still today. Is that, okay, they don't charge that fast. It's still faster than, for example, the PZ4X, right? That has a bigger battery, or many of the MEB cars, or French cars, Stellantis cars, are still faster than many of those cars. But the efficiency makes everything just run longer, and you don't need 300 kilowatt charging. You can actually get away with 175, right? So yeah, and then overall, okay, that was too long. I think people are not gonna listen to the whole thing. Okay, let me redo it. All right, we're back home. So 925, that is a lot better than before. Okay, that was done 3 years ago, but that was the pre-Uniper with a smaller 60 kilowatt hour battery. And that big improvement was partly because we had less energy needed now, and we also charge faster and have slightly bigger batteries. Everything helps to make it faster. But then, yeah, so reason why the Model 3 standard was the same time, it was a bit colder, and then Model 3 seems to have not so good charging curve as this, even though both of these are 64 kilowatt hours, just different provider, right? CATL versus BYD. So yeah, but it's pretty good. This could possibly be the fastest 64 or 60-ish kilowatt hour battery, yeah. So, but okay, it's good, you know. So it seems like many people, they forget about efficiency, that as long as you have an efficient car, you can actually travel quite far. And you know, like you saw in the challenge now, we charged to only 50-60%, but remember that 50-60% of these cars, on this Tesla, equals to maybe 70, even 80% for some of the less efficient cars. So by the end of the day, you're spending less money on less kilowatt hour just to get the same work done. And it's not just a small compact sedan, it's a spacious SUV. So yeah, somehow they managed to make this car very efficient. I actually don't know what they did. Maybe it's just the wheels, whatever. So then you can still get a pretty good 1,000 kilometer time, and this is not even an 800 watt architecture. So great. I mean, overall, it's a nice car. It costs less. So if you just want to get a spacious car and you still have most of the practical stuff, good, and you have the good Tesla software, you know, all that stuff is good. But then if you want more premium stuff, then you have to pay extra for the premium. So for me, which one would I go for? Well, if I really need to save money, I would probably still get this and maybe get some sexy buttons, whatever, dash, some strip, whatever, to make it nicer. And that would still be cheaper than buying the premium. But if I know that I have kids in the back who wants a screen, and if I, have enough money, I will try to stretch to get the premium. But I experienced so far that I don't feel like this is bad. You know, it's still good, yeah, but the premium is just okay, better. So then it boils down to do which one you need to get. So that's gonna be for now. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. As always, thank you for watching, and talk to you later. Well, I don't know, long summary, but trying to consider what people want to ask me about. Yeah, what they want to know about this one. Is it worth it? Should they go for the premium, or should they get the standard, or what are we missing out? And, okay, guys, I need to go now because now it's morning routine with the kids and all that. I need to get ready with the. Okay, guys, you guys are very active now in the chat, but I need to get stuff done in the morning now, so it's already 8:20. Okay, I need to prepare the car also, with the car, the child seat and stuff. Oh, yeah. Dude, I have the car in reverse. was the setting here? Action reverse. Wait, they muted it? It's buggy. Shit, man. It's fucked up now. Okay, whatever. Alright, anyway guys, have a nice Sunday drive. Then we talk later.